This is an opportunity for general public comments, which means a comment on anything that is not on tonight's agenda. And anyone who would like to make a public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. And if you would like to, I'd appreciate it if you'd go over to the podium now so we can tell you're going to speak, and we'll get started. And if you would please state your name and address your remarks to the council. Please turn it on. I think is it a green light or a red light?
It's green now.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Sherry Lewis, a full-time Truckee renter and resident of over 20 years. I'm here to ask for your urgent help to fix an unintended consequence of the new short-term rental regulations effective April 1st, which have unfairly disrupted my family's livelihood. For 5 years, I've rented a room in my home under a hosted rental certificate, netting approximately $1,500 monthly after paying over $13,000 in transient occupancy taxes to the town. I've donated part of those proceeds to a disaster response fund supporting our community should a disaster occur. This arrangement benefited me, my landlord, and Truckee until now. The new rules requiring a primary residence via homeowner's exemption, section 5.02.030.E.5, exclude renters like me despite my long-term lease and responsible record. My permit wasn't renewed, leaving me unable to earn income until May 20th when J-1 visa workers move in through September. Without this income, I'm forced to drain retirement savings or take an additional job outside the home, pulling me away from my family. This feels discriminatory. The code doesn't explicitly ban renters from hosting. Section 5.02.020 defines hosted rental broadly, yet the lack of a residency verification method for us, an oversight I hope, blocks my participation. Bed and breakfast permits haven't hit their caps, so this restriction doesn't serve the stated purpose of managing short-term rentals, section 5.02.010. Instead, it punishes residents like me who've complied fully. I propose one of 3 simple fixes be quickly actioned. First, amend the code to accept a lease and landlord consent as proof of residency. Second, grandfather existing permit holders like me, as is common with new regulations. Third, grant me an exception as I seem uniquely impacted. My permit denial feels targeted. I've filed a notice of appeal under section 5.02.060.c, asserting this violates the code's intent. I was asked to waive my hearing for expediency, but with only Anna responding among you, I hesitate without assurance. I need 3 council members to prioritize this tonight. Please act swiftly. Please add this to your agenda. Adopt one of my solutions and ease my family's hardship. If not, I'll pursue my appeal, pay another $500 fee that's required for the appeal, and consult an attorney on this apparent renter discrimination. Thank you for your time and consideration. I love this town and want to stay part of its fabric, especially while my son attends high school here. Please help me do that.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. Are there any other general public comments for this evening? And on the general public comments, we cannot take any action. We can simply receive the comment. Okay, seeing no other general public comments, we'll move on to presentations, starting with the Donate Life proclamation. If Mr. Graham could join me at the podium. Okay, with me is Tom Graham with the
Sierra Nevada Donor Awareness.
Thank you. Okay. Whereas, by becoming an organ, eye, and tissue donor, one individual can save and heal the lives of more than 75 people. During National Donate Life Month, we honor the compassion and generosity of registered donors, donor families, and living donors. We recognize the commitment of medical professionals, researchers, national partners, and all those who work tirelessly to save and heal lives through donation and transplantation. And whereas more than 100,000 Americans and 20,000 Californians are currently on the national transplant waiting list, and whereas another person is added to this waiting list every 8 minutes, and on average, 17 people die each day while waiting for a life-saving organ transplant. And whereas Sierra Donor Services serves at the center of a dynamic, interconnected system that involves donor families, local hospitals, and transplant centers across Northern California in the delicate and time-sensitive mission of saving lives through transplant. And whereas in 2024, Sierra Donor Services had its second highest record year after almost 4 decades, making 912 organ transplants possible, thanks to the selfless generosity of 170 Northern California organ donor heroes. And whereas we honor all those who have given the extraordinary gift of life through living and deceased donations, now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the mayor of the town of Truckee that April is National Donate Life Month, and in observance, the town of Truckee encourages all of our citizens to become organ, eye, and tissue donors by registering with the Donate Life California registry at donatelifecalifornia.org or their local office of the Department of Motor Vehicles. And so it's my pleasure to present this proclamation to the Sierra Donor Services and Tom Graham of that services. And and then I'd like to ask if you could just say a few words, Tom.
My name is, Tom Graham. I'm a 2-time organ recipient. I have been blessed by 2 different donors. I've had a kidney and 2 pancreas transplants. What Sierra Nevada Donor Awareness and Tracy Copeland, who typically would be here, runs an organization that provides help. And by doing our walk, which I handed out the cards around the room, we have more, it helps people. We can help financially, we can help them with transportation, we can help through the process of getting a transplant. The transplant is not an easy way to go. But I've been blessed, and with the hospitals, the people, and so forth, I've been fortunate to be alive today. And this is a function of kidney and donor transplant. Transplant patients are on specific medications, and skin cancer is one of the biggest problems. So I had a little removal today.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Thank
you to the mayor. Thank you to the city council. We really appreciate what you have done, and we'll keep on going.
Thank you for service, Tom.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Next, we'll have a Dark Skies presentation.
And we're going to have Kelly Cutler, Program Manager for Truckee Cultural District, give this presentation. Thanks, Kelly.
Thank you, Hillary. I want to start by thanking Town Council for their continued commitment to this global initiative and faith in the Truckee Cultural District and the Nevada County Arts Council to steward the messaging. We have a special surprise tonight. I'm joint presenting with our Nevada County Poet Laureate, Kat Terry. As we watch AI take over content in our communication channels, I thought it would be appropriate and refreshing to invite Kat to share a few words on Dark Skies after my very quick update on programming. There we go. So we signed the contract in October and went immediately into our planning mode and came up with this great lighting rebate ad. We've been circulating it. It immediately went into our annual Muse publication with 10,000 copies distributed, as well as it was included in our local homeowner publications like The Shire, thanks to Jen Calloway. hopefully all of you got a copy of our muse. In February, we had a launch party of Muse at the 9848 Gallery at Truckee Artist Lofts. Again, I mentioned 10,000 copies printed and distributed. We really focused on the dark skies programming and messaging in this publication. Our feature story was Kat Terry's article, Shining Light on Dark Skies Above Nevada County. We had a cover story, beautiful cover story by Sadie Jo Smokey Cruz, a Washoe Tale, The Sisters Who Married Stars. We featured night sky photographers Abe Blair and John Behu, and it just was a great way for us to communicate in print the messaging behind this initiative. Last weekend, I hope some of you were able to attend the Truckee Literary Crawl. We were fortunate to be able to partner with Catherine Hill and Priya Hutner, who conceived this event, one-day event, and it was incredible to see the branding for the Truckee Literary Crawl, as well as the Dark Skies theme interwoven into a lot of the themes throughout the day. This event really, I think, put our incredible world-class literary community on the map. And we were starting to get some statistics. I believe we had 45 writers and authors who participated, close to 200 followers traveling from as far as Indiana for this event, which was on Saturday. And it was, I think, another great way to really share the educational awareness around dark skies in our community. Another great opportunity to partner with Missy Moeller, Sierra Watershed Education Partnerships, in thinking about how can we get into the schools and do some environmental education. The first person who came to mind was Missy. She's really powerful with her messaging. So Missy immediately said yes, and she included this project with sixth graders at Alder Creek Middle School, Sierra Expeditionary Learning School cells, and her educational awareness included discussion on light pollution, impacts on our ecosystem, migratory patterns, and how animals and humans need stars to navigate. What resulted was 25 incredible canvases that we are going to be installing. I don't know if any of you noticed at the top of the stairs a fresh coat of paint on the wall. That's where we're going to be installing this exhibit probably next week. And I'm calling it Town Exhibition Wall, but that name is to be determined and hopefully utilized for public art exhibitions in the future. But what a great way to bring this message to our community. I'm working also with Ruby Lindquist. I don't know if Ruby's in the room with the town. She's assisting on some of the branding and the invitation that's going to go out. We'll do an opening reception, as well as Molly Moore, who I'm a fellow public art commissioner with. She's going to be curating the exhibit. So coming soon, we're hoping for that opening to happen in May. And all of this is leading up to Dark Skies Week, which is April 21st through the 28th. International Dark Sky Week is held during the week of the new moon in April, when people worldwide may turn off their lights to observe the beauty of the night sky without light pollution. Believe it or not, this event was founded in 2003 by high school student Jennifer Varlow of Midlothian, Virginia. Think about the power of our youth around climate initiatives. I immediately think of Swedish climate activist Greta Thunberg. We're going to be including photo classes. We circled back to the amazing Grant Kay. We're going to be offering 2 photo classes, 1 planning for night photography and 2 editing night photos. Stay tuned on the details for signing up for those classes. We'll have professional photographers and amateur photographers involved. And then additional educational outreach that we're doing. We're working on swag right now for Truckee Thursdays booth. We'll be out there every week. Again, another great opportunity. I think that the numbers are between 3,000 and 5,000 for every Truckee Thursdays. So a lot of interface with our community and our region around the value of dark skies. If you have great swag ideas, let me know, because I'm working with Rob Redding at Snap right now. We have incredible artwork to use. So stay tuned for that. And then our photo contest, which I think was really well done last year, hugely successful. We ran it in the east and west part of the county. We're looking at launching again, hopefully in partnership with the Sierra Sun, probably early next month, and having our reception in August or September. Exhibit space to be determined, but again, this is really a great way to highlight the messaging around dark skies. Lastly, we are working with Beth Taylor, Civic Spark Fellow and Nevada County employee, exploring the possibility of another partnership with Nevada County in the Dark Skies Photo Contest as part of the county's climate action goals. Also having conversations with David Mack, Truckee Pride, on a Dark Skies program involving youth in that much needed third space for our teens. And lastly, I'd like to pass it on to Kat to come up with her amazing words on dark skies.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, too, yes. Excellent. So I think the Truckee Literary Crawl, I know some of you guys were there at it, was really amazing. And I was the MC at Alibi Ale House that evening. And we had almost 30 people sign up. Some were first timers at the mic ever. We had high school students. We had some singer-songwriters. We had people from Carson City, Reno, Truckee, Grass Valley, Nevada City reading. So it was very successful. But what I want to talk about is what we get from the night sky that is intangible. And we can imagine people who grow up places where they actually can't look up at the sky, right? There's nothing up there because there's so much light pollution. They don't see stars at all. And I want to share a poem with you from my own experience when I was 12 in Maine. Who's been to Maine? Yes, it's gorgeous in the summer. And Moosehead Lake, Maine. Anyone? You okay? Yes. This is 1978. This poem is called The Aurora Borealis at Moosehead Lake. By that lake, I was kissed for the first time. I held myself steady and wanted him to lean into me. He did kiss me. Frogs leaped and plopped. Then silence. We did nothing wrong, but still, through the trees, camp counselors with flashlights corralled us. What I mean to say is, I wanted to be free, sleeping under a canoe, under a picnic table, under a skirted tree in the sky. Another night, we, all of us, campers and counselors, and yes, the one who wore his shorts too short and his legs spread wide, bedded down like deer in the meadow. We waited. I wanted the night and humidity, how it straddled me. The lake so flat where insects leaped, darkening light widened in circles across a thick tension. Maybe I didn't kiss him. So much of my childhood I remember I was good. I wasn't good. I was greedy. They say the aurora borealis is a once in a lifetime. I felt lucky after the giggling and nighthawks hurtling across the field and the fronded owls. After the dark became all there was, or very early, shimmering curtains dropped like spider silk from some point we all missed. A green and white dome shifted above our hatted heads, stretched tree line to tree line, an electric snow globe of pulsing light. Oohs and ahs flitted up like moths from our corncob row of sleeping bags in the grass. I was silent, cocooned in my down, silent to take in as much as possible and hold it all, light in my lungs, to make it mine or to make it me. What I mean to say is, in the face of such magnitude and needless revelation by the universe. Myself only 12. I was scared. All of it wouldn't be enough. The earth was heavy beneath my back. The sky was alive. The grass was damp with dew already. I had everything. Then the morning birds. So thank you very much. I think something we get from the night sky is looking up and thinking what's beyond us and what is other beyond us. So thank you.
Thank you again for trusting our creatives in this community with this really important climate-based messaging. I don't know if there's any questions.
What we'll do is hold any questions from the council until after the other presentation and town
Okay.
manager's report, and that shouldn't be more than 15 minutes if you'll stay.
Sounds good.
Yeah, thank you. And so the next and last presentation is on microtransit from our transportation manager, Alfred Knotts.
Yeah, and I'll
Dan?
I'll just offer a couple of lead-in comments. The timing of tonight's presentation is in anticipation of your budget discussions that will be occurring at your next meeting in April. And we wanted to provide an update on kind of what the status of the microtransit program is, and then provide some financial information to you all that hopefully you can be thinking about between now and the budget conversations a couple weeks from now, because you'll have decisions to make as to whether to maintain current levels of funding, whether to maintain current levels of service, because those are two different things. Service costs are going to go up, and we wanted to provide you some background on those topics. So Alfred will take it from there.
Thank you, Dan. Good evening, Your Honor. Members of Town Council, Alfred Knotts, Transportation Program Manager. And we just wanted to provide a snapshot here of kind of the overall pilot history. There's a lot of data in here, but we put together this table just because there's been a lot of variances in the levels of service, the types of funding, the funding sources, and everything. But we do want to point out some of the highlighted green data there. And that, kind of comparison analysis, and specifically the shared rides, cost per passengers, and even our estimation for end-of-year service. We have seen a downtick in some of the ridership during the winter. We've seen that across all of our partners also, so we are taking a harder look at that. But we are estimating our ridership out through the end of the year to be very close to what we had last year, as well as our average daily riders, close to about that 500 passenger. You will see the increase that we've achieved also in shared ride percentages, and then also our costs as well. And when we look at that, we try to see this correlation here. There is a fine tipping point of levels of service, shared rides. If we got up to, say, 100% of shared rides or a higher percentage of that, the wait times will start going up for other people as well. Our cost does come down. So we do look at kind of this sweet spot here. And if you've seen over the years of the data here, we've been able to kind of find a sweet spot in there as of right now. And that's one of the themes, I think, throughout this whole presentation, or just throughout the whole program, is there's really nothing broken with this system. We always look at ways to improve it, and look at what we can better do through feedback and through data to better improve the service and levels of service and customer service to our riders. So we have some year-over-year comparisons here too. You'll see as the light blue does show, we did see, that's where we do see that dip right now within that winter years right now. But again, as we report annually, or not annually, monthly at our Truckee North Tahoe Management Association, Transportation Management Association meetings, all of our partners within the area have seen some dips in ridership too. So we are going to take a look at that and kind of see what that correlation is. One thing that has come up also, both here and then just out in the community and within our own shop as well, is what is that latent demand out there? What is the demand that we're not meeting? Because people will look to see a ride time or wait times that are excessive and choose maybe not to enter the system or to use the system. And maybe they don't come back also. So there's some data that we're looking at also. So we have instituted this new question that we put on the app, that why do people do cancel. Sometimes, I mean, you'll look at it too, sometimes it's too quick for people, and it's too responsive, and they're not ready for the ride, or they don't need the ride anymore. So this is just a snapshot of that, but we are trying to build that into our informed decision making about how we can better improve the service, who's out there, maybe who was one of our initial pilot users that hasn't come back to the system, and try to delve into that a little bit more also. So kind of looking into that, there's also a sweet spot of that unmet or latent demand too, about how much do you put into the system. Obviously, if there's more demand and we get more vehicles out there, the cost is going to continue to increase as well. So that's kind of, as Dan mentioned, that's really the precursor to the April 22nd meeting that we'll be talking about a little more in depth. But wanted to give an overview of the current operations. I think everybody's kind of familiar with how this service is currently operating, but it is operated through a private contractor. And I'll highlight this in a little bit as well. But we do continue to have two different operators, one for our TART Connect system, and then that's Downtowner, that also operates on the South Shore and also on the North Shore for Placer County area. We have 9 vehicles at peak time, and we get reports on those daily too. So that's we deploy those during the peak times to meet those demands. And then we highlighted the contributions here of how the current CIP budget is funded. So this budget overview, the first column that you will see is the budget that was on the last slide, and the breakdown. We did get funding last year, or this current year, sorry, from our partners at both VTT through the TBID, and then also through Tahoe Forest Hospital. And then going forward, as Dan mentioned, the real question is that we're going to ask or look at as the April 22nd meeting is, do we budget at a level of funding that we have? Obviously, we always do that. But are we budgeting to meet the level of service that currently exists too? So if we use the budget that we're using in the current fiscal year right now, that level of service will most likely decline, because there will be anticipated cost increases coming up through the next contract, whether it's insurance, fuel cost, even driver cost. And then we've estimated to maintain the level of service right now, which is that 6:30 to 10 p.m. during the non-peak time, and then the 6:30 to 12 a.m. to the peak time. We've estimated that to be closer to the $2.9 million figure. So that's what would be contemplated or discussed coming up at the April 22nd meeting. Service efficiencies and modifications that we constantly consider here, and that we'll look at. We did, if you remember back in January, I know you've had a lot of things before you since that time, but we adopted the short-range transit plan during that time. And there are recommendations in there that we'll look at that now with additional funding and continuation of the program, that we can look at again at that continuous improvement. Are there areas that we can tweak things, such as creating a Glenshire on top of the hour zone versus a vehicle constantly kind of going out there just because of that deadhead time or that lead time for that vehicle to go pick up that one passenger, to look at some of those efficiencies. Maybe potentially a creation of a downtown core zone. That's kind of somewhat of a misnomer, because the downtown area does, way we've delineated it in the past, has been a little bit more over to the hospital as well as out to Brockway, but that accounts for about 60% of our ridership within that core. So would it make sense to put a vehicle within that core? Things that we would look at. Other reductions in service, potentially, depending on how the budget discussions go. Is there a time where we look at limiting day of use, a number of free rides per customers? Is there also a demand-based pricing as well during peak times? Do we charge a fare? Those types of things. It also can go back to looking at that latent demand that might free up some capacity for other folks that want to enter the system that might be willing to pay. But some things, again, we're just considering and we continue to look at. Something you might have seen outside is there's 2 new vehicles out there, some EV vehicles that were at the chargers out there. We did get 6 of those vehicles in the past couple of months, and those have been 100% grant funded. We received all of those title in hand. We will look to do a soft rollout with those with a variety of different services. Right now, we don't anticipate those rolling straight into our microtransit program under this current contract, because for them to insure them, the amount of vehicles we might need in terms of the 2-to-1 ratio, we don't know if that's really not going to save a lot of money right now, or any money, because they have to insure those vehicles also under that contract. But we would look to potentially roll those out as a soft rollout in terms of reducing GHGs, and also just to understand the mechanics of those, the ranges, and the charge times and all those things about how it will be better integrated into the system in the long run. And we even talked about just about an hour ago about rolling those out potentially in our dial-a-ride also, because that is a fixed, we know where that's going. We know what those trip distances will be. They're not out there doing a continuous loop. So that will reduce the risk within the range of those vehicles. The other thing, looking ahead, just to put on the radar, is, again, I mentioned we have 2 contracts, and we've continued to have 2 contracts through this pilot because we've continued to operate our fixed route service as well as our dial-a-ride service under our long-term contract that we had in place since 2020. But we've also had this contract with Downtowner to do the microtransit. That was not procured. It was procured with local procurement practices, but not federal. So we're under our timeline of the 5-year contract of our long-term contract with our fixed route services, and the other one coming up is to consolidate those, and that will be done over the next 1 to 2 years. It does require considerable amount of consultation with Caltrans and FTA, Federal Transit Administration, which is long anyway, and it probably will be longer lead time, given some of the circumstances with federal agencies. We will look at evaluate better integrating that dial-a-ride service into microtransit. Can we commingle those rides, giving priority to our ADA clients, of course, and then other opportunities to better integrate fixed route into microtransit. I know on the South Shore that they've set up a system where there's a buffer that where you can't book a certain ride for microtransit if it's served by fixed route. So it'll drive people to the fixed route to fill those seats in the more efficient manner. So some opportunities to look at that as well. I believe that's all my sites.
Yeah, and then just a concluding comment on the presentation. As the council's aware, the voters passed Measure E last November. It just went into effect April 1. What that did is to generate a 0.5 sales tax, a 0.5% sales tax increment that's available ultimately to you to designate to townwide priorities. From a legal standpoint, those funds can be used on any general government purpose. However, as a part of the the lead up to that effort and the communication with the public, we believe there was an expectation created that the bulk of that funding would be used for a combination of funding microtransit and allowing that service to continue. As Alfred mentioned, the prior microtransit service was funded through one-time money and a pilot programs where we were cobbling funds together from different sources, but it wasn't an ongoing funding stream. It was microtransit was set to expire as of June 30th of this year. With the fact that Measure E passed, that creates an opportunity for microtransit to continue. I think the other expectations that were created in the community related to Measure E was that some of that money would go to support housing programs, and some of that money would be used to support emergency response and wildfire preparedness. So when we talk about the amount of money to use in microtransit, we're kind of thinking about it from a standpoint of, there's this $3.5 to $3.75 million of Measure E money that's new money that's available to the town, and any dollar that's spent on microtransit is a dollar that's not going to be available to housing or to emergency preparedness and emergency response. So, these conversations that you'll be having as part of your budget related to, do we maintain microtransit at current funding levels, at current service levels, will have reciprocal effects on other priorities you have and how much money you have to put into those other priorities. So hopefully this is a good precursor for the budget, and then when we get to the end of the rest of the presentations, or all presentations, we could answer any questions that may be out there.
Thank you, Dan and Alfred. And now we'll just go to the town manager's report. And Hillary, will you be presenting that?
I will. However, given the robust agenda ahead of us, no updates this evening.
Okay. Do any of the council members have questions on either of the 2 presentations, starting with Lindsay Romek? None? Do you have any? Yes, you may. Yes, of course.
Kelly, where did you go, Kelly? I just wanted to thank you so much for all of your work. I think that dark skies is something that really came up for us just a couple of years ago, and it's so much more than just our night skies. It really is part of our cultural economy. And hearing from you, folks coming in from all of these different places and supporting our local cultural economy and the work that you all are doing and our local artists are doing to amplify that. Just thank you so much for that work. It impacts all of us. Thank you.
I have just two quick questions. One's for, well, they're both for Dan and or Alfred. Will we have time of use data when we're looking at this later on in the context of the budget? You mentioned possibly adjusting times.
The time of day during, yes,
Yeah,
we
time
do.
of
We,
day.
yes, we can put that together. We get that on a daily basis, but we will put that, we actually have that on our own tracking too, but we will bring that before you as well.
And then the graph of financial annual budgets for 24, 25, it didn't show anything for the hospital or VTTs.
Yeah, as of right now, we don't anticipate. There has been conversations and interests expressed by the hospital, and Mr. Owens was having those conversations. So we do have some interest from them. VTT, we have not had any discussions with them on continuing funding.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Kelly Cutler. That was a great presentation from Kelly and Kat. Now we'll move on to the consent calendar. There are 14 items on the consent calendar. On item 6.4, we received a comment and staff will communicate with the commenter, Tahoe Hub Housing. Tahoe
Housing Hub.
Yeah, thank you. And so staff will communicate with them. That'll stay on the consent calendar. Item 6.10 concerned a day center. And on that matter, 612 is the day center. Thank goodness I have other council members that keep me straight. 612, the day center we're going to put over. Daycare? Yeah. Daycare center. We're going to put that over to the next meeting. You want to add something?
To
Kat?
clarify, Mayor, I think staff's recommendation on 612 would be to adopt on consent. However, if council is interested in pulling that for further discussion, staff would recommend continuing it for a discussion item on a future agenda.
Okay, I'm going to
I
leave.
would support moving it forward, but maybe we need to take a vote on that.
Okay, I was getting ahead. So
Okay.
what I'll do now is ask, do council, any members of council want to pull an item? No. Okay, so then the motion, I think, is going to be to approve the consent calendar. Let me read, I have to read through it.
Do we want to see if any members of the public would like to pull an item?
Yes, thank you. And do any members of staff want to pull an item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, any members of the public wish to pull an item? Can you come up to the podium?
Hi, I'm Tyler. I was hoping to pull the same one you guys were just talking about, the 6.12. Is this essentially like public comment? I'm actually a little confused too.
Okay, I think what we'll do, if you want to pull it, I think what we'll do is continue it in light of the size of our agenda tonight. So we're going to put it over to another
I
date.
would, why don't we move forward with the consent agenda minus item 6.2? We can hear the public's comment and then decide whether or not there's a motion.
I'm fine with that.
Thank you.
Okay, let's do a motion on all the consent items.
I believe you need to read them.
Oh, I do, you're right, thank you.
And Mayor, to clarify, I believe the motion is intended to be all of the consent items except for 6.12.
Yeah. Okay, minutes from the March 25 regular meeting, reaffirming the council norms, lease to locals program review. 6.4 is the ADU creation forgivable loan program guidelines. 6.5 is the rooted renters program review and guidelines. 6.6 is the updated water bottle filling station grant guidelines. 6.7 is to approve the side letters with our Police Officers Association. 6.8 is the Cold Stream Phase 3 temporary trail and temporary snow storage easement abandonments. 6.9 is 2024 general plan implementation, adoption of ordinance 2025-02, development code amendments, the zoning map amendments, and the amendments to zoning district names and abbreviations. 6.2 is the State of California Low Carbon Transit Operations Program grant application authorization and adoption of Resolution 2025-19. 6.11 is approval of the 5-year on-call contract for event shuttles with Vail Corporation. And 6.12 is the contract authorization with One Love Child Care. 6.13 is the claim for damages against the town of Truckee. 6.14 is financial status update for the period ended February 28, 2025, purchase authority. And so we had a member of the public asking to pull 6.12. So with that one pulled, do I have
I'll
a motion?
move that we adopt the consent calendar excluding 6.12 per the public comment.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, let's take care of 6.12.
Tyler, you can come up.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's no staff presentation, and right now, we don't have any questions on the dais.
So is this like public comment, just so I'm clarifying too? Okay. So I know a couple of you guys in this room, but my name is Tyler Ross. I'm the owner of Playdate Preschool and School Age out in Glenshire. I'm also here tonight on behalf of Discovery Preschool, Little Gems, and about 3 other daycares that are also in Glenshire. I didn't know this was on my map. Sarah, I love you. But actually, my biggest part about this is that it's, I look at it as it's kind of that beginning part of town trying to figure out how to work with childcare, like what's going on. And I liked I believe in that there's a different way to do this. There's a couple other comparable communities to Truckee who have gone through the same issue. What does it look like when real estate prices go up, pushes a lot of local workforce housing out, and then how does childcare kind of work into this? And so what I kind of saw was that I appreciate the pilot, but I'm hoping we can make potentially the revisions and something in time so that it aligns up with when Sarah's opening too. But it's a little bit more collective, if that makes sense. And I can definitely help bridge the gap and bring all the owners and directors of different ECs in Truckee together so we can sit with town to kind of create something else that's a little bit, it's similar to what you guys have, but hopefully just expand the discussion a little further. And so tonight I'm just asking, instead of approving it, but possibly push it back for another revision so that we can all get a chance to sit down together to help refine this a little bit differently. I don't know if you guys have questions for me back, but yeah, that's kind of just my comments for this point.
Thank you, Tyler.
I appreciate you guys.
Before we come up on the dais, let me check with staff. Do you have any positions on this right now?
Again, staff's recommendation would be if council would like to discuss this, to continue this to a future meeting, given the number of topics we have ahead of us tonight.
Okay.
But we would like to clarify that if we are moving it forward, we're not committing to we don't have capacity right now to do a robust public discussion before the next meeting. So we aren't committing to that. We would be committing to bring it as a discussion item at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you. And so, Lindsay, do you have any comments on this?
Can I ask the Tyler, public commenter, do you mind just coming back up here? I guess, yeah, and we did, I think all of us saw the public comment from your preschool and the others, but I guess you were saying a conversation, you liked some of the ideas, just hoping to be more inclusive of additional daycares, or I guess trying to understand what you would hope the outcome.
So I looked at Aspen a long time ago, and because I looked at them as being a little bit ahead of us, and after they kind of went through what we've been in, what happened with childcare, and it became a conversation with the city about how to work together in order to help local workforce and also with ECE providers to basically create a relationship so that it's a working community of ECE providers and local workforce while we're also helping support like our much larger like growth goals. And so it's I think kind of what's or what it looks like right now is that it definitely I understand where it's One Love, and One Love and Sarah is going for she's helping an entirely different need that even I'm 2 to 5 years old, whereas she's looking at expanding in infants. I'm not even in infants, and infants is a huge part of this town. But between the other providers that are also in town, I think that's where it's just opening up that conversation to how Town of Truckee wants to work with all the EC providers. Does that make sense?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Klostad.
I would actually like to support moving this forward. I really want to commend staff for their creative approach to this, and I just want to share with the community that this is potentially a blueprint for future agreements and cooperative actions like this. So we're kind of going out on a limb and trying something new. I encourage other agencies to do the same and child care providers to approach those agencies to consider the same. But I don't want to limit or restrict or confine our ability to accomplish this for our staff by postponing it. So I would like to move to approve this agenda item.
Okay. And now to Councilmember Henderson.
Childcare is so essential to our community members and to the employees here at Town Hall. I have an 8-year-old. We're past childcare at this point, but I know how incredibly hard it is, and the work that all of our childcare providers do is it is truly so impressive, and you do it leading with your hearts in this most amazing way. I really want to provide this to our town employees. I don't want to be held up, and at the same time, because we don't have some of the other providers here, it sounds like you do have a desire for a conversation. As staff mentioned, we don't have capacity to necessarily do sort of robust outreach before, we have another meeting in just a couple of weeks, right? We meet twice a month. But I would be willing to entertain having it come as a discussion item to council instead of on consent, so that we can have a broader discussion. I know we simply don't have the time for that this evening with the incredibly stacked agenda that we have.
And just consider that our next meeting is the budget meeting, so it wouldn't be for a month.
Mayor, if I
That's
may,
true.
I
Thank you.
believe we had a motion from Councilmember Klostad. Do we want to
did
see if we had a second on that? I apologize, I missed that.
Councilmember Pallavi, did you just,
I'm sorry, I missed the motion too, but if we have a motion, we have to vote on it.
sure. Do I have a second? Did you get here in time, Dave?
Yeah, I did. Can I just ask a quick clarifying question before we make a motion on the second? So just as a matter of, I heard the agenda item, I've gotten my information, and my question was, did you guys discuss the both availability of at existing daycares? Because as far as I understood, there's no openings at existing daycares in the near future. Wait lists are 1 year plus long. And so that was one of the issues that why we were sort of moving this forward with a new daycare. So I just wanted to clarify that before I second that motion, potentially.
What we're trying to do is avoid a deep dive. Either we approve the contract or we put it over to a later date.
Can I ask a question of staff? Because yes, Councilmember Pallavi, we did not discuss that. And Nikki, I heard you say we don't have capacity to be doing anything for our next council meeting. What would be a viable next date that we'd be able to have a discussion on this? Does staff have an idea?
I think we could have a discussion. Is that staff doesn't have the capacity to do like a robust, community, convene the stakeholders, Truckee process on this. I would like to say that we were very focused on just finding capacity for town employees. I recognize that it is a town-wide issue, and we have, people across our community need help, and it's such a worthy effort. And maybe we can break these two issues apart and add an item to our work plan bench. What do we call it? The workbench for potential work. Bike rack, that's what it is. To potentially explore the issue on a broader sense, and to answer Councilmember Pallavi's question really quickly. The reason we targeted a newer business is that we did not want to push anybody off of an existing wait list and to prioritize a town staff person. So by partnering with a new business, that gave us a unique opportunity for her to kind of start off with creating the capacity for town staff without pushing anybody out, because that's not what we want to do. We don't want to exacerbate the problem at any other daycares. So just a quick answer to that.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that was kind of where I was going with it. In some of my questions, I was just trying to get to the bottom of all of that. And so I would second Councilmember Klostad's motion, and B, I just, again, want to reiterate what Councilmember Henderson said. You're all extremely appreciated. The service you provide is obviously in high demand and low supply. It's super well needed. And I think this is just kind of a start. And as capacity arises and moves forward, there'll be additional opportunities similar to what Councilmember Klostad said about other agencies, school districts. How do we have that bigger conversation and create proper zoning and, have all of the things that all of the daycares need? Because that's been another issue, is some of our zoning doesn't work with all the daycare opportunities that seem to pop up. So I would summarize, second that, and also push to a future opportunity to have future discussions as our capacity allows.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
I would like to make one comment, and I know after a second we can have a discussion. Is that all right, Mayor?
Go ahead.
Just real quick. I'm going to vote yes and support moving forward, because we do know that we have staff members in need. But I did want to acknowledge Tyler and our other daycares and preschools in our community. I think, Nikki's idea of putting this in the bike rack and having a broader discussion that was in our general plan update is to support childcare. So I did just want to acknowledge, I think this is a first step. I have a 4.5-year-old who goes to another preschool in town. So I fully understand, the need. So I just wanted to put that out there on record.
Thank you.
So did the motion include adding it to the bike rack per Nikki's strategy? Because I think that's a really nice compromise. Just to clarify the motion.
My motion did not.
Did not. I think we could do that when we get to the work plan. Bring it up.
Can I amend the motion to specifically include that?
I think that's a good work plan discussion.
That's my same feeling too. Let's talk about it in the work plan.
Okay.
Which is coming up.
I think it's a fait accompli, but let's. Okay, so the motion is to approve staff's recommendation and have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we'll move on to the discussion items. 7.1 is the Edmonds Loft. Okay, who's starting us off? David?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Zabriskie, Vice Mayor Klostad, and Council Members Henderson, Pallavi, and Romack. Tonight, Edmonds Loft agenda item represents one more step in the process of bringing much-needed new workforce housing to the town of Truckee. This past January, if you recall, Council approved moving forward with a public-private partnership with a selected builder developer, and that team was Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern. And since January, staff and the development team have been meeting and collaborating on the project program, the project plans, the conceptual design, and the preliminary deal points of a disposition and development agreement, a DDA, which we'll be talking about this evening. Edmonds Loft, as a reminder, is very much a pilot project. And like all pilot projects, they're designed to test new ideas, new ways of doing things from a planning standpoint. And this is particularly important when you think about this small constrained site that was originally designed for, essentially a single-family home, but now will be accommodating high-density multifamily housing. So the process is providing some valuable insights to the planning staff and insights into new opportunities and the constraints that our development code poses when you overlay onto a small constrained site like this. We've got the full team here tonight to walk you through the agenda item, including myself, Adam Peterson, Scott Mathot, and Hillary. And the development team is here as well, Brian Helm, Hayes Parsibach, and Blair Porteous, and they'll be speaking and walking you through a little bit of the design concept. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Adam, to walk you through the specifics.
All right. Well, thank you, David. And good evening, Mayor Zabriskie, members of the Truckee Town Council. As David mentioned, I'm Adam Peterson from the Planning Division, and I'm here to present the preliminary project design and the disposition and development agreement for the Edmonds Lofts Workforce Housing Project. The action before council tonight is to review and provide direction on the Edmonds Loft project design and to authorize the town manager to enter into a development and disposition agreement with Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern. This is the developer and builder of the project. As council is aware, and as David mentioned in his great introduction, Edmonds Loft is a really unique public-private partnership. This is a pilot program with the intent to develop a town-owned site with affordable housing. It's an undeveloped site surrounded by residential development that's walkable to schools, to Meadow Park, and has an availability of public services. Since the selection of Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern as the developer builder for the project, town staff has worked collaboratively with Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern on the project design to understand the opportunities, the constraints, and the trade-offs for development of a 12-unit housing project on a small site measuring approximately 1/3 of an acre, as well as to work through the preliminary terms of the disposition and development agreement. As council evaluates the staff report and presentation tonight, staff is requesting feedback and council deliberation related to 7 key questions. The first 2 questions are similar, and that is, what is council's feedback and support for maximizing housing density on a site through a planned development approach? I wanted to note that a planned development approach is essentially a zoning overlay that the town's development code affords projects, and it affords projects the opportunity to not necessarily waive development standards, but to adjust development standards. And the overall intent of this planned development approach, like I said, is not to disregard development standards, but it's to allow innovation in site planning and other aspects of project design that would otherwise make a project infeasible. The third option for council to evaluate tonight is the support for deed restricting 2 units at 80% of the area median income, or AMI, and the remaining 10 units up to 180% of AMI. The fourth item for the council to consider is that to approve the planned development overlay, there needs to be a community benefit. And town council needs to consider whether deed restricting these 10 units up to 180% of AMI with a rent capped at affordability for 120% of AMI with the first right of occupancy granted to qualifying tenants at the same AMI constitutes a community benefit. The next item for council to consider tonight is that there's 3 options with respect to the affordability requirements. The first option is a deed restriction amendment, and what that does is basically it's a clause in the deed restriction to allow the 10 units at up to 180% of AMI with the rent capped at affordability for 120% of AMI, with the first right of occupancy to be granted to qualifying tenants at 120% of AMI. The second option is a credit program. This is essentially a program where other projects that are being developed in the town of Truckee could purchase affordable housing credits for Edmunds Lofts, and Edmunds Lofts would then deed restrict those units voluntarily. The third option for council to consider is a combination program, and this is a program that would combine credits and the deed restriction for new housing development administered by the Sierra Business Council. Items 6 and 7 for council to consider tonight are direction on parking, including but not limited to the number of spaces provided on the site, as well as the covered parking requirements, and support for deal points and direction in the disposition and development agreement. At this point, I'd like to turn the presentation over to Blair Porteous with Sage Modern. He's going to walk through the project design and some of the architectural features. Blair will present from the podium there.
Thank you, council members, member of the public. My name is Blair Porteous. I'm with Sage Modern. We're the part of the development team and working on the design aspect of it. So as our colleagues in the planning department have mentioned, we are working with a very small site at 1/3 acre, and we're trying to maximize the amount of workforce housing and affordable housing that we can bring to Truckee while also managing the constraints of the site. What you see in front of you here is basically the site plan with the building in the upper left-hand corner and then the parking along the southern boundary. We've designed it to be 12 units, 6 studios and 6 one-bedrooms, and then there'd be 14 parkings with 12 of those dedicated to the 12 units and 2 of them being guest parking, as well as in compliance with ADA parking. This is a typical floor plan where we have 2 one-bedrooms on the left-hand side, or sorry, 3 one-bedrooms on the left-hand side, and then 1 studio apartment. On the first floor, there will be all studios. And so this is the typical second and third floor. The one-bedroom apartments are going to be about 550 square feet on average, and the studios are going to be approximately 442 square feet. These are some initial renderings of the project. The site has a slope going from the south to the north. It's been designed such that the studios are on the ground floor to accommodate the upsloping behind it, so it takes up the grade. And so if you go to the next slide, or the one after that, and I'll come back to this. So from the existing apartment, people that live to the north, it will look like a 2-story structure because of the grade. If you go back one more slide. We've also worked to design some carports so that all the 14 parking spaces are under cover. And this is kind of the overall design concept to be kind of with the design aesthetic of Truckee with lots of wood and dark woods and so on. Everyone will have private balconies either on the exterior or on the front of the building. As I said before, we've worked with town planning, engineering to kind of, there's give and take with everything on this with the planned development. We've tried to look at it with the perspective of trying to get as many units that we can for affordable housing in Truckee while trying to accommodate the other aspects like parking and snow storage and so on. So we will be available for any questions that the council or the public have afterwards.
Great. Thank you, Blair. So the overall goal with the project design is to provide livable, affordable workforce dwelling units in the town of Truckee. But the challenge that's faced is maximizing the number of livable, affordable workforce dwelling units while also satisfying as many development code requirements and public improvement and engineering standards as possible. So as mentioned, a mechanism afforded by the development code is not necessarily a waiver of development standards, but it's an adjustment to development standards. Preliminarily, and again, I want to stress this point that this is just preliminarily. The project plans are not finalized at this point, but preliminarily, the development standards that town staff and the applicant anticipate being adjusted include those to setbacks, site coverage, open space, as well as parking. As Blair mentioned, there's 14 spaces that are proposed on the site. That's 1 space per dwelling unit, along with the provision of 2 guest parking spaces. The applicant or Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern have proposed that those parking spaces be in a carport instead of fully enclosed. At the same time as we are working through site design as well as adjustments to development standards, town staff and Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern are working to find solutions related to engineering requirements for snow storage as well as stormwater. So to proceed with the planned development, a project would need to meet one of these four mandatory project features for a community benefit. The first one is that a minimum of 25% of the dwelling units be affordable to households of very low, or moderate income. Item 2 and 3 deals with energy efficiency. Either they need to have a gold rating energy efficiency or achieve a certain level in the leadership and environmental design classification, or a greater energy efficiency than that required by the California Building Code. The fourth mandatory project feature, again, and I want to specify that the project would have to meet one of these. The potential fourth feature is that the project would need to provide an amenity beyond that required by the development code. The development code in this section for planned developments gives examples of what those amenities are, and those include public gathering spaces that are on site, plazas, or parks. It does not specify what exactly though that public amenity is, but again, it's more in the form of a plaza or an open space or a park that's available to the public. With respect to the project affordability and the PD requirements or the planned development requirements, the deed restricted units through the new housing development program administered by the Sierra Business Council may not necessarily satisfy the 25% of the affordable unit requirement. And so what we see is that technically there's the potential that a third unit in the 80% AMI category would be needed to meet the 25% standard. So as identified in question number 4 for council's consideration, the policy and code interpretation for council is whether or not there's a community benefit, thereby satisfying the planned development requirements for deed restricting 10 units up to 180% AMI, with the rent capped at affordability for 120% AMI, with the first right of occupancy granted to qualifying tenants at the same AMI. With respect to the affordability or the affordable flexibility considerations for council, again, there's 3 options being considered for the affordability component of the project. The first is basically a clause to allow a deed restricted amendment. And again, that's to adjust the 10 units that are deed restricted to be marketed at 180% AMI if the units are not rented to qualifying tenants. And this is, again, is a key policy question for council, similar to that identified in the other slide, is does council believe this satisfies the planned development community benefit requirement? Option 4, again, to reiterate to council, is that other projects can purchase credits from the Edmonds Lofts, where Edmonds Lofts would then deed restrict these units voluntarily. This would not go through the deed restriction for new housing development program, and instead it would be compensated by a third party or other developer for the rights to deed restrictions in the Edmonds Loft project. And again, option 3 for council's consideration is a combination of the credits program as well as a deed restriction for new housing development program administered by the Sierra Business Council. Another provision of the development code related to this project that staff wanted to bring to council's attention is that new multifamily projects are subject to the objective design standards in chapter 18.25 of the development code. Review of the preliminary plans indicates that not every objective design standard would be satisfied by the project, given the size of the site, given the affordability, given economic considerations. So an option afforded by projects is to request flexible design review, which is an evaluation of the project under the design guidelines afforded in chapter 18.24.
Can I interrupt you just for a moment, Adam, and allow people to come up and sit in the chairs? Just for a second. It's just a little bit of a distraction. I encourage people to come up and sit down, and now would be a good time. We still have, surprisingly, the front row is empty. Thank you. You broke the ice. Okay, thank you, Adam. Why don't you go ahead now?
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Zabriskie. So again, just to quickly go over this, again, Chapter 18.25, new multifamily projects are subject to the objective design standards in Chapter 18.25. The Development Code, again, allows for a provision where projects can come in and request flexible design review. What that does is that says that projects can then be subject to Chapter 18.24, which are the design guidelines. Those are very objective in interpretation. I think it's important to note that town staff and the project applicant are working collaboratively to come as close as possible to meeting all objective design standards. And the objective is to satisfy those standards that are related to site safety, site functionality. I think it's also important to note that Edmonds Lofts would be the first project to request flexible design review. Again, it gets back to the point that David made at the very beginning, where this is very much a pilot project that the town is exploring. And again, like I said, this is the first project that, at least preliminarily, it appears that the flexible design review process would be requested as part of the town's review of the project. So in summary, what does the draft disposition and development agreement do? What the draft disposition and development agreement does is that basically articulates the transfer of property from the town to Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern, and it memorializes the mutual agreements about project expectations. The draft deal points that are identified on the screen before the council tonight are consistent with those that were circulated in the RFIQ earlier this year. However, these deal points have been refined basically to be specific to the project in front of the council. I'm going to spare the council reading all 7 of the deal points. But the key point is, again, that these deal points are consistent with those that were circulated in the RFIQ. So following selection of Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern and working through the project design, there were supplemental deal points that were identified and are proposed for the development and disposition agreement. Running through these rather quickly, these are that there would be at least one parking space per dwelling unit, and that the builder would do their best effort to provide a covered carport. 2 dwelling units would be in the 80% AMI range, and then the remaining would have a net rent cap at 120% of AMI, with the flexibility to market these units at 180% of AMI. The project, again, would either need to meet the objective design standards in Chapter 18.25 or go through the flexible design review process and be subject to the design guidelines and the objective design guidelines in Chapter 18.24. The plan development request would obviously be subject to meeting the mandatory features of a plan development. The land would be purchased at fair market value, subject or as determined by an independent appraiser, and the town would take the lead on the community engagement process, as well as a contribution of staff resources and time, and capping the entitlement fees for the project. So again, I won't read through these items for council. I think at this point, they are familiar for the council. But again, we're just looking for feedback on maximizing housing density and use of a PD zone, support for the deed restriction at 80%, whether or not council believes that there is a community benefit of deed restricting 10 units up to 180% of AMI. And then the 5th item, again, is what is council's interest in flexibility for the affordable requirements, with 3 potential options for council to evaluate. And the last 2 items are direction on parking, including but not limited to the number of spaces and the coverage, as well as support for the deal points and the direction of the DDA. So with that said, in conclusion, staff's recommendation is that council review and provide direction on the preliminary design for the 12-unit workforce housing project and authorize the town manager to enter into a development and disposition agreement with Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern. I want to thank the council for their consideration of these items. I recognize that the breadth of topics being covered or the breadth of items for council to consider and address tonight is large. And so what I've done is that the subsequent slides after council questions are available. We can walk through those items one after the other, just to sort of keep things on point and on focus. Because I know that there's a lot of, all seven, there's quite a bit of breadth there. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Do you have a single slide that shows all 7 of the points you identified for council's consideration?
I do not have a single slide. We tried to break that up.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right. Can you go to slide number 19 and just put it on the screen? And what we're going to do is start with council questions, then we'll go to public comment, and then we'll come back for deliberation. We'll start with council member Pallavi.
And looks like, do you guys want your whole team up there, or maybe just one? Because I think some of my questions are going to be for the development team. So if you guys want to all be up there, great.
Ready and willing.
Okay, cool. You can just answer them all yourself. Awesome. Thank you, guys. Good presentation. Once again, excited to see this project in front of us. Okay, my questions are pretty much all for you guys. So what regulatory, so let me actually go backwards one step really quickly. Why the 180? Are you concerned that the supply of renters in the 120 and lower bracket is going to be more limited because it doesn't change your income pro forma to keep the rent capped? So I guess I'm confused there. Why you think you need to go to 180?
I think first off, that structure is sort of already memorialized in the SBC town program. But I think it really is anchored in preserving project feasibility and viability. And so the goal really is to have rents at roughly for the non 80% units. The rents would be roughly 100% as we have them pro forma'd, but there's, gives us flexibility for those rents to float up to 120 as necessary to allow for project feasibility. And then it gives a priority on the rental and income qualification basis to go up to 180 as necessary, but with preference for below 120. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because so if you were at 120 AMI income level, 30% of that is going to be less. So your pro forma, so basically what you're looking to get in a rental rate has the opportunity to go up at a 180. That's what I'm trying to wrap my head around.
So the rents are capped. We have 2 capped at 80%, and we have 10 capped at 120%. So the rent could never go above 120% of affordable standards. We sort of borrowed because originally the land was going to be sort of provided, and now we're going to purchase it instead and utilize the SBC administered program, which sort of had that 120 rent limit and the 180 qualification. We sort of liked that structure because we're fixing it so early in the process. And I think we've all sort of seen some projects around town that sort of got built and then sort of struggled to find qualified renters. I mean, the Village at Grays is sort of still in that sort of limbo territory. And so we wanted the ability to sort of prioritize 120, but if we're out there trying to find people and we can't find people that are qualified to go into that, to not be sort of stuck and have a built unit that we couldn't find qualified renters for. We don't think that is at all a likely scenario, but life's about uncertainty right now, and so we're trying to manage that.
We're going to start with that theme, huh? What mechanism do you anticipate using to verify all of that? I guess is going to be one of our big concerns here, right? Because we're putting this project in front of the community. It's a first time, and by the way, applaud to all of you guys for being here with us for the first time. Super important. But what mechanism do we anticipate using so that this doesn't fall on a resource constrained staff here, or, we're checking different things? Help me out there.
Yeah, and Blair's been through it, so he can explain the process.
Yeah, I mean, in essence, the town has a process for us to qualify every year the tenants that are there. And it'll be through that very similar process where we present the documentation of each tenant and their qualifications, their income levels, and the rent, and then that's verified on an annual basis. And obviously will be verified on the initial basis as well.
Yeah, I guess what my more concern, it'll be verified on the initial basis.
And annually.
And yeah, annually I'm aware of, but I guess that's when we're asking for that 3-month window. That's the question I'm specifically getting to, was the 3-month window of when basically, you can't find tenants at 120 and then decide to go to 180. Like, where's that going to happen? Or is it not? It's just going to happen annually, and you guys are going to take care of that. And when I say you guys, I apologize, because my next question was going to be, who do you anticipate managing the property, and how will it be managed? And will the rental applications go through that management company, or how will that all move forward?
So kind of address that.
Blair.
So
thank you.
So our intentions are similar to what we've done at the Project Industrial Way, where we have a local property manager, Truckee Tahoe Housing, and then we're also going to go with the Truckee Tahoe Workforce Housing Agency, as working with them to kind of assist us in kind of identifying qualified candidates, and we're partnering with them, and that will be the process for kind of the operation side, and then onboarding new tenants and qualifying new tenants and making sure we're in compliance with the requirements. So those two agencies, one's the property manager and one's the housing agency.
Okay.
Councilmember Pallavi, if I may interject, under the deed restriction program that the town runs and is administered by SBC, we have a process for essentially the property owner or manager would submit the information on the qualified tenant, and we verify that. So we already do have a system in place to ensure that the tenants who are being put forward meet the qualifications.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So totally ready to, well, not quite ready. One more quick question. On the credit question and the ability to do credits. So affordable housing credits, we've talked about this. This has sort of been, I think, sort of like simmering in the background for 10 plus years in this community. We don't have a housing land trust. We don't have a third party to manage this. And currently the town doesn't have a plan to even embark upon this, and it's not in our work plan. So with all three of those bullets known, do you still want us to contemplate the concept of allowing for housing credits, even if it takes 2 years plus?
One question on that, because that was a lot. Was when we sort of, because there's been a lot, I mean, town staff's been doing a ton of work on sort of surveys and defining this with just the broader community. And we sort of brought this idea up in our conversation with one of the staff members, and they're kind of like, well, code already sort of allows you to deed restrict on behalf of another project. And so we sort of went with being like, maybe the code already allows it. If you're saying no, council wouldn't allow another developer to sort of say, you guys deed restrict this for me, then yeah, we don't want to go down a road that we couldn't unlock for a couple of years. We just sort of floated it as an idea for you guys to consider in the future.
Yeah, I think if there was an active project ready to move, maybe, but we still have never done it before.
Yeah, code does allow it, is my understanding, and one of our planners will correct me if that's incorrect. We don't have, it's not something that has been actively used. We don't have a sort of robust tracking system in place.
Okay.
The one case in which something similar was used was in the rail yard development, where the artist lofts units essentially filled the credit for future development for their workforce housing requirements.
Right.
And I would
think
just
that's
say
a little different.
The rationale for it was that the SBC program only had sort of a certain amount of money given to it to sort of do the initial program. And so in the spirit of sort of trying out a bunch of different things, we wanted to explore it because we don't want this to be a one and done for us of bringing you guys workforce projects. We want to bring you more units to consider. And so that was just another vehicle in it. But if the feeling is that it's, no, we'd have to go through and adopt something in a bunch of code review and a program, then I would say, well, let's table that.
Park that. Yeah. Cool. That's might be one of my recommendations. Snow storage on site.
Snow storage is going to comply.
Snow storage is going to comply. Great.
Thanks to Scott and
Good
his
job, Scott.
iterative conversation with us. We appreciate it.
Awesome. And covered parking is still a question, or we think we're there?
It's planned and done.
Cool.
We haven't bid it yet. So we haven't, we're assuming it's about $150,000, $200,000, but I don't know, it might be $500,000. So it's in this new world of steel. So,
and did we get to storage lockers or storage space?
Yeah,
and that is in the site plan. I wasn't quite able to get there.
It's actually in the floor plan.
Okay.
There's site lockers on each landing.
Perfect.
And they're about 13 square feet, and they'll be full height lockers. And then the lower floor units will have lockers in the area that we're taking up grade behind them. So,
Great.
Yes.
And in that other sort of figurative site plan, there's bike parking. Yeah, go back to that one, the one slide before, Adam. Yeah. Do we have bike parking anywhere in this one?
That's meant to be on the ground floor of the stair towers, that there'll be hooks along that wall.
Creative.
And then as you go up
Great.
each landing, that's where the lockers are for each unit to have ski storage, bike storage.
Each unit will have its own locker, or one locker per floor?
No, each unit will have its own.
Its
so
own
there's
locker.
4 per floor.
And you created exterior space for each unit.
Yes.
Bravo.
Yeah, what Blair and Paul did was
Good job,
take
Blair.
the 3 interior units on the ground floor and put those forward facing.
No further questions. Thank you.
While we're on
Good
the
job.
site plan, I wanted to point out that I think a couple of edits on the presentation. I think the front setback, 20 feet, and side setbacks, 10 feet.
Those are the requirements.
Those are the requirements, not what is being
The
proposed.
proposed are the
Not
same
under
as
the
what we saw on
PD.
the slide.
Correct. Just wanted
Okay.
to clarify on the baseline.
Awesome. Thank you, guys. I'm good.
Now we'll turn to Council Member Romack.
Thank you. I have a few questions for staff and some questions for you guys. And I will disclose after the meeting where we moved forward with working with this team, I did have a conversation with Brian. So just wanted to put that out there. But I appreciate some of the things we talked about, including covered parking, storage, have been incorporated. So appreciate that. Question for staff. Adam, I think I heard you mention the credit program. They would deed restrict units voluntarily for credits. I guess it's my understanding that this whole project has to be deed restricted. So they wouldn't be deed restricting it voluntarily because it already has to be deed restricted. I was trying to understand that.
I think by voluntarily, what is meant there is that there would be no payment from the town for that deed restriction. So the model of using the town's deed restriction program is they would purchase the land at market value and then go through the town program where we would pay the value that we pay through for a deed restriction, which is 16% of appraised value. Under this alternative, the town would make no payment and they would have the opportunity to sell the credit for that deed restriction to another developer.
Just to clarify the clarification, I think what we're saying is the workforce restriction is in place regardless. That's
correct.
And
So
what-
the two 80% AMI units are required to meet the inclusionary requirement. So there would be no payment for that, and that's not something that they could sell credit for.
And I guess it was my understanding in approving moving forward with the developer that we are already committing to deed restricting them at 180, but I'm hearing not, I guess, trying to understand.
We've always contemplated all of the units being deed restricted. The model has shifted a bit from what we were originally discussing, where we were discussing the town giving the land at no cost. And now for a variety of reasons, determined it makes more sense for the developer to purchase the land first and then go through a deed restriction program following that.
Okay, thank you. have there been other projects in the past that have met the community benefit requirement through non-public spaces? I heard Adam, you say that's typically what it is.
I'm actually going to refer that question to Town Planner Jenna Gatto, just because I don't have the history or the background to be able to answer that.
Sorry, other projects that use plan. Oh, that's a long list. You want, or just housing projects, or?
So other projects have been able to satisfy the community benefit through housing or non-plaza park sort of.
Yeah, there's a range of options, and some have gotten more creative, and others have just used the standard list.
Okay, so it wouldn't be out of the norm to be creative on community benefit. Okay.
You could go creative on it, and it's ultimately the Planning Commission's discretion to approve the public benefit commensurate with the deviations that are requested by the developer.
Okay, thank you. To the development team, and I think, Brian, you were just kind of saying this in an answer. It sounds like the deed restriction for new development program that is being run through SBC, that would not be enough to cover the.
Plenty for this project.
I guess is the 16% / up to 110,000 per unit. Would that not be enough to make your units pencil, and that's why you're looking at?
No, we're not proposing to change those percentages. I was more saying future projects, like that's only going to be able to be used for 20 or 30 units, and so we hope to do a lot more than just 20 or 30 units. So I was talking more future tense on other projects. It's perfectly adequate for this project.
Okay, and so if could you do the project with just 10 of the units in that program with no credits, or would you need? I guess that's what I saw that it was both.
No, yeah, I mean, we can do it with just the SBC program. Really, the other options were ones where we're kind of exploring other things. And so, just sort of being fully open book about what we were looking at is that the SBC program probably is somewhere in the $30,000 to $40,000 per unit is what that 16% equates to. And there's very little risk to that, right? You sort of sign up for the program, they accept you, you build the project, they deed restrict it, and we then they give us the credit money. The reason we were looking at the being able to sell to other developers is that their in lieu fee is going to be somewhere in the $96,000 range, and so there's potentially more value to unlock in the sort of by marketing to other developers, but there's risk associated with it, right? Because there might not be a developer that needs one for 5 or 6 years or maybe never. And so we were just sort of playing around with, okay, there's potentially more money out there from private sources, but there's risk associated with it, but that might unlock feasibility on other projects. And so that was the mental calculus we were going through. But if there's sort of more complexity than we were thinking there was, then it can sort of be tabled for future ideas.
Thank you.
Yeah, and maybe if I can just add, I think part of it was clearly the intent is that all 10 of those non-80% units would be deed restricted as proposed, but that preserving flexibility for those various programs as we move forward. We're developers, we like more flexibility. So I think our, comment or my comment to Jen when we discussed this was, if we have more flexibility into other programs, it gives us more levers to pull without having to come back to council to try to get the project to a place of feasibility and construction.
Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. Well, a lot of questions have already been asked, including in the Q&A document that's in public comment. So just a couple. The preference for, and this is to the development team, thank you for being here tonight. The preference for the 120% AMI qualification before you move to 120 or 180%. I think the staff report said example 3 months. Is that sort of what's being proposed, that units would be held for 3 months, try to be rented to those who qualify at 120%, and after 3 months or 90 days, you're then proposing that you'd move to 180% for qualification, but keeping the rent cap at 120?
Yeah, I think our intention was to try and make it as simple as possible and not have to keep coming back to council and be like, hey, we tried this, can we go try that? Like, so I think with Jen and staff, we sort of were coming to you guys with sort of the concept, but maybe not it fully baked in an understanding. I mean, we expect that we're going to start marketing these for rent, 6 months before that we're done, and we're going to have a very good idea well before certificate of occupancy if we can find qualified renters. I'd be willing, if I'm a betting person, which I will be right now, I would be willing to bet we'll be able to find people, at 100% or below that qualify. So we didn't really have a fully baked answer to your question. Our intention was that, we're going to be out a long time before C of O to go do that. 60 days, we're going to know whether we got those or not.
Okay, so not proposing necessarily a specific time frame. It's just, hey, some sort of time frame, give some flexibility, like you've been talking about a little bit.
One that with a straight face, we can come to staff and say, we've been trying. Here's the 100 applications we received, and none of them are qualifying at this rate. Can we go to a higher?
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. And then just two other questions, and I think I'm going to turn back over to staff. I just wanted to make sure I'm really clear. So the RFIQ specified that the development shall include a mix of affordability levels, including low, moderate, and achievable, with 25% of the residential units to be allocated to low-income households up to 80% of Nevada County's AMI. I know we're at 12 units, but just I'm making sure I'm clear. 2 are proposed at 80% AMI, not 3. Okay. And then the last question, just for clarity on community benefit option 1, the deed restriction amendment. We would be paying for sort of achieving that community benefit, right? If it goes through the SBC deed restriction program. I mean, that's a investment that we're making, and I guess sort of my question, maybe it's for later in deliberation, is does that sort of meet the intent of community benefit as we've defined it if town is the one providing the incentive for that community benefit? And I think that's probably a big policy discussion. So maybe it's not a question, it's sort of a question.
That is a policy question. I think the way that staff has been seeing the potential community benefit is that the program that we operate to deed restrict units caps the units at 180 AMI, and the developer is proposing to give first right of refusal to a lower level AMI. So it's sort of that incremental benefit that would be the community benefit.
Have we ever, does that meet sort of, and we'll talk about that, I guess, in deliberation, but have we used that before as a community benefit for a project, as a defined community benefit, fitting within our definition of community benefit?
The deed restriction program is a new program, so no, we have not used that specifically.
Can I make one comment on that? Sorry, I know the question wasn't directed to us.
Please go ahead.
I think we sort of fully understood we were asking somewhat of a policy question with the way we're proposing it. And we sort of hope to have a conversation around these types of projects by sort of getting to the point that says the project itself becomes the community benefit, because they're really hard. Like we're really excited about doing this with the town. We love every meeting we've had, but they're really, really hard to do these without big, 7-figure subsidies from the state and things like that. And our goal when we started this was to make it a repeatable process that required as little public support as we could and still achieve the public goal. And so without sounding flip about it, we hope to sort of make the conversation that the act of doing these projects that are all workforce housing, locals housing focused, become the community benefit. So sorry if that sounds sort of smart alecky.
No, it doesn't. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Excellent questions from my fellow council members. So I only have a couple other. This is just for our future deliberation. If we were to require the full number of parking spaces for our development code, how many units would we lose? And I understand that there's kind of a ratio there. You take away numbers and it takes away parking spaces. Can you give us kind of an impact factor on that for our discussion?
So right now, the way the project has been designed, there's basically 4 units per floor, right? So vertically, if you slice off, one set of units, you're going to take off 3 units. That would go down to 9, right? That would give us approximately 2 more parking spaces. So it's not a lot. And so to really get to the exact code definition of the requirements of 1.5 parking spaces per unit plus 25%, you probably get down to 8 or maybe even 6 units, right? Somewhere in that range to make the parking work, and then all the setbacks and all that kind of stuff. So
that's exactly what I needed to understand. Thank you. And then for staff, this is still all very preliminary, and we're making some policy, going to likely make some policy decisions tonight. What does the future timeline of this look like, and at what points will this potential project come back to the community for feedback?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. Certainly one that Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern are contemplating right now is probably how soon can they submit an application and move forward. So with that, it's very much a joint effort. I mean, I would almost refer that question to Blair and Hayes in terms of when they're ready to submit and move forward. I do think that the preliminary schedule that was provided by Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern contemplated grading this year, if I can recall correctly. I think that is the goal. I'm getting a head nod. So yeah, this is wanting to move forward this year, I would say.
Okay, so we're talking about no further reviews either by planning commission or council.
No, it would be, yes, excuse me. So yeah, the process is that the application would be formally submitted. It would go through, again, standard town practice of review for, consistency with the general plan policies, consistency with the development code, noting where plan developments and adjustments to development standards are requested. The approving body for plan development is the Planning Commission, so the project would go before the Planning Commission and it would be noticed consistent with town requirements, and ultimately the Planning Commission would be the decision-making body for the project. So yeah, and I think the clarification again is your action tonight is not necessarily approval of the project; it's just providing preliminary feedback. Ultimately, a formal submittal will go before the Commission for approval. The goal, again, is to move forward this year with the project. Thank you.
That was the clarity I wanted, particularly for the public to understand that there's another pass at this for commentary and reflection. But unless it's appealed at the Planning Commission, it would not come before council again, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Can you go back to slide number 15? That was the options on community benefits. Option 1D. So if we had, right now that, yes, thank you, 13, my mistake, thank you. So right now we have 2 units that will have to be at under 80% AMI. If we add a third one, they've just satisfied the number 1 for a community benefit. Is that correct?
Correct. If they added a third at 80% AMI or moderate income, so 120 would satisfy that as well.
Up to 120, okay. And based on the written questions and answers, Mountain Housing Council's report on housing needs back in 2023 is the most recent data we have on housing needs, and that showed that there are over 6,000 people regionally in need of housing who have an AMI of less than 120%, and 4,000 people at under 80% AMI.
Correct.
Okay. And now, to the developers, have you looked at what Coburn Crossing is offering their studios and 1-bedroom apartments for?
Yes.
Okay. And those rates right now are about being offered at about 100% AMI, the equivalent for a 1 and 2 person household.
Yeah. In some cases, a little bit higher on the studio.
Yes. Okay. And then, but you're planning to offer much less.
Yes. Well, I mean, we're trying to basically be in that 80 to 100% range with our rents. Yeah. And so the 120 just gives flexibility because we haven't bid this thing. We haven't sort of finished any of this stuff. And so it was just us sort of asking for flexibility because we don't know what we don't know.
Of course. And if the rent were to go up to the 120% cap, if the rental cap ends up 120%, you could move up to 120%, and that would then price out anyone who's making less than 80%.
Yeah, my honest comment about it, if it went to 120, is that's above market, and we wouldn't have any tenants.
Okay.
Interesting. That's my you don't have you probably don't have a feasible project if you need those rents.
Okay. Now, if you do the 180% income cap and the 120% rental cap, you'll be asking for compensation for a deed restriction under the new housing deed restriction program, correct?
That's correct.
So this is going back, actually, I think the council members Henderson and maybe Pallavi, this public benefit actually is a private benefit. You're compensated for the deed restriction, correct?
We are compensated for the deed restriction, yes. Yeah.
Okay. And if we did credits, which sounds like impractical, but if we were to do credits, you would be compensated again. You'd have another developer buying
That's correct.
What you provided. Okay.
And the one thing I would say is without those, we're just sort of on the bleeding edge of, right? Like no one's getting rich off those credits. Like it's sort of meant to pay for the project to basically then support the debt that you have to get to do
okay.
it. So.
And when you said you didn't think if you went to 120%, you might be above market, is that because the units are so small? Is that what?
No, they're actually larger than a lot of the units that are for rent now. It's just that the Truckee market is at 100%, right? Like the acceptable rents for studio and 1 bedroom is at 100%. 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, it's actually a little higher, but for studio and 1 bedroom, 100%. AMI affordability is sort of where the market is right now.
Okay. My last question is on the storage. Is essentially you have enough storage now that it meets the development code requirements?
Snow storage, yes.
No. What do we call it? Self-storage.
Private unit storage.
Yeah, there's a. Maybe Adam would know this better, but there's a requirement for outdoor space. I didn't know if there's a requirement, Adam, for. That was more of a response to
Thought it was
council's
40 square
request.
feet per unit.
That's correct. It is 40 square feet of storage space per unit.
And now it's designed to allow for that?
I believe Blair is working on a design to meet that requirement.
Okay.
Well, I think between the combination of the outdoor space and the private lockers exceed that 40 square feet. But the private lockers themselves, like the 6x4 or something like that, are those are
but it's an objective design.
20 square feet, 25 square feet. Those private lockers.
Okay. Turns out I have one more question. What would be the difference between deed restricting an additional unit at 80% AMI instead of 120?
So it's about $400 a month.
Okay.
And that is sort of on a cap rate basis, about $80,000 of value. So.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. Those are all my questions. Now we'll go to public comment. Does anyone wish to make a public comment? Out of all the people here.
Yep, I do. Yeah, where are the people going to park if those aren't enough parking places? Because it really isn't enough parking places, as we all know.
I'm sorry, excuse me. You should direct your comments to the council.
Okay, council, where are the people going to park? Because we all know that realistically, that's not enough parking places for that number of units based on all of the other places where there's apartments and things like that and not enough parking.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Are there any other comments?
Hello, Council. Alicia Barr. Thank you for your time. I know you have a long night ahead of you, and I just have one comment on this. The town has a long history of overburdening good projects with community benefits that are really costly, and I would just encourage you to weigh the project on its own merits without disproportionately adding on requirements that don't make it financially feasible for the developer anymore. Our community needs housing, and if it's not going to happen for free. If it doesn't make sense for a private developer economically to do it, we're not going to get our housing. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, public comments? Are there any follow-up questions from the council on the public comments? Okay, in that case, we'll go on to...
My foot's asleep. So I'm having a little trouble getting up here. We're still in public comment?
Certainly
Okay.
for...
My name is Jim Porter.
in that case, yes.
Yeah. My brain is, you know, how that goes. Jim Porter, a longtime citizen here, and I was the lead counsel permitting, I think, all the major affordable housing projects here in town. And so I know a good project. I've worked with these guys here, especially Hayes, and this is a good project. And I totally agree with Alicia. We want these things, we want them to come back every month with another one of these, another nuance. So I hope you are positive and give direction to the Planning Commission to be positive on this project. We need more of these. And these guys are quality. They will work it out and honor their commitments. Thank you.
Now we'll go to council deliberations. Where do we start with questioning? We'll start again with Councilmember Pallaby.
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, so we'll get to the library in about 20-ish minutes for anybody who's waiting patiently. You all identify housing as your number one issue. We wanted more public comment on housing here. Yeah, so I'm going to definitely agree with the majority of the public comment. So just to answer the parking question, I mean, these are studio and one bedroom apartments. And so I do feel confident with one parking space per unit. I think we can get there, especially with the location of this project. So parking, I'm fine on. Flexibility, I think, is going to be key. This is an opportunity that we have been working towards since high altitude was approved. And at that time, I was a planning commissioner. So that was 8 years ago. We have been working towards this project. I do agree we need to keep it going. And that's why I sort of asked that question on the credits. And do we really want to spend more time trying to figure that out? No, we don't. I agree with you. So I would toss the credit idea just right from the start. I do think there are other opportunities to meet that plan development requirement, but in the interest of moving this project forward with the greatest flexibility, I'm comfortable with the 10 units, with the approach that they're taking at 180 and 120. And I think it's important for us to simply reflect on the AMIs that we are targeting in this project, because to me, that's why these guys are here. That's why this is going to be one of the first projects where we're truly addressing that missing middle. And if we're really going to do that, we have to allow for that flexibility. They're not taking any state money. There's not a single cent of state money going to this project. And every other project has gotten millions of dollars. And I think that's really important to remember. So even at 10 units, at 16% of whatever those unit values are going to be, my quick math seems like it's a pretty reasonable investment for where we're going on this thing. So that's why I can get behind that. And I don't want to further encumber the pro forma, specifically with the uncertainty of the tariff situation and the cost of goods that my business, their business, every one of our businesses, it just is, has an unknown component to it over the next year. And it might improve and it might not. So maximizing housing density, I spoke in our former hearing on this one that I already supported that one. So I'm good with the 12 units. I'm good with number 3. I'm good with number 4. Can we quickly go to the next slide, please? What's that? Number 5, I'm saying I support number 1. And there are 2 more questions. 6, I'm good for, and I really want to see us keep the covered. And number 7, I support the deal points. So I'll just get through all of mine and not do all 7 individually. I'm done.
Thank you, Councilmember Pallavi. Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Thank you to staff and to the developer team for working on this. I think, David, you mentioned this is a test case. This is a pilot. This is really exciting. So I agree with Councilmember Pallavi, I think, on most things of we need to allow some flexibility. We need to make sure that this pencils and we can move forward. And I hope that this could be a process that is, utilized over and over again. So maximizing housing density, yes. Supporting for a PD that adjusts some development standards, yes. And I would say, I also see this as an opportunity to learn about our development standards, because if we have development standards that are hindering other projects, which I have heard from folks in the community, then maybe this is an opportunity to understand how to make some changes to those development standards. I support deed restricting 2 of the units at 80% AMI. Again, I don't want to encumber a project of you got to build a plaza now and do something when you're right by Meadow Park. So I think, again, I'm comfortable with number 4. Can you go to the next slide? I agree. I would rather not go down the path of the credit program, not only because of time. I guess that one was a little concerning to me because I saw this as we're getting 12 new units of deed restricted housing. And so when other development needs to create housing, I wouldn't want them to get credit for this because then we'd be potentially losing out on units. So I'd rather them have to pay the in lieu fee that would give us more funding to do more projects and support other programs. I will say I asked the question about the SBC managed program, the new development program, if it was enough, and it sounds like it is, so that is great. I was going to share, last week, Placer County passed their similar program with some changes, but it does allow for higher investment from Placer County. So that is something I would put out on the table of if we understand that it's not going to meet the needs, then it would be worth looking at our program. Because again, we want a program that is going to get new development built. So if it's not accomplishing those goals, we should probably change those. And then on 6, on parking, I mean, yes, there are always concerns on parking. I brought it up at the last meeting. I've heard from residents at other complexes in our community that there are a lot of challenges with parking at multifamily units. I really appreciate working with on-site management. I think that is the key from those folks that I've heard. It's often not the case. So ensuring that it's 1 unit, per 1 parking spot per unit. And then I know there's conversations of could there be parking agreements with high altitude fitness. So if there is additional vehicles for a unit, there could be some sort of agreement. So I would encourage everyone to keep looking at that. And then I support number 7, deal points and direction of the DDA.
Thank you. And Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I absolutely want to maximize the housing opportunity. We need housing. We need a lot of housing, as Mayor Zabriskie was saying, and the best way to drive housing affordability is to build more housing. I agree that we make some of these concessions on the development standards to actually get 12 housing units. I'm comfortable with that. I agree with Councilmember Pallavi. We park the housing credits as a future option. I just don't want this to hold everything up, quite frankly. We don't sort of have the infrastructure in place for that right now. Let's see. So the RFQ did specify 25% of the units should be at 80% AMI, so I don't think this meets the full intent and requirement of the RFQ, But I also understand we're in a period of intense economic uncertainty, so I'm willing to make that concession for just 2 units at 80% AMI. On the community benefit definition and intent that we've sort of been wading through a bit inarticulately, honestly, I think I could. This is one where I could argue it either way, quite frankly. On the one hand, I could say, hey, we're investing in this, so is it a community benefit provided by the development team? Maybe not. And on the other side, I could say, the deed restriction makes it pencil probably with a fairly small margin for you guys. And an important benefit is that you're willing to take this risk with us and try, right? And do this model project. So at the end of the day, the most important thing to me is that we do get the housing built. We have a great partner. You guys have been interested. You show up all the time. You've been super, super passionate. It's been really, really awesome. Honestly, I'm really excited for this. So I'm very comfortable moving forward. I think if we go to the next slide really quick, I already talked about that one, maybe the next one. Yep, I agree. Like the parking, it's a really constrained site. It's a really hard site. Again, the units are small units, studio and 1 bedroom, so I'm comfortable with that. I support the deal points. And I think I'll just circle back to our Measure E discussion really early on. Part of that is supposed to go to fund housing. So the deed restriction program is already budgeted for and funded, but the success of this, and this as a model, these are the types of projects that we could invest in more in the future with some of that Measure E funding so that we could actually achieve more scale and impact in the housing work we're doing. So that's it. I think I covered everything.
Vice Mayor Klostad. Thank you.
Okay, to dovetail off of that, I'm really excited about this opportunity, and I would love it if you guys came with ideas every month for us to consider like this. Obviously, we have a lot of council support for all of these things. I don't think I need to go through them individually. I do hope that we could maximize our opportunity for energy efficiency on these in order to help that affordability level, because that too is a real impact in our community, especially with our high demand for heating and now pending demand for cooling. So yes to 1, 2, 3, and 4. If we want to go on to the next one, number 5, this is where I'm gonna agree. It sounds like everybody's willing to just move forward with option number 1. After listening to the explanation of this one, though, I would really like to consider us to continue this conversation either with Paradigm 8 or other developers, because what I'm realizing now is I've always been really frustrated with the in lieu fees. They do not generate housing units, but this would. And I think that's a real significant community benefit, because we always end up with these developments that have a fraction of a unit that need to be built, and that fraction just gets paid to us, and it doesn't build housing units. But this could create some, and could create a mechanism for that to become a system of the future that I think would be much more productive. So just to put that out there, I know it's not for this project, but let's continue that conversation, because I think it really has legs. And with number 6, that's the reason why I asked that question about what would we have to give up on this project in order to create more parking. It's 3 units in order to create 2 more parking spaces, and that still wouldn't meet the standard. And so I really think we need to think creatively about how to manage the parking there, but we absolutely, I think the 12 units is a higher priority than maximizing the parking. And I support all the deal points in the DDA. So thank you. Thank you everyone for being here for this very exciting project.
Thank you. I'm in general agreement with my colleagues on parking, and in response to the comment we received, the public comment we received, I know one of the responses to the written questions was there's a possibility of additional parking in the apartment complex next door. And then also I know staff is looking into additional parking at Altitude Fitness. So I'm fine on the parking. The only area that concerns me is on the community benefit. I agree with the one we're picking, except that in every case, there's actually going to be a private benefit, which strikes me as offsetting the public benefit. And I hate seeing that become precedent. Essentially, a developer is buying the property. We've changed that. The town's not contributing the property. The buyer's buying the property, but then in turn, it's going to be able to recover more than that price by going through the new housing deed restriction program. So that's compensation to the buyer. In a sense, I feel like it's double dipping to say that's also a public benefit when he's getting money back for that. That all said, what my other council members keep uniformly expressing is how important this project is as an initial start. So without further ado, do we have a motion?
A motion? Do you need us, or just a recommendation? We provided direction.
Yes.
And do you want a motion on authorization on
We
number
would
two?
like a motion on authorization.
I'll make a motion. We authorize town manager to enter into a development and disposition agreement with Paradigm 8 and Sage Modern.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, passes unanimously. We're going to take 5 minutes, everybody. Let's stick to it at 6:05 right now, on the wall, on the clock. Can
Please
people
take your
their
seats.
Sit down. I have a retired judge up here in the front row, and he is not happy. Thank you. Now we're going to move on to item 7.2, the Truckee Library Revenue Measure.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll lead this conversation from the staff standpoint. What we've got for you tonight is a request that you do three things. First one's pretty easy. It's to basically accept a voter opinion survey that's been done recently. The second one would be to authorize basically Hillary and Jen Calloway to make, to vote in favor of creating a communities facilities district for a future library funding source. And then the third thing would be to make votes necessary to place that funding source on a special election ballot in November. And we'll get into a little more detail on that in a moment. Order of presentation tonight, I'm going to make a couple more comments. Then I'm going to hand the presentation over to Charles Heath, who's appearing remotely. Charles is going to give us a summary of the voter opinion survey data that he and his counterparts have collected. And then I'm going to hand the presentation over to April Cole with the Friends of the Truckee Library to present some information that they have for you. And then I'll provide some summary comments at the end of that and then turn it over to you as the council. So with that, I would go ahead and turn the presentation over to Charles Heath.
Good evening, folks. Charles Heath, partner with Team Civics. I've been proud to serve as the consultant to the town of Truckee and a number of other local agencies on a good number of ballot measures over about the last 20 years. Tonight, we have the results of a recently completed public opinion survey on the potential feasibility of a measure to fund a new library to serve the Truckee region. And so with that, I will share my screen and walk you through the data. I think the current screen share needs to stop sharing for me to share my screen.
We're working on that, Charles.
Thank you. Okay, the slide's visible now?
Yes.
All right, we will proceed. So first of all, just a quick summary of the methodology. The short story is we use the same methodology we have in prior surveys in the Truckee area. Basically, we draw a representative sample of voters that are likely to vote based on their past voting history in the election that we're looking at potentially placing a measure on the ballot. For the purposes of this survey, we looked at voters likely to vote in either the primary or general elections of 2026 or a potential special election later this year in 2025. Those voters that met our sample criteria received an invitation to participate in the survey either by email, text message, or telephone call. The email and text messages were linked to an online version of the survey. And we were able to complete 476 interviews, which is a good number given the number of voters in the study area. And that results in a margin of error of about plus or minus 4.3% in the survey. So any of the results we're looking at here could be about 4.5 points above or below the numbers that we're looking at. So jumping in here, as we often do in these surveys, we don't just focus on the narrow issue of libraries. We also try to get a sense of how libraries rank relative to other issue priorities in the community. So the items on the left of the slide here are the list of issues from protecting the environment to traffic, education, et cetera. And what we're looking at here is how our issue that we're concerned about, which is funding library facilities, stacks up. And what we see here, which is not an uncommon finding, is that library facilities specifically tend to be a lower priority for voters than many other issue priority areas. As you'll see in a minute, as we get deeper into the survey, when we focus voters' attention on the services that would be enabled by a appropriately sized and modern library facility, we find greater support for that as compared to library facilities. So even though the proposed measure would fund the bricks and mortar to construct a new library, connecting the dots to those services is clearly going to be a critical strategy. So from there, we present to voters the mock-up of the 75-word ballot question, sort of our best guess at what this measure might look like if it were to go to the voters. The language you see here meets all of the requirements in state law for a ballot question. It's a bit convoluted because we're talking about both a joint powers authority that would be proposing the measure and a community facilities district, which would be the mechanism by which the tax would be assessed. That triggers a lot of requirements for language that has to appear here. But at its essence, what we're talking about is a 5 cents per building square foot parcel tax that would raise about $2 million a year for 30 years. And up to $25 million in proceeds from that measure could be bonded against in order to fund the capital needed to construct the library facility. A measure of this nature requires a 2/3 vote. And when we asked voters how they would vote on that type of measure today, here is what we found. Support is at about the 50% mark compared to 42% against, and with the balance undecided. Obviously, that's well below the 2/3 threshold required for success. And as we go through the survey here, we'll kind of talk about what that means for the options for going forward. I also want to circle back and compare these results to what we learned from a survey that was conducted back in 2023 on this same topic. So the light green bars at the left of this chart show the support levels we found for a similar measure we tested in that survey. We saw support between 57 and 63%. The difference in those two bars is the assumption that we're using about which election we may place the measure on the ballot. In the higher turnout presidential November ballot in 2024, which was one of the elections we were focused on back in 2023, we found 63% support, and then it was lower in the March 2024 election. The dark green bars are the results of that initial ballot test that we just looked at, but broken down by the portions of the sample that represent voter turnout in different upcoming elections. So in November and June of 2026, we'll have statewide gubernatorial elections. Turnout in the gubernatorial elections is always lower than what we see in the presidential elections. And that's part of the reason why I think we're seeing lower overall support here. When we look at the highest of those three potential elections in November of 2026, we're again about 50% support, a little lower among the expected primary election voters, and about 51% among the special election voters. I will note that all three of those numbers are within the margin of error, so we're not seeing a statistically significant difference in support based on the upcoming potential election options. We also took a look at tax rate sensitivity. As you might expect, as the price tag for a measure changes, so does voter support. So now this is a follow-up question to the question that we looked at before, which was kind of the full ballot language that includes both the benefits and the costs. When we narrow people's attention on the tax component, the cost dimension, we always see that support goes down a bit. That's certainly what we see here. At that same 5 cents that was in the ballot question, support goes down from 50% to 43%. However, as we lower the tax rate to 4 cents, 3 cents, and 2 cents, you can see how support climbs. I'll talk about this in more detail in a minute, but if the measure does go forward, I feel that the sweet spot is probably a tax rate of 3 cents per square foot, because that does two things. One, it's essentially within the margin of error of the 2 cent option, and that 3 cents results in a ability to bond at the $15 million level, which my understanding of the project financing, that's sort of the minimum level of taxpayer contribution that would be matched with private fundraising to fund the project. So I would also recommend that the JPA considers including an exemption for low-income property owners, similar to the exemption that's offered by the Truckee Fire Protection District's parcel tax. Given that some property owners don't know the square footage of their home and may have trouble understanding what the cost in that square foot terms means, we also told people, well, what if you knew that that 5 cent per square foot tax rate would result in a tax of about $91 per year for the typical property owner, the median residential property owner in the district. And when we do that, we really don't see much change in support. Support is still hovering around that 50% mark. We did see in our survey in 2023 that when we tested an annualized figure for some of the lower tax rates, there was a bigger jump in support. So if we are down at that 3 cent per square foot tax rate, there's reason to believe that conveying the sort of annualized equivalent is of benefit to how the measure is understood and perceived by voters. The next section of the survey went through a number of different descriptions of the types of projects and services that would be funded by the measure. This is where we get into, okay, if we have a new properly sized library, what would that enable? And you can see there at the top of the list, the sort of dual use of a library facility, not just as a traditional library, but also as an emergency resource center, is very persuasive to voters. And I know that that's an element that's being considered and is likely to be part of this proposal. Also sort of unpacking the types of services that would be available within a new library, dedicated spaces for students, homework assistance, after-school programs, children's programming, group story time, as well as literacy programs, senior activities, programs for disabled adults. All of those descriptions resonated with around 70% or more of your voters. So I think the lesson here is that sort of unpacking the proposal, you know, the parts are greater than the whole, so to speak, if you can describe the benefits of an up-to-date and properly sized library. Over the course of the survey, we also want to know not just where voters are today, but where would they be if we expose them to arguments in favor and arguments against the measure. So here's a list of positive arguments we read to voters, simulating what advocates might say during the campaign period. And what we see resonates most with voters here is just kind of the basic description of some of the deficiencies in the current library facility. It's over 50 years old. It was built for a community with just 2,000 residents. Obviously, Truckee's grown dramatically since then. And then also that facility isn't ADA accessible or have backup power, allowing it to be used as an emergency resource center. So clearly conveying the state of the existing facility is an important component of messaging related to this potential measure. After we presented both the more detailed information about the tax rates, which we saw kind of cooled off support, but then the project descriptions and positive arguments, we see no significant support in change in support here. There's a slightly smaller number of undecided voters, but support is still at about the 50% mark. We also tested negative arguments to see how vulnerable the measure would be to opposition. The couple of arguments here that resonated most with voters, which isn't a surprise, is that there have been a number of tax proposals in Truckee over in recent years, and we can't just afford to continue raising taxes. And then also the idea that with inflation and high interest rates, this isn't the time to increase taxes. But the real question here is, after we present these negative arguments, where does support end up? And you can see that support does diminish by about 2 percentage points. We are at 48%, not a statistically significant change in overall support. So I think the key question that we have to wrestle with here is, obviously these numbers aren't at the 2/3 mark, which would make this an easy decision. We have had other tax proposals in Truckee that the polling indicated they didn't start at that 2/3 mark. But with a strong campaign, I'm thinking about the original Trails sales tax back in 2014. The Trails Foundation mounted a very strong campaign and was able to increase support by about 10 percentage points and got that measure comfortably over the top. So over the last month or so, since these poll results have been available, I've had a lot of conversations with various stakeholders, primarily the Friends of the Truckee Library, and sort of talk to them about what type of campaign would be required to get the numbers from where we are today to the 2/3 mark. And there's no doubt that it's a uphill battle, but I don't think it's an insurmountable battle. I don't think it's an impossible climb. As we did the numbers, if the measure were placed on a special election ballot later this year, that would, certainly the campaign group would need to communicate persuasive messaging to maximize support. But if they're able to couple that with a strategy to also mobilize supporters to vote in significant numbers, if they can mobilize about an additional 2,000 supporters, which is certainly something I've seen local campaigns accomplish, that's what would make up the difference. So not an easy decision, but my recommendation is, given that there aren't other good election opportunities over the next few years, given some competing proposals, I think these numbers are strong enough that, if joined with a strong campaign, there's reason to think that the measure could reach that 2/3 mark. So I'll pause there, and I know others have information to present.
Thanks, Charles. And now I will hand this over to April Cole, who's the Executive Director of the Friends of the Truckee Library.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Zabriskie and council members present. I want to start first by saying thank you very much to the staff. We're here today because this is a collaborative project, and we've been able to work together effectively to engage in this project and get us to this point. So just wholehearted thank you from the Friends of Truckee Library. Charles just ended with, he sees an opportunity for this to be a successful campaign if a well-run and executed campaign was engaged. So that's what I want to take that's my responsibility here, is to show you what we have planned to be able to have you have confidence that a well-executed campaign can be run. I'm going to start here with a key item, which is our winning team. A winning bond measure takes expertise, strategy, and an engaged community, and we have all three. We're bringing in Charles Heath of CivX. As you guys know, he is a highly regarded strategist with a track record of successful bond campaigns, along with Every Library, who is a nation's leading organization for passing library ballot measures, providing invaluable pro bono support. These two experts know exactly what it takes to win, and they will help guide our campaign strategy. Beyond that, we already have a foundation for victory. We have over 125 active volunteers and engaged and ready to hit the ground running. As Charles Heath said, it's going to take an incredible get out the vote campaign, and that takes a lot of people. We already have people in place to engage with that work. Next, I'd love to talk about our committee leadership. We have in our library bond measure committee 16 dedicated leaders, including 10 with direct experience in passing bond measures for either libraries, education, or local Truckee bond measures. They understand voter engagement, messaging, and advocacy, and they've seen firsthand how strategic, well-executed campaigns can turn the tide, seeing success in campaigns even when early polling was unfavorable. With this team, these consultants, and this level of community support, we are ready to take on the challenging task of bridging the gap from the polling results to the supermajority needed to support passing this measure. Next, I want to talk about proven best practices. It's not just about having a great cause. We have a great cause. Everybody knows that. In order to win this, we need to execute a strategic, disciplined campaign that reaches the right voters at the right time with the right message. And in this campaign, we will engage proven best practices, campaign strategies that have been successful time and time again. We will engage voters across multiple channels, digital ads, social media, direct mail, local media, so that our message reaches people multiple times. Campaign research shows that voters need to be contacted at least 5 times across different platforms to truly absorb the message. And that's why our outreach won't rely on just one method, but we will surround voters with clear, consistent, and compelling communication. But the most critical element is direct voter outreach. That means calls, texts, canvassing, and community meetings. Personally reaching out to every potential yes voter. And that's why we are committed, and that's what we are committed to in our sustained and disciplined outreach. And we know how to do this. The Friends of the Truckee Library has already demonstrated our ability to engage the community face-to-face. Last summer, we conducted a community survey on the library design, reaching nearly 4,000 respondents. Over 85% of them were in-person engagements. That level of engagement is rare, and it shows that our community is ready to be involved when given the opportunity and when you show up to them where they're at. We know how to do that. This is the type of campaign that wins, and that's what we are looking to engage with. So we've talked about what's worked in the past, but we know we have to go beyond that, and that's how we differentiate from what's been done in the past to what we're going to do this time. So Charles Heath has suggested a campaign strategy in order to reach success. In his recommended campaign strategy to reach 67% voter support, he is recommending a budget of about $67,000. We believe that with additional resources, we can exceed that baseline to deliver more impactful results. Our goal is to raise $100,000, and we are confident that this budget is achievable, and we are focused on using these funds to take the campaign to the next level. With the extra resources, we are exploring several high-impact initiatives that will help us break through and overcome tough polling results. First, we are considering hiring professional field staff to amplify the effectiveness of our volunteer outreach efforts. While volunteers are essential, field organizers will bring additional expertise to the table, driving a more coordinated and strategic approach to voter engagement. Next, we are also excited to be partnering with La Fuerza Latina LLC, a newly established ad agency run by 2 local Truckee College graduates. These young professionals who return to Truckee after completing their marketing and journalism degrees bring fresh, innovative ideas to the table. Friends of the Truckee Library is thrilled to have found a creative way to not only invest in a new library, but also the professional development of local talent. LFL LLC is the perfect example of how workforce development and local talent can be leveraged for impactful results. Friends of the Truckee Library has been a catalyst in the creation of this agency, and we're proud to support and elevate our community's emerging professionals. This partnership will allow us to develop creative messaging that specifically targets younger voters, a key demographic in supporting the new Truckee Library bond measure. And additionally, we are planning significant investment in video production to amplify our digital outreach. Video has proven to be one of the most effective mediums locally outside of direct connection in conveying messages in an engaging and memorable way. And through tailored video content, we will test and refine our messaging, making sure that it resonates with key voter segments and drives engagement. So next, I will end to keep this nice and tight for you guys. Quite frankly, libraries have never simply existed. They've persisted. They've endured censorship, budget cuts, and political battles. And yet, through it all, they've remained essential pillars of community. Today, at a national level, we're seeing renewed turmoil, book bans, attacks on education, and the erosion of public spaces where people can come together freely and safely. But here in Truckee, we have the chance to do something different. And in this moment of time, we're choosing to build. We're choosing to invest in something that brings people we are. Building a new library in this climate is a powerful statement of our values. It says that we believe in the access to knowledge, we believe in inclusion, and we believe in our community. And that's why we're here tonight, to ask the town council to help us build this vision. We are aware of the challenge. We've engaged the experts to find a way to yes, and we're committed to leaving no stone unturned in this campaign to build the library that our community doesn't just want, but the space that we need. I want to thank you guys again, and I want to just take a moment. I've said a lot of words tonight, but I truly believe that action speaks a lot louder than words. You've asked, can we get people to show up? Can we get people to say yes to the library? And I'm curious, who here tonight is in support of the library? Can you please stand? Thank you, guys. Thank you. We show up for the library. I want to thank all of you guys here. I want to be really clear. We are really respectful of the council's time. We are not asking everyone to please come up and make public comment. Okay. Thank you so much for standing, and thank you guys for the time.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try to wrap this up and then turn it over to the council. First, I want to talk about a couple of mechanical issues. So, as you are aware, the town is participating with Nevada County in what's called a Joint Powers Authority to jointly pursue this project. Within that, you have designated 2 board members on that JPA board. One is Hillary Hobbs and the other is Jen Calloway. Nevada County has done the same thing. Earlier today on the Nevada County Board of Supervisors agenda, there was a very similar item as to what you're hearing. The Nevada County Board of Supervisors authorized their board representatives to move forward in the same way we're recommending you authorize your board representatives to move forward. So I wanted to let you know that piece of the puzzle has been kind of placed already. Also wanted to provide a little bit of perspective in terms of where we're at in this project. If you were to kind of analogize it to a basketball game, we're in the first quarter still. So an action by you tonight consistent with the staff recommendation doesn't mean we're done and we get to go spike the touchdown, go get to spike the ball at the end of the basketball court. It means we're taking the next step in what would be a continued journey that's going to have a lot more steps to move through. So, and then one other bit of perspective, Charles talked about, that probably the upper threshold of the funding that a bond measure could generate is in the $15 million range. That's about 40% of what's been identified as the preferred project. So that leaves another 60% of the funding for the project that needs to be secured. The Friends of the Library have a strategy for that. Should the bond measure be successful, but that additional 60% not be fully forthcoming, then potentially the project scale would need to be adjusted to match the available funding. So those are not conversations we need to get into tonight, but could be future conversations that need to happen at the JPA level. What your action tonight, or what the staff recommendation is in front of you, would be to take that next step, have you guys authorize Jen and Hillary to move this forward, to the voters, which would be this November, and then basically we would be turning it over to the community. As you all know, you can't use taxpayer resources to advocate for or against a tax measure. So if we move forward and take the administrative steps to put this on the ballot, or if the JPA takes those steps to put it on the ballot this fall, then we kind of take a step back, and it really is incumbent on the community to maintain the level of energy that we are currently seeing to get this over that 2/3 threshold.
And
So-
just to expand on that, Dan, for just a quick second.
Sure.
And I know the council knows this, but for the benefit of the people in the room, the town can't run the campaign, town staff can't run the campaign, and the town can't donate money to the Friends of the Library to help pay for the campaign. The town just can't have any involvement in the campaign at all. So that when Dan's saying that the town would have to step back and the Friends of the Library and the community would have to be in charge of the campaign, that's what he means.
Yeah.
No money, no staff time.
Right. So, so if you were to approve the staff recommendation, what would happen is then Jen and Hillary would get busy on taking a lot of steps to move, as we would on the staff side, to allow this to go forward to the voters this November, and then ultimately the voters would, decide as to whether or not this piece of the project funding gets put in place or not. So with that, I will conclude the staff recommendation, or conclude the staff presentation. The recommendation that's in front of you is like a full paragraph. Should you choose to approve it, I don't think you necessarily need to read the whole thing. I think a motion to approve the staff recommendation would suffice. And if you want to modify it, then we can work on that on the fly. So with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you, Dan. We'll have council questions, clarifying questions, and then take public comment, and then come back for deliberation. And we'll start with Council Member Henderson. Do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
Council Member Romack.
Just on clarification, so the town cannot pay for the campaign or support it or whatever. We are being asked to support the election, correct? We would have to pay $106,250,000.
Yeah, so what we would be paying for is 50% of the cost for the Nevada County and Placer County, because this would extend into Placer County in all likelihood, elections offices to conduct a special election this November.
Thank you. And then I think I read in the staff report, there would be an additional about $25,000 in staff time supporting the formation of the CFD.
Yeah, so that's money that, it's not new money that would need to be budgeted. That's time we'd be spending on this that we wouldn't be spending on other activities.
Great. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi.
2 questions. Thanks. Good presentation, Charles, April, Dan. Appreciate all of you. And my 2 questions, are we directing a dollar amount tonight? Are we providing direction to our representatives on said committee so that they have direction, or limits, plus or minus? What specificity are we doing?
Yeah, we're just suggesting you give Jen and Hillary authorization to vote to move this forward, where the final dollar amounts would be set by the JPA through the collaborative process, with the town representatives to the JPA, the Nevada County Board of Supervisors representatives to the JPA, and the Friends of the Library input. And quite frankly, I think we would be looking very heavily at the Friends of the Library's input as to what they think they can get over the finish line. As a kind of point of perspective, a 3-cent per square foot assessment rate on an average house in Truckee would be somewhere in the $50 to $60 per year assessment range. So that's kind of the order of magnitude that we would likely be talking about.
And are we still considering a broader border than just town of Truckee town limits? I know we have the county involved, so clearly the county's involved for potentially other reasons. But what type of border are we currently looking at, or is that also TBD?
So that would be finalized by the JPA. What's been analyzed and is currently expected would be all properties within the town of Truckee, all properties within Martis Valley, including North Star, as well as properties in the Russell Valley, Hirschdale, and properties both in unincorporated Nevada County and unincorporated Placer County on Donner Summit.
And I know you specified sort of what happens should the other 60% of the funding not get raised. Can you speak? We had some question and answer prior to the meeting in terms of the timing of all of that. So can you maybe clarify how the timing of the collection would start based on project application or funding stream?
Yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
So if the ballot measure goes forward in November, and if the voters pass it, that gives the JPA board the authority to levy this new assessment. It doesn't give them a mandate to levy that assessment.
Okay.
So what I believe the JPA board would do in the event that this measure passes is hold tight until the Friends of the Library have had the time necessary, ideally 1 to 2 years, to generate the additional funding needed for the project. And I think the most likely scenario is that even though the JPA would have the authority to levy the assessment immediately, they would most likely delay 1 to 2 years until the remaining project funding has been secured to levy that assessment. Because if you levy the assessment and don't build the project, then you got to return the money. And then administratively, that's a whole lot of work for someone to return, that dollar amount to, potentially 15 or 16,000 properties.
And does the JPA have the ability to proceed with, so let's say assessment gets placed on ballot at 3 cents per square foot or passes, we wait a year or two. Are we also providing direction to the JPA with regards to the percentage of public dollars that can go towards the project? So where I'm going with that is currently we're sort of under this underlying assumption that 40% is going to be publicly funded via an assessment, right? A property tax, and 60% is going to come from the private community. Let's say they only raise 40% of that, and then all of a sudden that sort of formula flips. So where does the JPA come back in 1 to 2 years after the assessment passes? Do they have the ability to go, like, if the ballot measure says up to 3%, is that then have the ability to come back to the JPA and go down to 2%, for example, is what I'm getting at? So can the assessment be decreased based on the total funding that has been confirmed?
Yeah. So what the ballot measure would do is authorize an up to assessment amount.
Okay.
If after the ballot measure passed in year one, the Friends of the Library came across a $35 million donor, and that assessment
they will
were not needed, the JPA board could elect to never implement that assessment.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then it can be assessed at a lower amount or no assessment. It's up to the JPA board once that authorization passes. Great.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for that clarity. No further questions from me.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Thank you. Is Charles still with us? Yes, he is. Okay.
I'm here. Sorry, just searching for the mute button.
Great. No worries. I saw you. Real quick before I get to Charles, just so I am clear, the way that this works is the voters would pass a bond. It would be a future tax revenue source. So the library or the builder would be taking out a certificate of participation based on that future tax revenue collection, correct?
The JPA would be doing that.
Would be.
Yep.
And that would be at a certain interest rate, and that's going to be calculated into the whole formula.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Charles. So I think I saw on one of your slides that the results showed that preventing tax increases was a higher priority in the results than building a library, and I think it was by 8 or 9 points. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a correct reading of that slide. I do caution that that particular question, I would read it with a little bit of a grain of salt because it was so narrowly focused on library facilities. And if you kind of, you sort of have to take these various data points in combination, because then when we explained the potential benefits of an improved library and the services that would come with that, we saw very different results where, those projects were supported by 70% plus of voters. But you're not wrong. The, kind of that narrow description of library facilities was a lower priority in preventing tax increases.
And so on top of that, we need to recover 16 to 18 points to get to that 67%, correct?
That's the correct math. And, that's really the question we've been wrestling with over the last month or so. You can with an assumption about expected voter turnout, these poll results tell us that just by getting a message out, we can probably generate somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 55% support. And then is it reasonable to think that a, well-structured campaign like April summarized can make up that additional, 12 to 16 percentage points, kind of depending on what you're assuming for your baseline level of support. As I mentioned earlier, that's certainly it's an aggressive campaign, and I've seen other campaigns achieve those sorts of results. It doesn't happen all the time. Not all campaigns are able to achieve those results. But as I've had, the benefit of lots of conversations with the Friends of the Library and have sort of issued challenges to them, do you think you can raise $70,000 to $100,000? Do you think you can mobilize, 50 to 100 volunteers? Do you think you can, contact several thousand households and get supporters to vote that wouldn't otherwise vote in the election? They've demonstrated to me that they have the organizational capacity and fundraising capacity to meet those goals. So, I don't take these recommendations lightly because, one, it's my reputation on the line, but also I understand that these decisions trigger expenditures of public funds to hold the election and related consulting costs. So, I wouldn't be making this recommendation if I didn't have a whole lot of confidence in them and their ability to mount the kind of campaign that I know would be required to get the numbers from the top. So that's sort of how I'm thinking about it.
Okay. So I think you kind of already answered this with your last commentary, but it sounds like you do have some other examples of clients that had a similar hill to climb and were successful based on the similar polling results?
I do, and a couple of local examples. I mentioned in 2014, the first iteration of the trail sales tax. I think initial support for that measure was between 60 and 62% support. And there was a lot of, head scratching and tough conversations about whether or not that measure should go forward. And I think it ended up passing with over 70% support. So, there's a example of where 10 plus percentage points difference was made up. Also, the bond measure for Tahoe Forest Hospital, their numbers started, I think, about 20 percentage points short of the passage threshold. And through both persuasion and voter mobilization in a special election, that measure also passed with over 70%. And, I have lots of examples in other parts of the state, but those are a couple local examples where, measures started underwater by more than the margin of error of the survey. And with the right kind of campaign, particularly in a lower turnout election where you have the ability to influence the results, not just through persuasion, but also through get out the vote. That's where making up these types of margins tends to be possible.
Okay, thank you very much. And then back to staff real quickly. I asked us in advance, but just for public clarity, the expenditure of the $106,250, that's up front. We've talked about kind of that the tax collection wouldn't necessarily be immediate. There would be this delay to make sure we could raise the funds. But this public expenditure of funds happens in August.
Yeah.
And we don't get it back, regardless of the results.
That's right.
Right. Thank you.
I'm not sure who to direct this question to. I was wondering what's involved in deciding where to set the amount of the assessment. Is it just the polling, or is there?
I'll jump in, and then if Hillary, as your JPA representative, wants to add on to it, that would be obviously up to her. You know, I think it's, from my perspective, we're going to look heavily to the Friends of the Library. Like I said, best case scenario is this maybe generates 40% of the total preferred project cost. So, you know, and the total assessment amount, I think in any scenario, is not going to exceed on average $100 per house. I'll be careful, because if you've got a 7,000 square foot house, you know, 3 cents per square foot would be $210 to that house. If you got a 1,000 square foot apartment, 3 cents per square foot is $30 to that house or household. So it would be scalable based on household size or home size or commercial property size. So with all that, my suspicion is there's going to be a kind of a conversation around what's the amount that we think we could set the assessment at that the voters would still pass. Because, you know, if we thought we could set it at 5 cents a square foot or 6 cents a square foot and fund the whole library project, it might be tempting to do that. But I don't, based on everything we've heard, we don't think that's the reality of the situation. We think it's a conversation probably of, is it going to be 2 cents a square foot, or is it going to be 3 cents a square foot? That's probably the margin we're talking about. And I think, again, I suspect the JPA board members would look heavily to the Friends of the Library as to what they believe they can get over the finish line in an election. So
that leads me to, I think, April Cole, could you come up to the podium and tell me, are the Friends bringing in specialists to assist them with this analysis? Or
We have started exploring what that question would be and engaging with Charles Heath. We've also spoken with Paco Lindsay, who has run many local campaigns here, to understand. He understands the hill we need to climb and really messaging that would need to be made. His real emphasis is, how do you get a bond measure passed, and how do you convey that in a way that is effective? So we have started those conversations. It's a complex funding model, and we need to be aware of the critical number that we could bring to voters and see a successful bond measure, while also understanding and striking a balance with not bringing it so low that the burden of fundraising with private philanthropic dollars, foundation and grant giving becomes too high of a hill to climb as well. So where is that balance? We have started engaging with Charles and Paco. It is our intent to engage with our partners to also have that conversation. We have approached all of these decisions collaboratively. I really appreciate that Dan says that he's leaning on the Friends. The Friends are leaning on Charles Heath's expertise. We're leaning on Paco's expertise. We have the benefit and the luxury of a lot of really great minds working on this. And I think together we can come up with the right rate to go with, but I don't want to commit us today to make that decision, because I think that needs to be something that the JPA is thinking about, that the town is thinking about, that Nevada County is thinking about, that Placer County is thinking about as well. There's a lot of important minds that need to be in the room to make that decision.
Okay. And is the tentative private fundraising amount $20 million? Is that what I heard?
I'll clarify that. We have a working goal for private philanthropic dollars of $10 million.
Okay.
An additional $10 million we are looking to engage with foundation and grant funding. So a total fundraising lift from Friends of the Truckee Library of $20 million.
Thank you. Okay, and then if it were a 3 cent per square foot assessment, that would be about 15 million, or?
Sorry, based on at today's interest rates, we believe it would generate approximately $15 million towards the project.
Okay. And then my last question is on the geographical boundaries. Is it the same as the school district, or would it be different?
It's different than the school district. The school district goes all the way to the lake. I believe Dan mentioned we're looking at Truckee Fire Protection District and then the North Star Fire Protection District, essentially where those boundaries go. So Dan had really specific, but essentially it's Donner Summit, Donner Lake, Town of Truckee, Martis Valley, and North Star. So we're looking to get some equity between Nevada County and Placer County, which is the Truckee Library Service area.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Dan. And now it's time for public comment. All those who want to make a public comment, if you could come over near the podium so we can, so you'll be ready to speak. Thank you. And you'll have 3 minutes each. And if you could start by stating your name. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, my name's Jay Gill. I'm also here with Ryan Parrish, who's sitting over here. And we are the co-chairs of the committee that's planning this campaign for the library bond measure. So I've heard a lot of discussion about how, you know, the campaign will be critical. We couldn't agree more. So we have one simple message for the council tonight. We are all in. We're going to run, thank you. We're going to run a campaign. I've got a lot more applause lines, really, but
sorry. Go ahead.
We're really all in to run the campaign that will win this, and we know that we've got final decision of the JPA on exactly what this bond measure is going to be set at. But whatever it is, we're committed to run the best campaign we can. April already discussed the 3 elements of the winning campaign: building the winning team. We think we've got the winning team in terms of the people who are already committed to the committee that will run this campaign. We've also got the winning team in the audience right here. And this is not everybody who supports the library. We have literally hundreds of people who are willing to go out there, knock doors, get the message out, make sure that we do the job we need to do. Proven best practices was the second part of this. We're going to follow all of the things that have been proven to win before. And that means multiple means of communication, as you heard. And it means a lot of other things. But most importantly, it means personal, retail, voter contact. We know that we have an overwhelming majority of this community that supports the new library. Our job is just to ensure that their voice is heard at the ballot box. And so we're going to go out and contact them, and then we're going to contact them again. And again, if we need to make sure they've come out, put their vote in the mail or at the ballot, and that their voice is heard. And then the third element that April mentioned was going above and beyond. The first thing we have to do is be sure that we can raise enough money to support whatever good ideas are going to help to get this over the finish line. April mentioned several. There's probably others out there. We want to have enough money in the bank that we can fund those ideas. We can make sure that the communication is crystal clear through all the channels that people are using, whether they're young or old, whoever they are, wherever they live. So we will do that job of fundraising to make sure that money is not an obstacle to passing this measure. So I just want to reiterate, we're all in with a winning team, with proven best practices, and we're committed to go above and beyond. And we wholeheartedly recommend that the council vote yes to move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Anderson, and I'm a Truckee resident of 19 years. I've been on the Friends of the Truckee Library Board since 2016. Thank you all to each one of our members of Town Council for your support in all the collaboration that we've had together so far, and for your thoughtful attention tonight. Resolute. That word means admirably purposeful, determined, and unwavering. We, the Friends of the Truckee Library, are resolute. We have demonstrated this over many years of relentless dedication and progress toward building a new library for Truckee. And we will continue to demonstrate this as quality as we move forward in partnership with the town and Nevada and Placer counties, working together to see this library become a reality. A new modern library is not only something that Truckee deserves, but something that Truckee needs. We need a children's room that has more room than just for a few kids. As the mother of a teen, I can tell you that we need a free, open access indoor space for teens to hang out. This is something we don't have right now. My background is in climate science, but I think we are all aware that climate change is not going away. We know we will have more extreme storms, more wildfires, more smoke events, more extreme heat, and we need a facility to help people cope with those impacts, a place with backup power, a place with Wi-Fi during power outages, a place with a strong HVAC system to filter air during smoke events. I know that questions have been asked about, can we build this in phases? Could we just build a smaller building? One reason that we can't do that is momentum. We have built significant momentum with the town, the county, and our supporters that we would lose if we delay the bond measure past this year. We would be competing with upcoming ballot measures if we delayed as well. Building the library in a scaled-down version or in phases would also risk losing our biggest private donors. Those are the very donors who are excited about naming opportunities for a children's room, a teen space, or a community meeting room. And removing the community room would also take away the very asset from the library that is making it a functioning resiliency center. So we cannot afford to push pause on this project. Friends of the Truckee Library is committed to seeing this project built. We have a team in place with extensive experience and skills to make this happen. We have funding, and as you can see, we have substantial community support. But we can't do it alone. So I'm asking you all as council members to vote to continue this town's support of this long-standing partnership. FOTL is ready to help. Please vote to move this project forward and help us help you. We all win in this situation. Great communities build great libraries. We are a great community. Let's build a great library together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Huck. I go to Truckee High. I'm a freshman.
And I'm Cody. I also go to Truckee High.
Our speech isn't going to be very long, but yeah. We just wanted to say that we think the library would be a great idea because it'd be a great spot to study for exams or tests, and yeah.
Also, at Truckee High, we have a pretty small library. It doesn't have the best selection of books. So if there was a new library, it could offer current, updated books and a much larger selection of them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Huck and Cody.
Good evening, members of the Town Council, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Marlene, and I'm here with my business partner, Leslie. We're representing La Fuerza Latina LLC and also the Friends of the Truckee Library. And we're here to express our strong support for a ballot measure for partial funding of a new Truckee Regional Library. As many have expressed, the Truckee Library has been a cornerstone of our town for many years, and it provides essential resources and programs for people of all ages. It's a place where children attend story time, students benefit from after-school programs, and families can access crucial learning materials. This bond measure represents an exciting opportunity to ensure that future generations will have access to these same vital resources and more.
As individuals who are both raised in Truckee, obviously this cause is very personal to us. We've both been involved with the library since we were really young, and it's just really inspiring to see the way that the library has always supported us. That's why, as part of our efforts, we have the Friends of the Truckee Library have partnered with La Fuerza Latina to help them with their digital marketing on this bond. This partnership will hopefully help get more community engagement and also raise awareness of how important this project is for this community. We also believe that the new library will provide a much needed space for cultural representation and community gathering. The new facility will be larger, more accessible, and more importantly, it will promote and foster inclusivity to make sure that everybody in this community feels heard, seen, and supported.
Finally, we see an exciting opportunity to engage local youth in the campaign. Obviously, we have a lot of youth present today, and involving young people in the process from internships to voter outreach will not only help ensure the success of the bond, but also empower the next generation of our leaders in the community. So we wholeheartedly support the library and believe it is a crucial step in continuing to build a vibrant, inclusive, and engaged Truckee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marlene and Alicia. Okay, I am going to ask again if you would hold the clapping
Good evening, Council. My name is Deirdre Henderson. I am our Truckee resident. I am the co-leader of the North Tahoe chapter of Citizens Climate Lobby and 100% Renewable Truckee. I think it was just about 8 years ago that I made my very first public comment before the Truckee Town Council. I had just moved to Truckee, and one of the early things I did was to visit the Truckee Library to get a library card, and I was in shock. I couldn't believe the size and the condition of the Truckee Library. This is a vibrant, intellectually active community, and I couldn't understand how we could have a library like that. So that took me on a journey to the Friends of the Truckee Library, and I have been a supporter of that organization and the campaign for the new library ever since. I want to address what an extraordinarily comprehensive community engagement effort the Friends of the Truckee Library have undertaken in support of this new library. As a climate activist, I was very concerned that the library be as sustainable and decarbonized building as possible. And I hoped that the building would be actually a teaching tool for the library, for the community, as we move into the new age that we are confronting. I was able to participate in 2 committees that reviewed the design of the library, meet with the engineers and architects, and I'm very happy to say that my goals for the library and its design have been fully implemented by the current design of the library. It really reflects the respect and the respect for and the values of this community on environmental sustainability. I really hope that you will vote to go forward with the next step for this library. It's important for our community in so many ways, and I wish the town staff in its priority tick boxes on its report had ticked the box for climate change and greenhouse gas reduction, because the library actually helps us to move toward that goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, everyone that's here, staff. My name is Barney Dewey. I'm a strong supporter of the library project and have attended the last 5 library JPA meetings. From those meetings, I've learned that exceptional teams with incredible skills are working hard to make this project a reality. First, Nevada County has been extremely supportive, providing a range of services, including legal guidance, thanks to Kit Elliott, strategic direction, also thanks to Mandy Stewart over there from right down the hall. She's contributed to the JPA activities and more. Second, the town of Truckee has shown outstanding leadership. Thank you, Jen Calloway in the ether and Hillary Hobbs over there in person. They have led efforts around siting the building and validating the physical development. And to that, a big shout out to Dan Wilkins and his staff and other town contributors. Third, the Friends of the Friends of the Library that we've been talking about is really fantastic. I mean, their presentations at these meetings is unbelievable. Their remarkable leadership from people like Louise Zabinski, Kathleen Egan, and April Cole over here is really been important, and their large group of dedicated volunteers is going to make this happen. So, as you know, going forward, the key is funding. Approximately 2/3 of the funding will come from private contributions that we just heard, and only a third or so from taxpayers. These teams have what it takes to make this project happen. The viability of the tax measure is extremely strong thanks to the Friends of the Library. Please support their efforts by authorizing the town's JPA board members to take action and allow the ballot measure to be placed on the November 2025 special election.
Thank you, Mr. Dewey.
Hi, I'm Colden Aldrich. I go to ACMS, Alder Creek Middle School, and I love the idea of a new library to go to. When I was younger, and the very first time I went to the library, I got inspired to be a librarian, and to this day, I still want to be one. And I think by building this new library, it'll inspire many other kids to be a librarian too.
Hi. My name's Avery, and I also go to Alder Creek. And I believe that this library will be a great space for teens to come and gather and get together and also study on their work. Also, it would be a lot more space. The other Truckee library is really small, and it's not very great for, like, it's kind of loud and, like, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Colden and Avery.
Good evening, Council. My name is Bill Boness, longtime resident of Truckee. For those of us with mobility challenges, I choose to live in an environment that at times is not the most gracious. Our topography, our environment, to say a few. 35 years ago, when I first went into the Truckee Library, I was not shocked by the lack of some of the ADA accessibility. But in that 35 years since, I am very disappointed that that hasn't changed. And one of my challenges should not be going to a public library. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, are there any follow-up council questions to any of the public comments? None. Okay, we'll move on to deliberations, starting with Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, thank you. Rarely do we get a packed chamber. When we do, it's usually not for something this positive. So thank you all for showing up and for being here tonight. And I particularly want to call out all of our middle schoolers and high schoolers. Would you just stand up for me really quick? And I'm going to clap because I'll say that coming to public meetings, making public comment, I mean, public meetings are wonky, right? It's hard. You all have shown tremendous bravery in being here tonight. And the reality is that every decision that we make on this dais is going to impact our high schoolers, our middle schoolers, much more than us, surely because you're going to outlive us, right? And I'm really looking forward to seeing some of you up on this dais someday. Thank you for being here, truly. It brings me a lot of joy to see you all here tonight. I have been an avid supporter of the library from well before the Library Luminaries campaign was even launched. Moving the needle from 50 to 67% or so, it's a real lift, right? And if it was any other ballot measure, I think it's likely I wouldn't support it because we make data-driven decisions up here and the data doesn't support it. But I know that if anyone can make that lift, it's the Friends of the Truckee Library and all their partners. It's every single person in this room. And I truly do believe that with a strong strategy, as April outlined, with strong messaging, with a strong ground game, you will be successful. We will all be successful. Everyone in this room has a lot of work to do, has a lot of contributions to make. It doesn't end when you walk out of this room tonight. You all know that. It begins in so many ways. I'm so excited for this effort. This is so critical to the future of our town, to the future of our youth, our culture, our economy, our workforce development opportunities. I am fully in support of the staff recommendations before us tonight. And again, I just want to say I am so grateful to everyone who came out tonight. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. I echo Councilmember Henderson's comments at the beginning of thank you to all of you for coming out. everyone who made a public comment and who's under the age of probably 30. It does take incredible courage. And those of you over 30, I appreciate you as well. And, you know, just exactly what you said, Councilmember Henderson, the positivity. And I am really encouraged to see you all harnessing the positivity in our community. And I think one of my fellow council members said it on the Edmonds Loft project. I would love to see you all harness positivity on other agenda items in the future too. I know you'll be busy with this one. You know, I will say it was disappointing to see the survey results come in where they were at. However, I know this is a good group. This is a great amount of folks in this room who are excited about this. And similar to what I said about Measure E, when we voted to put that on the ballot in November, this is a great opportunity to leave it up to the voters. And if the voters in our community support a bond measure, then we should go forward. And if it turns out they don't, then yes, we will all have to rethink next steps. But this is a great opportunity to put it out there. And again, utilize the talent and skills of everybody in this room to move forward. So I'm happy supporting moving forward.
Councilmember Pallavi.
When I took a fundraising survey last summer from, I believe it was commissioned by the Friends of the Library, and the surveyor simply asked me if I wanted to add anything aside from the questions that she was asking me. And my only answer was, never doubt the ladies and gentlemen of the Friends of the Library to be successful in whatever they put their efforts towards. So I will just leave it at that.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
I think we probably skipped this part, but just to disclose, I did have conversations with Joan Jones, Paco Lindsay, and Charles Heath prior to this meeting in preparation for this decision. I too want to echo the comments of my fellow council members. It's really great to see all of you here, and it's really inspiring to see how many people are willing to step up to be part of this. But that is the point. By being here tonight, clearly we have support by the council. My decision doesn't matter. But by being here tonight, you matter. You're going to make the difference on this. Like Dan Wilkins said, this is just the first quarter. We got a long road. We got a marathon. Even after you pass this bond measure, then you got to fundraise. So don't lose steam. That's my only ask. If I'm going to vote tonight to commit tax dollars to something that we don't really have the data to support, I'm relying on you to bridge that gap. And I think with that, I just really want to thank the collaboration that we have seen with all our partners. That to me is also equally as much of a win as seeing all of you here tonight. We are working more and more collaboratively as a region to create things for our region, to solve problems for our region on housing, on a library, on climate impacts. So I really want to thank the Friends of the Library for envisioning this and holding us all together on this. And I look forward to voting yes for this in November.
I share Vice Mayor Klostad's thoughts that we're putting a lot of faith in the community, and particularly this group in this room and the other supporters that are watching and have already supported forming the new Truckee Library. I think it's, in a way, data-driven support. It's based on what we've seen you already accomplish. I certainly don't want to stand in the way of letting the voters of our community decide, given the support we've already seen despite the polling numbers. And what actually stands out for me is for another $100,000, we could get private funding generated, $20 million. I mean, that's a great raffle ticket, not to mention the library coming along with it. So that's a small investment for a tremendous return. And so I certainly look forward to supporting staff's recommendation. So do I have a motion?
I would love to make a motion that we, can I just say, accept staff's recommendation? It's a very lengthy one, or do you want me to read it out?
I think a motion to approve the staff recommendation and the staff report would suffice.
I move that we approve the staff recommendation and staff report.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Okay, I think we'll take a break now just to find out who wants to stay around for the next agenda item. Okay, this next one will be riveting. We'd appreciate quiet in the house. We're now going to do item 7.3. We're going to do item 7.3, the Artist Lofts Master Plan Amendments.
And it will be riveting.
Okay.
The project we're talking about today is located in the Rail Yard Master Plan in the downtown extension area, and that's the whole red area, and that's also part of the project, that whole red area, not just one project site. But there is a component of the project that is located specifically in the Artist Lofts, the ground floor of the Artist Lofts, the retail component that was approved previously, and that's located in the Rail Yard area between Church Street and Donner Pass Road, east of the Truckee Way roundabout. And the project we're looking at today is governed by the Truckee Rail Yard Master Plan, which was originally adopted in 2009 and amended in 2016. It was also adopted with a development agreement, and which included the Affordable Housing Plan, Parking Management Plan, and Streetscape Plan. Just to give you a quick background on the Rail Yard Master Plan, the vision for the Rail Yard Master Plan is boils down to that the master plan seeks to support development of an eclectic mix of building types and uses within an attractive pedestrian-oriented neighborhood. And the key goals for the Rail Yard Master Plan is to create a vibrant and economically sustainable mixed-use development, provide a connected community for multiple users, creating an enjoyable public realm with a strong sense of place, and then encouraging an efficient use of resources and improved environmental and community health. The gist of today's project proposal today is to allow Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation, a local nonprofit, to occupy the ground floor of the Artist Lofts. The Artist Lofts is a 4-story, 77-unit affordable housing project, which was originally approved with ground floor retail. It was approved in 2016, amended in 2018. The construction was completed in 2021, with the exception of the interior of that ground floor retail, which is about 3,500 square feet. TTCF's proposal is to move their operations from in the gateway area to this tenant space, and it would include a gathering space, which is they're envisioning a flexible meeting area, event space, and then a facilitator's bullpen and organizer's office, which are essentially office uses for varying purposes to meet their needs. They're also proposing a 1,300 square foot outdoor seating area, which is located wholly on private property for additional gathering and meeting area space. When we looked at the Rail Yard Master Plan to see how this use can fit into this area, we noted that the offices, business and professional, which is what this use would most likely fit into, aside from the gathering place component, is a permitted use within the downtown extension district. However, there is a little caveat where footnote 4, circled here in red, states that this use is not allowed within 30 feet depth of ground floor building frontages on the primary street, in this case Donner Pass Road. However, to facilitate initial leasing, the town may allow these uses on the ground floors of buildings on primary streets in this district for a period of up to 5 years from issuance of the building's final certificate of occupancy. And that time has mostly lapsed. As noted before, it was completed construction in 2021. And that policy, that footnote, was based on a policy within the Rail Yard Master Plan that encourages ground floor uses that attract pedestrian activity in that district to create a vibrant street experience. So we found that the TTCF's vision for the space doesn't necessarily fit within our current land use definitions in the developments in the Rail Yard Master Plan. Additionally, with their vision of having a gathering space, a community event space, that use is also not within the Rail Yard Master Plan land use table. That's not something that's envisioned in that table. And then they also wanted to host events open to the public, which kind of brought them out of the realm of being a membership organization, which is a permitted use within the Rail Yard Master Plan. So looking at that, we saw that there would be a Rail Yard Master Plan amendment that would be needed in order for TTCF to move into that space. So in October of last year, the council, that's you, considered a request from TTCF to expedite a rail yard master plan amendment to allow use of the Artist Loft's ground floor retail space for their TTCF use. At the time, council supported moving forward with the requested master plan amendment to allow TTCF to occupy the space as it aligns with council priorities, but directed staff to keep it very narrow. With that in mind, staff worked with the applicant to come up with what could be a rail yard master plan amendment that we could bring forward to the Planning Commission and to the Town Council. We created a new definition, a new term, and new definition, which is the nonprofit office and gathering space, and that I'll just read that to you, since that's the information that's on the table today. That's defined as an indoor, non-commercial use for offices and small public or private community events and meetings operated by a nonprofit organization located on the ground floor of a building with a 100% affordable housing development project. For purposes of this definition, at least 2/3 of the total floor area for the project is required to be dedicated to the 100% affordable housing development. Small community events and meetings are limited to 120 people. Outdoor seating is permitted as an accessory to the primary use. This use does not include commercial entertainment and commercial recreation uses, which can be defined under indoor recreation centers, theaters and meetings halls, sports facilities, outdoor public assembly uses. And with that definition, we would insert a line item within the land use table within the rail yard master plan and allow that as a permitted use without the footnote 4 in the downtown extension district. And no other amendments are proposed today, or no changes to the land use table, no changes to the definition or the master plan. And all of the uses that are already in the rail yard master plan, allowed uses in the downtown extension, would remain and are available if TTCF gets approved, established, and then decides to move out. A restaurant or retail user can move in through the appropriate land use channels. In order to fulfill this request, the applicants, the property owner of the Artist Lofts and TTCF, are requesting a rail yard master plan amendment to create this new use and allow it in the downtown extension district. And this amendment is purely a legislative act, which is wholly at the discretion of the Town Council, with Planning Commission's recommendation under your consideration. And then if you do choose to move forward with this rail yard master plan amendment, TTCF is requesting that their use, the Community Foundation nonprofit office and gathering space, be approved through a zoning clearance in the ground floor of the Artist Lofts. As part of the zoning clearance, you would review it for consistency with the master plan and the applicable standards. And just for reference, a zoning clearance is typically done at the staff level. It's just checking in boxes to make sure it meets all of our standards and requirements for that use, and sometimes for development. But since this is coming forward with the amendment, which is council's discretion, they are all the permits are reviewed concurrently. So tonight, council's role is to review the proposed amendment to ensure consistency with the purpose and intent of the master plan, ensure the uses are compatible with the neighborhood and surrounding uses, and does it support the key goals and policies of the master plan area that we went over before. And if the amendment can be supported, review the zoning clearance for consistency with the master plan, including the proposed amendments and any applicable development code requirements. If you do move forward with the amendment and would like to consider the zoning clearance, we've went through the process of making sure that the TTCF use meets the requirements of the nonprofit office and gathering space place use. And because this definition was catered directly to the needs of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation needs, I'd say it meets all of the requirements in the definition. Additionally, they would be required to meet any noise standards, which include prohibition of outdoor seating, which creates noise after 10 p.m., prohibition of outdoor amplified noise as well. And then one impact that we thought might occur through the Community Foundation was potentially traffic. So we asked our traffic consultants, LSC, to conduct a trip generation study, and they determined that that impact was minimal on an average day in Truckee in comparison to what was already permitted within the rail yard master plan. The one item that staff has kind of checked in your staff report for your consideration is parking. The rail yard parking management plan governs within the development agreement, it governs the parking requirements, which is quite a bit different than our standard development code requirements for parking. It created a common shared pool of parking in the parking district. That's already constructed. There's about 400 spaces out there. It's provided to developers on a first come, first serve basis. So if a new development comes in and they're required to do 50 parking spaces, we would take it out of that 400 space pool that's totally on paper at this point because they're using the public parking spaces out there in the parking district. And that matrix is run by the town. The parking management plan has some specific requirements for residential and hotel uses. All other uses are kind of umbrellaed under other uses with 3 spaces per 1,000 square feet, except for outdoor uses, which are determined by land use permit. And since the nonprofit office and gathering place was not a contemplated use at the time, we're just asking council if it's appropriate to consider it under the other uses, 3 spaces per 1,000, or if some other number should be considered. And just for reference, the Artist Lofts was required to provide 118 spaces for the residential units and for the retail spaces below, and 22 are on site, and the remaining are in the shared parking pool. And 12 spaces were allocated to the retail space. When staff was considering what condition to apply for parking or what standards to apply, the condition that's written in your staff report today is to not require any additional parking beyond the 12 that were identified in the Artist Lofts project. But however, as part of that, we considered other calculations. We looked at our development code, which says 1 parking space is required per 50 square feet of public assembly uses, which is the most impactful use that the TTCF is considering. For TTCF's space, that would require around 41 parking spaces. LSC's trip generation study identified an average of 2.4 persons per vehicle. So for a 120% event, which is the cap that's within the definition, that could generate up to 50 parking spaces. So we also considered that this use could draw 120 people during times when the rail yard may be busy in the future when it's built out, after hours, after 5 p.m. However, the day-to-day use of the space is primarily office with occasional but regular gatherings. The rail yard master plan parking management plan seeks to ensure sufficient but not excessive parking. And typical planning practice is when you're developing parking calculations is to consider the parking demand on an average day rather than the most impactful day where parking is at its peak need. So that's why staff crafted the condition as written, which is not requiring additional parking, keeping all these things in mind. However, council tonight can consider requiring more parking based on one of the above calculations. You could require smaller events, less than 120 people, or you can require a parking study. Commission reviewed this specific condition, and they recommended the condition as written within your staff report today. We received a number of public comments during the Planning Commission hearing, and that was all forwarded to you. As part of this town council hearing, we have received 4 public comments, one from MAP, who does not support the amendment and zoning clearance as proposed. They support a 5-year timeline and request that TTCF consider incorporating future commercial uses in their TI. And they requested a very specific condition of approval, and I can read it here now for your consideration. The nonprofit office and gathering space use may be allowed for a period not to exceed 15 years from the date of the lease execution, at which point 100% of the space shall be converted to a retail or commercial use. Within 5 years from the date of lease execution, at least 50% of the nonprofit gathering space shall be converted to a retail or commercial use. We received a public comment from a member of the public who does not support the amendment and zoning clearance as proposed and believes that it's not consistent with the vision of the master plan and is concerned about its lasting impact. We also received another public comment from somebody associated with MAP, but a member of the public that supports MAP's requirements for the 5-year timeline and 50% commercial space, and requests that the amendments sunset in 15 years. And then we received a public comment from TDMA who identified concerns with the amendment and zoning clearance, particularly about setting precedent, and then requesting that this amendment only apply for the duration of TTCF's tenancy. The rail yard master plan, EIR, underwent environmental review when the master plan was adopted originally, and the EIR was adopted at that time, and an addendum was accepted in 2015 when the amendment to the rail yard master plan was adopted. These new rail yard master plan amendments that we're looking at today, staff has found that there are no new impacts to traffic with the new use, and the impact is similar to what is the allowed uses are already within the rail yard master plan. And the zoning clearance is not proposing any new physical development on site, so staff does not believe that there will be any physical impacts to the environment. So therefore, because the project is consistent with the density that's existing on site, staff believes it's Consistent with the Rail Yard Master Plan EIR, the Rail Yard Master Plan, and per section 15183. The commission reviewed the project in March of this year. They reviewed all the same things you reviewed. They recommended to council to determine the project exempt from CEQA per 15183 and Public Resources Code 21166, and approve the master plan amendment and the zoning clearance. No changes were incorporated by the Planning Commission. There was a 4-to-1 vote for your consideration. There was one dissenting vote that was concerned about that the amendment and the zoning clearance were not consistent with the Rail Yard Master Plan's vision. Today, staff's recommendation is to adopt 2 resolutions. Adopt Resolution 2025-23, determining the project exempt from CEQA per 15183 and Public Resources Code 21166, and approve the Artist Lofts Rail Yard Master Plan Amendment, and adopt Resolution 2025-24, making the same findings for CEQA, and approving the TTCF zoning clearance based on the findings and subject to the conditions of approval. You always have alternative options. You can continue this hearing to a date and time certain. You can request additional information from the applicant and/or staff. You can incorporate changes to the amendments and/or zoning clearance. You can deny the amendments and/or zoning clearance. Or you can require additional environmental review. And that concludes my presentation. We do have the applicant team here, and she has a presentation ready.
Good evening, council members. Thank you, and staff, and everybody who joined us today. Thank you. I'm Stacy Caldwell. I'm the CEO of the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation. It's good to see everybody. Thank you for your consideration tonight. I wanted to just very quickly walk you through a couple talking points that is the continuation of this journey since October. So I won't spend a lot of time on the vision behind the gathering space. I feel like our application itself holds that, and the presentation at the Planning Commission. But I do feel like some of the comments that I brought to you today just continue to shed light and context on our application. So with that, our mission is to bring together trusted partners to align strategies and inspire philanthropy to nurture a resilient community and environment. And you might know us for some of the ways that we show up in the community. And we are overseen by a wonderful and engaged and dedicated board of directors, many of them who are here tonight. Thank you, including our founder, Jim Porter. It's good to see you. And I want to acknowledge that it was a generation ago of the board that really leaned into the artist lofts and took a leadership role, not only in writing housing into our strategic plan back in 2017 and opening the Housing Solutions Fund, that then helped us drive the Mountain Housing Council, and also one of our first impact investments in the Truckee Artist Lofts. And so we've been committed to housing and seeing success in housing for our community for many years. With me today are some of our staff. It's good to see y'all too. And these are the people who administer many of our programs at TTCF, including our grant making and our scholarships. But they also work closely with our nonprofit community to keep their fingers on the pulse of what's taking place and help bring solutions forward for our community. In the last 6 months, we presented to the Planning Commission that we've hosted over 24 meetings and welcomed over 1,200 attendees. And so I just want to put some perspective. Sometimes people don't realize all that we're doing in the community because we are spread out. And what we're hoping to do is bring them into one space where we can really leverage our whole team in support of those activities, and also maybe free up city council chambers from time to time. Today we had our CCTT resource sharing meeting, and it was all about child abuse prevention. That's why many of our staff members are wearing the blue bandanas. And so we really bring our community partners together to focus on different aspects of what's active and alive in our community. I want to also just acknowledge the community partners that have engaged in this process. It very much was a journey of really authentic and meaningful conversations, and I'm grateful for that engagement. And It really kind of speaks to our journey in Speak Your Piece that was released in 2008, and this idea that it truly is unlike-minded individuals who come together for community solutions that make strong solutions for our community. And so we're grateful that you leaned in, and I think we've come to some good momentum moving forward. And then finally, I want to acknowledge the ownership of the Truckee Artist Lofts. They've been with us all along. Many of you have participated with them from the inception. They've been very concerned about that vacant space. We can talk about how affordable housing pro forma tied to public fund subsidies don't create commercial real estate ventures, and why there's not a floor and why it isn't occupied at this point, but it has been 4 years. They've shown the space over 70 times. They've had a couple that interested leases that have fallen through. So they're anxious to move forward. They want to see it occupied, and they've been incredibly supportive of TTCF throughout this process, and actually very complimentary of the town and the staff throughout the history of Truckee Artist Loft. So I wanted to acknowledge them. They couldn't be here today. Unfortunately, there was a medical emergency over the weekend that kept them from showing up. Since our planning commission, and I just want to acknowledge all of our different stakeholders, we've had a number of community meetings with community members, including MAP, as well as the Downtown Merchants Association. And it's truly led to an exploration of expanded ideas and language that we will share with you at the end of this. And so we are excited to explore ideas around retail and future uses, but we're also very focused on our business model. We are a business. We might be nonprofit, but we still have real business challenges and expenses and personnel. And so in this vision of ourselves as we grow into a mission where we're more community-faced, we also, while we're open to ideas, we have to be able to protect the Community Foundation's mission, because we're intended to be here forever and ever. We manage community assets and endowments of many of the agencies that you know and love. And so we need to be open to those ideas, but we also have to focus on what our strengths are in this work. And that really is driving more philanthropic capital into this region to create those kinds of solutions. And you know, I would also just remind us that a board of directors serve as fiduciaries of these resources. And so their appetite to get really creative sometimes is a little more cautious. And they also have to be prudent with the decisions that we make within that business model. And so ideas of limited time in this space become a little more challenging. Not only are we encumbering future generations of a volunteer board, but we also are trying to think about how to, for better word, amortize philanthropic capital for the benefit of the community for longer periods of time. But there were some good questions along the way. And one of them is if we would be willing to explore pop-ups and coffee shops. And that is something we were open to. And we started discussions with Yumi to explore ways that we might include more flexible language that didn't impose that expectation, but encouraged it and allowed it and didn't make it a barrier to try some of these ideas like retail pop-ups that might align with Truckee Thursday nights or the gallery openings, things like that. The coffee shop concept got a little more complicated because you're talking about a commercial kitchen and food handling and things like that. And I think we all agree we probably want to be prudent in those decisions as we offer potential food to people in a commercial way. So the language that we'll share with you in a moment really just focuses on that kind of retail pop-up. I would also just point out that the site plans themselves have a flexibility in the design. We don't want to over-engineer that space because we know that we want to try some of these creative ideas. And so you'll see in that design, you know, more than half of the space is kind of like a coffee shop. And in some of these pictures, you can see we tried this out in a building across the street from where our current offices are. We called it the Annex, and we tested some of the programming that we thought might be successful. we had hoped to move in this direction, and we're very excited because of its success, but the pandemic hit, and we eventually gave the space up so that the hospital district could expand their COVID testing. And so, the other question we've had is if we would explore a time limit to our lease. I kind of have covered that. We really want to be able to put those philanthropic dollars to the benefit of our community over time. And while we see success downtown as being too many cars and too many visitors, and suddenly we need to find the next space, which hopefully is our permanent home at TTCF, we'll consider that successful. But we don't want to put a time constraint on when and how that looks. And so the time piece is a little harder for us to get to. We also explored the 120 visitor limit that's embedded in the definition. Originally it kind of felt a little bit just kind of, why wouldn't we tie it to the fire code? But after talking to Yumi and staff, we're satisfied with that level based on parking and visitor expectations. So we're comfortable with that. And then we also explored conversations around TTCF's engagement in public safety and kind of the neighboring merchant association. And we really want to be a good neighbor. We want to be a part of this. We want to work with our police force to make sure that it is a safe space for not only our employees and our nonprofit partners who will be visiting and our donors, but for all of the community. And so we really want to play a role and be a part of that as well. So my final thoughts, as I share this, and I want to also just acknowledge in the question portion, you're more than welcome to also ask questions to our board chair, Kelly Carroll, who is here. But we never really expected a unique definition here. We understand land use is complicated. Our biggest concern that brought us to the table was the vacancy downstairs and a lot of the concerns we were getting about an affordable housing project. And we've been really worried about that kind of unfulfilled promise to completion and the perception of these difficult housing projects. And we want to see it activated. We want to see community present there. We recognize there are a lot of different perspectives in the room, and we understand the perspectives come from land use, from small businesses, and from community, and there's a blend in those. It's not like one is only focused on one or the other, but we appreciate that. We believe that 4 years in land use is a blip, and we can understand why you would want to hold and let it be vacant for another 4 years. But 4 years in the community is a long time. There are about 40 children who live in the artist lofts, and we feel like we can do better and bring community into that space. And we also feel that the public concerns around safety in that area, whether they're true or rumors, our presence there will create more of a focus and opportunity to kind of connect those dots. And we also believe that our activation will hopefully bring new investors to that space downtown and get people excited about it. So with that, the red line here are the additional language that we've included working with Yumi that we think would satisfy kind of that expanded version and allow us to explore some of the ideas. So that is my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Stacy. Back to you, Yumi, unless you're done.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here for questions.
Okay. Let's start down at this end and work our way across. Lindsay, could you go first?
Yeah. So Yumi, just first up, the definition that Stacy just showed up on the screen, it sounded like staff would be amenable. That would make sense. I just kind of wanted to confirm that in and/or commercial or nonprofit retail.
Yes, we work together. The retail use is something that's envisioned and desired in the Rail Yard Master Plan, so it didn't seem like there would be too impactful to add that. The one thing I would recommend is adding perhaps a condition of approval that as part of the TI, the applicant would identify that area that would be potentially retail and the potential hours of operation, just so we have something in writing.
Thank you. And then I will share, I met with 2 members of the TDMA board last week, and I know they submitted comments, and, a concern we've heard is this going to lead to more expansion of commercial and retail space being given to offices? But Yumi, I would just ask you to reaffirm, this looks like staff, you really paid close attention to really try to make it very specific. Like, would you see any other spaces moving forward that this could be utilized, or?
Not anything that's on the books right now that's being proposed. No, I took your direction to heart.
Thank you. And then I appreciated there was a question from a council member in advance asking about a potential sunset. And, Stacy, we heard your viewpoints on that, but a potential that once TTCF moves out of the building, that then this would not be a use allowed in the future. Can you speak to kind of some of the thoughts?
I think it'd be difficult to build that into the rail yard master plan now. What you could consider is directing us in the future that once they leave, we can come back and amend the rail yard master plan. That could be decades from now, and who knows who the council will be at that time, whether or not that's the desire of the council at that time. I think there was one item that I did note that you could do within the questions. You could direct us in the next couple of years when we do revisit the rail yard master plan and when the development agreement expires to amend it, to remove this use from the rail yard master plan, make this use, if it's established, a legal non-conforming use, which means it can continue in perpetuity, but once it leaves, that it can no longer, it would need to then comply with the rail yard master plan at the time for the future, for any future uses.
Thank you. Stacy, one question for you. Appreciated the pictures of the variety of community events and partnerships you have. In most of those slides of, meeting at other places, would those fit the 120 people?
Mm-hmm. It's really comfortable. Yeah, it's we had a salon recently at the new coffee bar, and it was standing room only, exceeded 80. And we had a wait list. And so we think that it's actually kind of a perfect size for the kinds of activities that we want to host.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all my questions right now.
Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you. I think just 2 at this point, and I'll also disclose I met with 2 of members of the public also who had some concerns about this in advance. So our first one, Yumi, for you, which of our existing uses did the gathering space most closely align with before the new proposed use definition? Because I know the office component sort of is more closely with the office business professional, but the roughly 2/3 of the space that's the gathering space.
I think the most similar use for the gathering place was the theaters and meeting halls. Let me see. Theaters and meeting halls. It doesn't quite fit, but it fit a little bit.
Okay. And then Stacy, I'm sorry, I'm going to make you get back up. Can you just give? You've given, I think, a lot on vision of sort of the community gathering space and what that looks like, and I'm wondering if you can just maybe even give a little bit more detail and color on sort of frequency of events and maybe, I don't know, in a way, can you help to alleviate some of the concerns that we've received that, hey, this isn't going to draw in as much foot traffic as retail. It won't really activate in the same way. If you could just speak to that from your perspective, I'd appreciate it.
Absolutely. So what we were really clear about is how we operate today in our application, because we wanted to demonstrate, like, we already are hosting regular salons. We're already hosting community collaborative gatherings. Oh my gosh, Housing Funders Network, Suicide Prevention Task Force, Homeless Coalition, working groups. It just, all of that is kind of our business as usual. When we had the annex, we were doing several a month, but we also were a smaller team, and we didn't really have time to kind of spread our wings at that moment because of COVID. There's no lack of ideas of how to activate that space. That space really inspires us. We see opportunities for potential coffees on Sundays with a nonprofit. Truckee Thursday extension, art cafe type thing. We just need to get in there and stabilize with our own business to then start to explore some of those cooler ideas. But there's a little stage. We see, different kind of arts and letters conversations, and we see opportunities for teens to have a third space, like a game night pop-up. So because our team is working in the community and they're listening to the things that are out there and needed, we have to be realistic about what we can pull off and continue to, if you build expectations around programming, we want to do it right. But we see this as an opportunity to just really activate down there and have some fun and not necessarily open it to the public all the time because we have business to do, but there will be opportunities for us to showcase. We think the Artist Lofts itself is a key stakeholder, the artist community within there. So we're already thinking about just ways that we can amplify their work, their gallery openings, things like that. I hope that gives you a little more color.
Yeah, and maybe if you can just speak to sort of I think you mentioned how many gatherings you've had over the past few months, just sort of like frequency, cadence, and I know it's not set in stone, but just kind of setting some expectations.
Certainly daytime is more active because those are during business hours, but we then have probably once a month during the winter, but during the spring and the summer when it's easier, we'll have like a couple times a month is what we're thinking about in the evening activities. But it doesn't really, that's just kind of our core business. It doesn't really explore some of these other ideas that we're thinking about with the expanded language. Yep.
Councilmember Pallavi.
Yeah, thank you. I guess first for Yumi, where did the 120 number come from, and what would be the fire code capacity of that space, at least as far as you know?
This is based off of a kind of a rough calculation of the fire code, of the building code numbers based off, I'm not a building inspector, plans examiner, so I relied on some numbers from the building code based on the square footage. It'll ultimately be decided by the building division once they come in the fire district. The 120 number was also quite a bit larger than the number that was identified as the occupancy on the plans, which I think was around 67, and it was also larger than the number that they identified it for the traffic study analysis. So I just was trying to kind of find a sweet spot for I think I was close to the number that was in the traffic analysis. So I just wanted to find the sweet spot so that where it would be limited, so it wouldn't just be a free-for-all community event, but it would be sufficient to meet the needs of the community foundation.
Do we ever do that on any other use or any other business or any other
we have
space
done
in
it
town?
through
The town has done it, but like outside of the fire code.
Through use permits, we have.
Example.
I believe the old Greenwood event center, mostly those types of uses.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I heard from you, Stacy, that you're fine with that number of 120 as arbitrary as it is.
It's
or at least that's what I've heard.
It's something we're willing to negotiate, right? We believe that it's odd to be kind of not tied to fire code, and encumbering our business model feels odd, but in the grand scheme of things, to Courtney's question, or maybe it was Lindsay, sorry, about is this the right size for your events? It feels reasonable and.
Yeah, I guess I'm just getting to, I don't know that in my experience, I've seen a number in a zoning code definition, I guess is more what I was getting at. So in a use permit, I understand, but in a zoning code definition, that feels like not something we generally do.
It's unusual, particularly for our codes. I think I just wanted to take a little bit of the discretion out of what a small community event is.
Right, and I guess my on the opposite side of that is like, we don't know, and it's not necessarily, we're not the dictators. We're sort of here to, I won't veer into deliberation, sorry. My only other question, I think, was with regards to parking. Staff's not recommending any other parking at this point, and neither do the Planning Commission. No other parking requirements.
Just using the existing 3 per 1,000.
Great.
Per 1,000.
I don't believe I have any other questions. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klofstad.
I think my fellow council members asked most of mine. I would just like clarity, Stacy, why do you want to leave where you are?
So we've been there maybe 20 years now, something like that. And it's been a really good home for us. But we're ready to kind of step out and into the community and be a little more visible with what we're doing. And we think this is a great opportunity. This is something we've heard from our donors often. Why don't people know what you're doing? And we've always been behind the scenes. But we see this as an opportunity to really evolve as a mission into what we think we're really best at the world at, which is building community and bringing interesting conversations together and, again, bringing unlike-minded people in a way that we can solve problems together within our community. So thank you. Yeah.
What better place to do it than in the core of our community, right?
Exactly. And we love Napa. I do want to say that has led to some interesting moments. But yeah, we've truly loved street level philanthropy. But we have so much more we can offer to the community in this space.
And for staff, I know we covered this, but I just want to make sure it's really clear that this definition is written specifically with the 100% affordable housing component, that really there's no other parcel or proposed project or anticipated project in the rail yard master plan that could possibly meet this requirement. So like this little space, this 3,400 square feet, is it?
I mean, I'd say never, but I don't foresee it.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Following up on that, one of the comments was from the board of directors for the Downtown Merchants Association, and their concern was setting precedent in perpetuity. And what I've heard so far kind of goes directly to that point. This wouldn't be setting a precedent for any other location. It would be, this is zoning only for that particular piece of property. And then when it comes time in 2 or 3 years to review the master plan, there'd always be the possibility of, in effect, making it a non-conforming use.
Yes.
So, okay. And then my next question goes, there was a comment from John Marks about installing improvements for a commercial development. That would certainly add costs, and I don't know, how would you know where to put the improvements?
I don't know.
Okay. And then Andrew Barr was concerned about, you had it up there on the slide, just generally that this, sort of the same idea about bad precedent, it wouldn't activate the area. I guess the idea is it would continue to be inactive. But then I'm hearing from the Community Foundation, they actually have a lot of activities. It's just not a restaurant or a retail establishment. And then you have an amendment to propose some retail, to allow it at least as part of an ancillary use. And I know there's a lot of people that don't like street vendors, but would street vendors be allowed there if someone was trying to activate the sidewalk?
Yes, depending on what our street vending ordinance in the future looks like.
Yeah, okay. Sure. Okay, fair. That's fair. Stacy, can I come back to you? There's a number of windows across the front
Yes.
in anticipation of commercial operation. But would the Community Foundation be able to have art in the windows or dioramas or something attractive that, when I say attractive, that would help attract people to come by and it's like window shop. See what's in the
Absolutely. We that came up in a recent conversation. I'm sorry I didn't bring that up as well, but we're already talking to our architects about how to create a visibly beautiful space.
So someone might want to walk by to take a look at what's in the windows of the community foundation.
Absolutely.
Those are all my questions. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I was ready to go home. Do we have any public comment? Anyone who would like to make a public comment, please come up to the podium. Anyone else, if you could get up against the wall, we'll be able to move through this a little more quickly. Thank you.
Hello, council members. Thanks for having us. My name is, what is my name? My name is Julie Huck. I own Gratitude's Gifts and Home Decor located in historic downtown on Commercial Row. I've been there at that location for about a little over 23 years and been on the board of the Downtown Merchants Association for over 15 years. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of the TDMA and our board of directors. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the proposed amendment to the Rail Yard Master Plan. Founded in 1969, the Truckee Downtown Merchants Association is dedicated to fostering community and connection. As an organization committed to funding local scholarships, supporting small businesses, improving infrastructure, beautifying our historic downtown, and engaging residents, the TDMA strives to preserve Truckee's history while creating a vibrant and authentic community-centered future. We have met with TTCF and appreciate their dedication to the revitalization, activation, and stewardship of the ground floor of the Truckee Artist Lofts. We also recognize the significant financial commitment that TTCF is offering in the form of tenant improvements, which will benefit future commercial tenants in the future. With this said, the TDMA still feels it would be prudent to formally submit for the record our concern regarding the proposed zoning change to accommodate office, business, and professional uses within the downtown extension district. We are worried this change sets a potential dangerous precedent for the future commercial vitality and connectivity of the areas. Specifically, we request that the council consider amending the language of in perpetuity to apply to the duration of the tenancy of TTCF. In the current and future business climate, it is crucial that we protect and support our small businesses and encourage economic vitality. We really do look forward to collaborating with TTCF and the town of Truckee on ways to future activate the rail yard area and strongly urge the town to prioritize the downtown extension district for thoughtful future development and revitalization. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Hawk.
Good evening, Truckee Town Council members. Alexis Aller, Executive Director of Mountain Area Preservation. Thank you for taking our comments into consideration this evening. MAP is an environmental advocacy nonprofit, and we have been focused on community planning in the Truckee Tahoe area since 1987. As a long-standing stakeholder in land use, development, and the preservation of open space, we care deeply about sound community planning, which is why we've taken an interest in the TTCF application for the Truckee Artist Lofts. We want TTCF to know that our advocacy stems from our mission-driven work and our commitment to community planning for the region. We appreciate all of your programs and your current efforts for future community ideas. Our comments have no bearing on the mission-driven work of TTCF, and that this is based on the planning. MAP submitted comments to both the Planning Commission and Council, and we have also participated in collaborative conversations with TTCF, Stacy, and her board chair. We are firm believers that we all have shared goals in wanting the rail yard to be successful with all facets of business, whether commercial, retail, in our downtown core, or the many nonprofits that have made downtown home. Both sectors of business are critical in providing services for our community, and the beauty of community planning and government is the ability to use the approval process to dictate how land use works, whether it be with fees to offset impacts, phasing for transition of uses, or timelines to consider certain uses at a later date. With that said, we have asked that TTCF consider a condition of approval that we submitted in our comment letter, just as you may read, so I won't read it again. Please understand this condition is not meant to shackle TTCF. It is meant to provide assurance to the community, future business investors, and the stakeholders who have played a long role in community planning that the ground floor along Donner Pass Road in the rail yard will in fact become an activated commercial space. The advocacy from business owners and merchants, along with the wisdom of the rail yard master plan, was only to allow office-like uses for the first 5 years to kickstart that investment, but not in perpetuity, which would be at odds for the vision of the rail yard and the downtown core. Tonight, we respectfully request that you add in a condition of approval addressing that the nonprofit gathering space not be in perpetuity and that a commercial use be required after 5 years of occupancy within the TTCF footprint. Thank you again to all of you and Stacy and your team for working with us and addressing our concerns for planning in the rail yard. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Gendron. I am a board member of TTCF, and just want to share a couple of things. First, to bear witness to the great work that TTCF has done. I know that everyone in the room, that there's a lot of mutual respect here, which obviously we love to see on display. And I think we can all agree that ideally we'd like to see a restaurant in that space, and ideally a movie theater or something that fits very neatly within the definition set out with the original rail yard master plan. First, want to point out that the developers were aware that this would be an issue, right? We're sort of in the thick of a thing that they knew would happen. And the Artist Loft person who was here last time pointed out that restaurants have a very high failure rate, and looking to set the tenant up for success here, they have an even higher failure rate without further development of the rail yard, which, if we go at the same pace that we've been going, could be quite a while. So I think it wouldn't be prescient to put a time limit on how long it would take for this space to be economically viable for a restaurant. They've already self-selected out of that as a viable option currently. And the second thing that I'd like to bring up is, and I know that TTCF's community contributions aren't being put to the task here, but I do think that they bear mentioning. And I think one of the biggest, especially since this is, we're talking about attracting potential developers to this area. We're talking about community activation. I can attest to the 1,200 community members that have engaged over the past 6 months. I can also attest to the fact that as a board member, the biggest problem that we have with TTCF staff is reining them in and telling them not to do as many things. So I have no doubt that they will run with this space as quick and as far as possible. But for every dollar that TTCF brings in, we leverage 6 more. And very conservative, and I'm pretty sure I can say this, but with our new impact investment portfolio, that is a very conservative number for the amount of dollars that we'll attract in the future. And, the library initiative, they're about to climb the hill of fundraising, and I just want to take note of the recent $10 million gift to TTCF. Attracting that kind of donor and that kind of money into our community and having a space that reflects that, I think is very important. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is this Mr. Porter again?
Yes, I'm Jim Porter still, and my foot is awake and my brain is waking up. I didn't intend to speak tonight again. But this is a microphone, and I'm Jim Porter. So I supported Stephanie when she was very concerned about the development of PCT, the Raley's project. The development out there competes with downtown, and that was her concern, a legitimate concern, and it still is a concern. And I think the proof in the pudding is it has impacted. We're all the development in the rail yard. we're all disappointed about the non-development in the rail yard. I mean, it's a travesty, and I worked so hard on that. 10 years I had help, but and it's nowhere. And so we are so lucky to have a tenant to come in and take over this space. And it's an active group, obviously. They've outgrown the other space, and this use is compatible. Would you want to be a bookstore? Would you want to go into this space? How about a t-shirt shop? You want to move out there next month and be a t-shirt shop? I don't think there's any business in this room here that wants to go out there until the rail yard gets going. The first tenant in a development is the hardest tenant. Once a tenant gets in there, often it breeds synergy and development surrounds it. This is what we got. Additionally, the TI, the tenant improvement cost on this site would choke a horse. I mean, it's staggering. And I blame the owner of the land for that, but so it is. I don't know how many people they've interviewed, but I heard Stacy say a lot. 4 years, 5 years, 7 years from now, unless the rail yard develops, this space will be there. So really, your choice is leave it blank, not helping downtown at all, or put some life into it and hope that generates additional development. And it's marginally close to the zoning code that's allowed. I mean, it's not like we're bringing in horse racing or something like that. So anyway, I urge you to support staff's recommendation and the Planning Commission recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. Okay, are there any follow?
Good evening. Stephanie Olivieri. Emily, I wanted you to know that Truckee has a very high success rate in restaurants. We don't have a high failure rate. And actually, in our business community, we have a very low failure rate. When it comes to office on the ground floor, no one puts office on the ground floor in a viable commercial area. It's the last thing you want because it's a dead space. Truckee spent the last 38, 40 years getting office spaces out of the commercial core because they're dead spaces. The Planning Commission, I said that the AAA gas station in downtown Truckee is a beautiful building, but it's a zero. It attracts no one. There's nothing happening in it. It's an office space. So we have history on this. I think it's a pretty clear choice here. Do you stay with commercial and the activity and life and vibrancy that retail provides, which was the rail yard's master plan's plan, commercial on all street-facing areas, especially in the downtown extension, which this fronts. This use is an inside use. Restaurants and retail bring people in and out. They create high foot traffic to the area. These are uses that are used once or twice a day or once or twice a month. Retail, if you have restaurants 6 in the morning to 10 at night, retail interspersed, that's what gives viability. The most important thing about the rail yard right now is the downtown extension, which we need to bring life from the downtown to this extended use. If you put office spaces, they're dead spaces. They don't attract foot traffic. They don't draw people. That's why shopping centers do not put offices on the ground floor. I urge you to reconsider this application. There are plenty of places they can be located. And please consider not allowing this to be in perpetuity if you choose to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivieri. Okay, are there any follow-up council questions to any of the comments.
I actually have one more. Sort of in light of sort of the questions regarding activation and then again, going back to the 120 people. If the 120 number is removed and struck, excuse me, does that change any of the work that you have done to get us here today? Because, go ahead.
I don't think so. I mean, I think probably the building code requirements are probably around that number.
Let the building code requirements dictate
I think
it.
One of the other reasons why I put that number in is to also to make it even more narrow, so that if somebody wanted to build a much larger space on a 100% affordable housing project in the future, that they wouldn't just be able to create a larger event facility and just try to game the system, I guess. But I mean, even that would be far-fetched and unlikely to happen. So I don't think
because we're still at 2/3.
Staff doesn't have
we're still at
any-
2/3 capacity, no matter what.
and we'd get affordable housing, so maybe it's
it's a good thing. Yeah, and I just asked that question as we head into deliberation, because if the main concern here is activation and people and movement and ancillary business effects, like lunch is a wonderful thing that office people do. And when you have events downtown, we see what it does on certain times. Sometimes Truckee Thursdays is a detriment to some of our businesses. Sometimes it's a bonus. You don't always know. So I only add that because I've never seen a number in a zoning definition, so that's obviously irking me. We're not dictators in that form, in my opinion. So I just wanted to sort of throw that out there, that if you're going to have an event, they're going to need food for an event. People are going to go out and have a drink after an event. Maybe they'll go shopping, when they're there prior to or post. So just seems to me that would be yet another compromise for allowing those types of events and activations. Is the more activations and the more types of people that they are going to bring in, the more opportunity there is to sort of see that business spending potentially spread out into the larger community.
I guess
That was
we
my question.
segued into deliberation.
Sure. You want me to keep going?
Were there any other questions in light of the witnesses? I should disclose, Stephanie reminds me, I met with her a few days ago on this topic and essentially went over the same things she just disclosed.
I spoke with Steph and Alexis as well. I'm also a member of the Downtown Merchants Association, but did not attend any of the conversations they had about this. My business is a member, I should say. Excuse me.
Okay. So Dave started. Do you have anything else you wanted to cover on deliberation?
I mean, honestly, I see the arguments. I understand the concerns, but I think, I operate in today's environment and today's conditions, and I think it is really challenging to operate a business, whether you're a nonprofit business or a for-profit business. It doesn't really matter. You're bound by leases, you're bound by agreements, you're bound by your income statements, you're bound by your debt levels, you're bound by your ability to hire effectively and service whatever it is that you are servicing, whether that's a customer, whether that's a community, or whether that's the rest of the nonprofit audience, or whether that's courting funders to leverage exactly what Emily was speaking about. And you kind of have to have the cachet, and no offense, your offices are fabulous. I work right across the street. I see you all coming and going. But yeah, if you want a $10 million gift that you're going to leverage into $60 million, you kind of got to show them a little bit of a good time and a nice thing. It's just sort of what people expect for, that type of giving. With that also said, are there concerns with ground office space? Of course there are concerns with ground office space, and I wouldn't be one to deny that. but we've hit a bit of a bump in the road, and we're not seeing the rail yard develop in the way that, it was once envisioned. I think starting a business in this community today, let alone building from the ground up with the constraints that we have with the zoning codes, with the costs, with interest rates, with everything we just talked about on the housing projects, it's not really a winning game. It's a really, really, really challenging proposition. And that might change. And I hope it does, because as many of you know, I wrote the first redevelopment brownfield grant for the rail yard in 2001 with Sierra Business Council. And I also had help. And it has been a long vision, but we're not there. Do I believe allowing this in perpetuity? Do I believe in the definition that's been created? And do I not believe in putting timelines or other conditions on top of this? I do. Because that's not something government does. That's something landlords do. That's something lessees do. They exercise options. They have leases. They go into agreements, and they do amortize their tenant improvements over a really long period of time. And it's okay to say that, and you shouldn't be ashamed to say that. Any investment does have to be amortized. That's the way that you do it. Your tax code allows you to do that and encourages you to do that. So I don't see the problem here. We already went down this road when we kind of went there. We have opportunities to keep improving it. And in general, I agree with what we're being presented with, and I personally don't see the need for 120, but I'm certainly not going to die on that, because they're not. So if they're not going to die on that one, I'm not. But otherwise, I'm not interested in adding any other conditions of approval at this time, and believe that the market will dictate what the highest and best use ends up being down there. And also for those neighbors when and if they come. So that's it for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Henderson.
Okay, thank you. I know there are a lot of different viewpoints on this policy and this issue in this room and in the public comments we received beforehand. And I know that I can't make everyone happy. That's a really difficult place to be in when you deeply respect everyone that you've talked to about this. Would I love to see retail or restaurants in this space? Yeah, sure, absolutely. But the reality is that it's had a certificate of occupancy for 4 years and nothing has moved in. If you go peer in those windows, it's down to the studs, right? You can see insulation between the studs. And if it was viable commercially, there'd be commercial in it after 4 years. I know some folks have cautioned me about making a decision sort of, favoring short-term gains, getting something in there over long-term gains of maintaining the current allowable uses. But I do think that's a bit of a false decision when no other businesses have raised their hands to move into that space. The Community Foundation is willing to invest significantly in those tenant improvements. I really want to acknowledge that. It's a huge investment. And there will be some level of activation. I also acknowledge that it's not likely to be that same volume of activation, for example, as retail. And that's a compromise that we have to be, that I am willing to make. I think the reality is that we've talked about this before. We don't really like to make decisions catered to the needs of one individual, one organization, one parcel. That's not a good precedent to set. It's a really uncomfortable place to be in. But I also don't want, whatever future council sits up here in another 4 or 5 years to be having the exact same conversation of we still have an empty space and nothing has gone in. And, I think honestly a big issue too that we haven't even, it's sort of related. There's 2 adjacent lots right now that are empty dirt lots. And I walked them on Sunday, 220 paces to get from the last retail over to the Artist Lofts building across those dirt lots. And I have big paces, I'm pretty tall. And we're talking about less than 30 paces. It was about 26 across that, right? So there's there's more activation that's needed overall, right? And I think we're focused on sort of this tiny piece when really it's this much bigger thing. So I keep going back to, does this meet the intent of the rail yard master plan? So in addition to reading the 600 pages in the agenda packet tonight, I also went back and read the rail yard master plan. And I just want to read one sentence from it. Yumi showed the vision of it earlier that she pulled out, but one sentence that defines the downtown extension district. It says the downtown extension district will include mixed-use development, including retail, office, entertainment, residential, recreation, and civic and community uses in downtown. So to me, this does meet the intent. That definition specifically calls out office and civic and community uses. Page 481 of the staff packet, staff stated that they believe that this is consistent. The Planning Commission has voted that this is consistent. And so I'm there as well. I'm ready to move forward and to have, to not put on additional, I don't see a need for additional parking, other conditions of approval, because I want some activation over no activation for the next 5 or 10 years.
Thank you. Councilmember Romack.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody in this room for participating tonight and for everybody's participation in the last 25 years of getting the rail yard visioned, pieces of it out there. And, it takes a village. And so thank you to everybody for everyone's efforts. And I think everybody in this room would say, what is our goal? We want to activate this space. And so it's really how do we get to that place? And I think, in an ideal world, we would have had a great commercial business go in, and it would have led to other commercial businesses and development of other of the vacant lots, but it hasn't yet. And so I do see this as an opportunity to activate the space. As I said at the previous meeting in October, I have participated in a lot of those events that Stacy showed of the nonprofit board training and some of the Mountain Housing Council in the previous space. And so I saw the types of people that come together and the types of events that can be held there. And I do see opportunities for activation of the space. And Councilmember Pallavi, I appreciated what you said, because it is, your meeting gets out at 5. Let's all go grab a drink down at Moody's afterwards, or let's go stop by Tahoe Sports Hub. I need to get my skis waxed, whatever it is. So that way, people are doing things while they're out and about. I do understand the concerns of setting a precedent from TDMA. So I do appreciate the efforts that was to really narrowly define this. And I want TDMA to know, I don't think any of us envision trying to make this go further and spread into the downtown core. I would be open, as we're reviewing the rail yard master plan, potentially in 2 years, to look at a potential of maybe we don't allow it after that point. So TTCF would be allowed to stay for as long as they want to stay there, but future uses wouldn't be allowed. So I think that is something worth considering as, we go down that path. And I will definitely remember to bring that up in 2 years when we're talking about it. I also appreciate, again, the creativity of potential pop-up retail, and would encourage TTCF to work with TDMA and to work with any other nonprofits who have ideas. I take the shuttles to Truckee Thursdays every week, and you pick up the bus over at that end, and there's always a really cool DJ spinning outside the art gallery, and hardly anyone's in there. So it'd be cool if there was a pop-up retail, or there was a gathering that got out at 4:30 right before Truckee Thursday. So, to, again, really think about what else is happening downtown and how do we incorporate that. And then, again, would encourage TTCF to, I know you work very well with all of our nonprofits in the community, but, if TDMA needs space for their board meetings, or, same with MAP, to really all work together so we can all use the space and have it shared among our community members and encourage more activation. And then the last piece I'll say is that the R2SC process has also really opened up my eyes in many ways that I did want to highlight, I think, which is River Revitalization Steering Committee, for those of you who are not as cued into that. And I think when that process started, we thought we were going to have this grand vision plan. And as we've gotten into it more, we really realize it's more property by property, business owner by business owner. And now we've moved to the place where we're working on individual properties. And I think that has shown it's great we have this big vision, but sometimes we do just have to dial in. Let's look at what can work right here, right now, activate it, and then go from there. And then the other piece with R2SC, TDMA, your discussion of could this be looked at for more development, the rail yard in the future? Maybe this is something after R2SC is done. Could there be a process like that that is diving into the rail yard again to help try to encourage more development of the types of things we want to see? So that's it. I know I just put more on the bike rack potentially for the future, but excited for the future. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Well, first of all, I do want to say that I had a couple of conversations with Stacy Caldwell and Stephanie Olivieri, and really appreciate the time and energy you both have committed to making this the best project that it could be. And I had a big, long list of ways that I was going to convince all of you to support this, and clearly I don't need to do that now. So I'm just going to skip to a few highlights. And I want to tag off of what you're saying, because one of the things that Stephanie and I talked about was exactly that, of clearly there are a variety of reasons why those particular parcels have not been activated, have not been built on. And I would love to look at something similar to the R2SC and figure out what are the barriers and how can we support that in moving forward. And I think that's a worthwhile effort, especially since we're seeing such success on the River Revitalization Steering Committee. The only other thing that I will say is I too went back and looked at the rail yard master plan, and it's a lot of work. And I didn't know that you, you had written the initial grant request. I mean, the history in this thing is absolutely mind-boggling. But I also had to realize that this was written for a very different time. This was written before the recession of 2008. This was written before COVID. Those things changed our community drastically. And so I think we have an opportunity here with the Community Foundation to create a community-oriented space that will be used by the community in service to the community. We're certainly not allowing horse racing or a corporate investor or a chain or something like that in here that I think would have a more deleterious impact on our downtown. I think what the Community Foundation has envisioned there is exactly what this space needs right now. I hope that you guys have a magnificent donor that shows up and you build an absolutely amazing facility in the near future. But until then, I really want to welcome you to the downtown. And I know that you will support it and embrace it and do the good work that you guys do. And the rest of the community will get to see more of it. They won't be parking next to Napa Autoparts. So that's, everything else is superfluous.
Okay. Well, TDMA and Steph Olivieri and MAP all moved the needle a little bit, and staff has revised the amendment. Speaking of horse racing, we're not letting the horse out of the barn. This is not setting a precedent. This is limited to this one business, and we're adding in the opportunity to allow commercial within that those premises. So moving on, I don't think this is a black and white issue about whether one thing creates activation and something else does. It's on a spectrum. I don't quite know where this falls. I know their operating hours are from early in the morning until the evening, and a lot of coffee shops close in the afternoon. A lot of restaurants don't open until noon. So there's dead time with retail establishments as well. I'm not in favor of putting a term on the project. As Councilmember Pallavi mentioned, it's a long amortization period. Plus, I appreciated the enthusiasm that Steph Olivieri showed for finding an even better place for the community foundation, and nothing we do here tonight prevents those kinds of negotiations from proceeding. I don't care about the 120 limit. I'm fine with the existing development code on the 120 cap, and I'm fine with the parking. And so I'm just waiting for someone to frame a motion.
Before you move on to that, I just want to bring up the definition for you to all look at. And then I did, while you were talking, I made a tiny change to the retail component, just to identify, to do a callback to the actual use that's listed in the land use table. So it's clear that it's not just all retail uses include the restaurants in there. So we're just very much pointing towards retail stores, general merchandise as this accessory use.
Understood. Thank you.
So where would the motion be?
So, and then there's the staff recommended the condition of approval that if you did go down this path with this amendment, to consider this, requiring them to provide some context for what their retail use would look like. And then this is staff's recommendation, and it would include any of those recommended changes.
Okay, so I move that we adopt Resolution 2025-23, determining the project exempt from CEQA under CEQA Guidelines 15183 and Public Resource Code 21166, and approve the Artist Loft Rail Yard Master Plan amendments based on the recommended findings, without any changes that I understand.
If you wanted those changes.
Those your minor changes, but without any further changes from us. And then also adopt Resolution 2025-24, determine the project exempt from CEQA, and approve the Tahoe Truckee Community Foundation zoning clearance based on the recommended findings and subject to the recommended conditions of approval.
With amendments?
With the amendments, thank you.
Right.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. It passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Now let's move on to agenda item, or do we need to take a break?
No, let's keep going.
Oh, you want rocking? You want to rock? Okay. 7 point.
Just such an early, you'll just be here till tomorrow.
Okay, 7.4.
I'm excited. I saw that you had a
Yeah.
resi. So fancy.
Officer Kyle, you'll be running the show?
Yes, sir.
Lieutenant, Captain?
Good evening. Lieutenant, officially. I'm called many names, many hats.
Okay.
Just depends on the group.
All right. You're among friends, Kyle.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this thing going here. All right. All right, good evening. So this evening, right now, we're going to be discussing our annual military equipment ordinance, introducing it for consideration for adoption. AB 481 was enacted by the California State Legislature back in 2021, and it was written for the purpose of increasing transparency in the use of and acquisition of military equipment by law enforcement for both their local governing entities as well as the communities they serve. So as such, it requires us to obtain approval from council every year prior to obtaining funding, purchasing, borrowing, or even permanently acquiring military equipment. So that's what we're discussing tonight. And I just do want to remind council that all of the attachments that I will be referencing in the slideshow here was all provided to you guys in the staff report, so I could hit each one of them at a very high level and of course answer any questions you guys have. So what is military equipment? There's a lot of exciting things here, and I think it's important to hit each one of these so then I could thoroughly underwhelm you by telling you what we actually have. Unmanned or remotely piloted aerial vehicles, wheeled or tracked armored vehicles, command and control vehicles, battering rams, slugs, and other breaching tools that use explosives, specialized firearms and ammunition greater than 50 caliber, noise flash devices, taser shockwave, microwave weapons, long-range acoustic devices. Armored personnel carriers, kinetic energy weapons, including beanbags, rubber bullets, other specialty impact munitions, weaponized aircraft, vessels, or vehicles, specialized firearms, ammunition less than 50 caliber if not standard issue, firearms designed to launch explosive projectiles, munitions containing tear gas or OC, and important to note, any other equipment as determined by town council or a state agency. We have not adopted any special categories since this original adoption back in 2021. So, what do we have here? We really have three categories. We do have drones, and I'm going to kind of also summarize what was in our annual usage report right now too, to kind of briefly discuss not only what we have, but how these were used. So we do have UAVs. They're small, they're DJI drones, very similar to kind of your standard retail ones that are sold at Walmart. However, we have a little bit more specialized gear on them and use them for public safety purposes. And we purchased those originally in partnership with the Truckee Fire Protection District. So some of those uses are for search and rescue, traffic and crime scene investigation mapping, wildfire safety. We used that during one of the tragic drowning incident at Donner Lake this last year. We also used it for some crime scene reconstruction efforts from our recent fatal traffic collision over at Donner Lake. So we do get some pretty good usage out of that. Pepper ball launchers, beanbag shotgun rounds. These are less lethal munitions that are used for potentially armed and dangerous subjects to help kind of de-escalate the situation without having to use lethal means to successfully bring those incidents to resolution. We didn't have any uses for that this past year, and we primarily use these for wildlife diversion, getting bears out of dumpsters, schools, areas they shouldn't be in a humane and non-lethal way. That's the reality of those. Simunition firearms and rounds. These are projectiles that are used for training purposes only. There's no other authorized use for them outside of a training environment. So that is really the equipment that we have here and that we're seeking for renewal to continue that use. What we have here is also required by law. I'll just kind of go over what this is. It was included in an exhibit within the staff report. This is a matrix, really an inventory of what we do have, our quantities, the capabilities, what they do, expected lifespans, the purpose, fiscal impact, training requirements, and oversight and compliance procedures. What we're looking for this evening is requested $9,550. It's about $6,400 less than last year, just simply because we are not requesting to acquire any new equipment this year. We're good with what we have. That $9,550 figure is for just routine maintenance to what we do have and potentially replenishing any munition supplies that we need that we just use over the course of the year. Our full policy is available online. The draft policy for this is required by law to be publicly accessible 30 days prior to tonight's meeting. It's been on there longer than that. And it's still available now. What our policy does encompass, in addition to the documents that you've seen, is identifies the responsibilities of a military equipment coordinator. Hey, that's me. The inventory that you saw, the coordination with other jurisdictions when we do request their assistance in matters that require their use of military equipment, the annual reporting, as well as the community engagement. So in addition to having the draft policy accessible to the public, the law also requires that we hold a community presentation for public input 30 days prior to tonight's meeting. We did so in early March. And then we also had the same presentation to our Chiefs Advisory Committee, which we do on an annual basis. At those time, there was no objections or concerns posed by anyone in attendance. So what we have here is the example ordinance. This is going to look nearly identical to the one that we proposed to you guys last year with an updated ordinance number. Again, just to briefly touch on the items in here, this just recognizes the definition of military equipment and identifies what the police department possesses. It would readopt our policy 709, which includes the proposed funding, acquisition, and usage of the military equipment, and would also recognize that other legal requirements were met, such as the public outreach efforts that I specified earlier, all required within the ordinance. So our staff recommendation for this is to introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinance 2025-03, adopting Truckee Police Department Policy 709, military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy. Any questions?
Thank you, Kyle. That was a really good slide presentation. I appreciated seeing the ordinance up on the screen. We rarely see the ordinance as part of a presentation. I enjoyed having that happen. With all that said, now council questions. Shake of the head, shake of the head. Oh, one question.
I have just one. So I think it was mostly just the drones getting near end of life. Does the 9,550 include maintenance of those, or you guys just don't need more of those right now, even though they're getting near end of life?
Good question. It includes the maintenance cost, potential maintenance costs for those, and realistically, those are batteries. Typically, the first things to go on these are batteries. So that's what that cost for those items represent. Those are probably the original ones that we bought, that we've had the longest. They're kind of getting phased out, and we're using the newer one that we acquired last year just because it's smaller, more easily deployable, doesn't require multiple operators. It can literally be thrown in the back of a car and used at a moment's notice. Technology's just gotten better, cheaper, more affordable, more efficient. So with what we acquired last year and how well it's performed and some of those incidents I mentioned earlier, we're just not seeking anything else at this time. And if the need arises for anything that does fall under these definitions, all roads lead us back here speaking with you guys for approval.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, is there any public comment? Seeing none, we can move on to deliberation or a motion.
I move that we introduce ordinance 2025-03, readopting the Truckee Police Department Policy 709, military equipment funding, acquisition, and use policy.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Sorry to keep you here so late.
Oh, it's no problem. Always a pleasure.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to 7.5 inventory. Is that where we are? GHG inventory.
All right. Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
So tonight I'll be presenting on our 2022 community-wide greenhouse gas inventory and municipal operations inventories for 2022 and 2023. So before I jump in on the results, I'll do a couple slides kind of summarizing what a greenhouse gas inventory is. So a greenhouse gas inventory estimates, one second here. There we go. So greenhouse gas emission inventory estimates greenhouse gas emissions using the best available data and calculation methodologies at the time it's conducted. A greenhouse gas inventory helps us track progress towards our GHG reduction goals and helps inform measures to include in our climate action plan. One important thing to note is that this is not a strategy document, though this inventory will help us inform future discussions of policies and strategies to reduce our emissions. So there are two types of inventories that were conducted, and this presentation will go over those. A community-wide inventory measures all greenhouse gas emissions within the town boundaries and measures GHG emissions associated with 5 sectors listed here: transportation and mobile sources, residential energy use, non-residential energy use, water and wastewater, and solid waste. A municipal operations inventory measures GHG emissions associated with just the town's municipal operations, including the 4 sectors here: town buildings and facilities, vehicle fleet, employee commute, and solid waste. There are inventory protocols that provide guidance for what to include in a GHG inventory, and there are certain emission generating activities that reporting entities are required to include. These sectors listed here are all required to be included. The criteria to determine if the emissions generating activities should be included in an inventory include if 1, the reporting entity has influence over the emissions activities, 2, if the data is reasonably available, 3, if the emissions tend to be significant, and 4, if the activity is common across similar types of reporting entities. For the town's municipal operations inventory, the operational control framework was used, meaning that only sources and activities that the town has operational control over are included in the inventory. So last month, Town Council adopted a resolution which updated our GHG reduction targets and set commitments for conducting regular GHG inventories. Our reduction goals are relative to a 2008 baseline and set targets to reduce GHG emissions 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2040. An additional goal was set to achieve carbon neutrality by 2045. We also committed to conducting community-wide inventories every 5 years, along with the Climate Action Plan update. And we committed to conducting municipal operation GHG inventories annually. So the town previously conducted inventories for the years 2008 and 2016. 2008 is the earliest inventory conducted and is considered the baseline year for all reduction targets. These inventories were conducted by Sierra Business Council. Conducting GHG inventories is dependent on the publication of electricity emissions factors and U.S. Census data, which is typically released each fall for the year prior. So staff can be expected to publish GHG inventories in the late winter or early spring, 12 to 15 months following the inventory year. The town's climate action plan is scheduled to be updated for inventory year 2025. So staff will plan to conduct an inventory for the inventory year 2025, which will be published in late 2026, early 2027. This inventory will inform the CAP update, which will be conducted in 2027 once that inventory is published. This inventory will inform the CAP update. After the 2025 GHG inventory, staff will conduct inventories on a 5-year schedule to align with our 2030 and 2040 targets. And like I said, municipal operation inventories will take place each year and will be published in late winter, early spring for the inventory year prior. So now I'm going to talk about some of the data we're seeing in our inventory. So for the 2022 community-wide emissions summary, in 2022, our emissions reduced 14% below the 2008 baseline and increased 13% since 2016. Transportation and mobile sources emissions are the largest share of emissions at 58%, and that sector is shown here in blue. This sector includes emissions associated with fuel combustion from on and off-road vehicle travel, and this sector saw a 4% increase since 2008. Solid waste emissions are shown in light blue, and this sector increased 28% since 2008, and that's likely due to the increase in waste sent to landfills from our communities since 2008. All the other sectors saw emission reductions since the baseline year. The residential energy use sector, seen in orange, accounts for 27% of our emissions and includes emissions associated with energy used to power and heat residential buildings. Residential energy emissions reduced 25% since 2008 and increased 17% since 2016. The reduction in emissions can be attributed to local electricity providers' increase in renewable energy sources. And the upward trend since 2016 is likely driven by natural gas use. Residential use of natural gas increased 38% since 2008 and is responsible for 65% of total residential energy use emissions. So thus, reducing natural gas use, which is primarily used for space heating, will be a focus in order to reach our reduction targets. Non-residential energy use is seen here in gray and is responsible for 12% of our GHG emissions and includes emissions from energy used to power and heat commercial buildings. Commercial energy emissions reduced 39% since 2008 and has increased 26% since 2016. Emission reductions in this sector can also be attributed to our cleaner electricity sources. And similar to residential energy, the increase in emissions is also likely attributed to increased natural gas use, natural gas use is responsible for 57% of emissions in this sector. The water and wastewater emissions are shown here in yellow, and these emissions have reduced significantly by 68% since 2008. These emissions are associated with electricity used to transport water and wastewater, and the fugitive process emissions associated with wastewater treatment. And the reduction here can be attributed to our cleaner electricity. As previously mentioned, GHG emission estimates are calculated based on the best available data and calculation methodologies available at the time the inventory was conducted. As part of the 2022 inventory, the transportation sector emissions were recalculated based on updated estimates of vehicle miles traveled, known as VMT. VMT is the main input in measuring GHG emissions in the transportation sector. The previous inventories for 2008 and 2016 used VMT estimates that truncated vehicle trips at the town boundary instead of measuring the entire vehicle trip. So, for example, a trip from Truckee to Sacramento would only have included the vehicle miles traveled from the starting point to the edge of the town boundary. So, accepted standards for inventory calculations require VMT to take into account the whole trip length between the origin and destination. For trips that start and end in Truckee, emissions associated with the entire vehicle trip are attributed to Truckee, and for trips that start and end outside of Truckee, 50% of the emissions are associated with Truckee, and the other 50% are associated with the trip origin or destination jurisdiction. So, as a result, the VMT estimates and emissions were being underestimated in our 2008 baseline inventory. The bar chart on the right shows how the updated calculations increased our baseline. Updated calculations increased emissions by 138% in the transportation sector, with transportation previously accounting for 28% of our emissions, and it increased to 48% in 2008. So with these updates, transportation is now the largest sector in all inventory years. It was important to update our baseline along with future inventories to ensure we're not measuring against an unobtainable goal of reducing emissions by 40 and 80% from a falsely reduced baseline. So now I'm going to jump into our municipal operations emission summaries. So in 2022, the town's municipal GHG emissions reduced 17% below our 2008 baseline, and in 2023, emissions increased 15% from 2022 and are 4% below baseline emissions. Buildings and facilities are shown here in blue, and this sector accounts for the largest share of our emissions at 43% in 2023. These are emissions associated with public lighting as well as energy used to heat and power town buildings. The decrease in emissions can likely be attributed to reductions in GHG emissions associated with TDPUD's cleaner energy, once again. Despite this, the recent increase in emissions can be attributed to an overall increase in energy use. And I will note that energy use is not weather normalized. In 2023, the town's vehicle fleet accounted for 34% of GHG emissions, and that sector is shown here in gray. This includes emissions associated with fuel combustion used in town vehicles, as well as refrigerant use from vehicle air conditioning. In 2022, GHG emissions from the town fleet reduced 38% since 2008. Employee commute emissions are shown here in yellow, and this sector is responsible for 22% of our emissions. These are emissions from the fuel use for employees commuting to work. These estimates are based on employee commute surveys, and emissions increased 8% between 2016 and 2022, and another 9% from 22 to 23. And the main factor here is likely due to the increase in number of total employees. And then the last sector here is solid waste emissions, and these are emissions associated with organic waste breaking down in landfills. This sector accounts for 1% of our total emissions and increased 86% from 2008 to 2022, but did not change between 22 and 23. The large increase from 2008 is likely due to differing data used in the calculations, and there might not have actually been such a large increase in waste sent to landfill. So the difference there is because the previous inventories were conducted by a consultant, and we don't have the raw data used. So a couple notable changes in municipal operations since our baseline year. Between 2022 and 2023, the town switched our diesel fleet to utilize renewable diesel. Despite using 7% more fleet fuel in 2023 compared to 2008, the GHG emissions associated with that fuel use were 25% below 2008 emissions, which is likely attributed to renewable diesel use. Since 2008, the town also constructed several new facilities, including the current animal shelter, main public works building, a new sand barn at Stevens Lane. 2 maintenance storage garages were also added to the courtyard between 2016 and 2022. And this is likely the cause for an increase in overall electricity and natural gas use since 2008. Since moving the animal shelter and courtyard operations to Stephen Lane, the Riverview Old Courtyard facility has still been utilized, yet very minimally, as storage. But in 2023, a town contracted tenant began using the space. So we're seeing that space still utilizing energy. The town conducted upgrades at all town facilities between 2019 and 2021, including switching all lighting to LED. So we did see some energy savings with that project. And then the last thing to note here, like I mentioned, we have seen an increase in the number of employees since 2008. In 2008, we had 125 full-time and part-time staff, and in 2023, that number was up to 173. Since then, the town has also increased incentives to encourage employees to utilize alternative transportation methods. The town now also offers remote work for eligible employees 1 day per week, which has a significant impact on reducing commute emissions. And then the last thing to note here is that the town's emissions vary seasonally and year to year due to weather impacts. The town's vehicle fleet and energy use are the 2 sectors most impacted by changes in weather. Colder temperatures increase energy use for heating town facilities, and increased snowfall increases our fleet vehicle use for snow removal operations. The majority of emissions increases from 22 to 23 are likely driven by the colder and snowier winter of 2023, which we can remember was quite a big one. The chart on the left shows gallons of fleet fuel used in 2023 in blue versus in 2022 shown in orange. The graph shows the variability in fuel use throughout the year and the increase in fuel used in winter 2023. The chart on the right shows electricity and natural gas use throughout 2023, and as you can see, natural gas use spikes in the colder winter months. To better assess the impact of annual changes in weather and GHG emissions from municipal operations, we're seeking tools to weather normalize both energy and fleet fuel use. This would allow us to separate out the influence of weather from other factors that are under our control and better assess long-term emission trends despite weather volatility. So with that, here's the recommended action. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I will also give a reminder that we don't have policy discussions agendized tonight. We just have the data in this report agendized. So thanks.
Should we start with Lindsay?
All right. On slide 8, if you could go back to that, I think, is the horizontal axis the years are just off, and really that far bar to the right should be 2023?
Yeah,
okay.
I think the formatting got messed up there, but yes.
Perfect. I was going to ask, are we already looking at this year's numbers? But then when I looked at down below, okay. Thank you. That was it.
Okay. Councilmember Henderson.
Let's see here. I guess one question is, what emission factors are we using in our calculations? I don't know if I saw sort of that within some of the methodology components, and I would just be curious for sort of transparency.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know off the top of my head, but it's the most recent data available. We did all of our calculations in ClearPath, which is a tool provided by ICLEI. So we select the emission factors through the ClearPath tool, and it's the most available data. And Aaron might have more to add on that one.
As Aaron comes up, my only other question, I think, is just it looks like, and I'm really glad the VMT analyses were updated because they were problematic. But it looks like it was updated based on some of the 2018 traffic analysis, and I'm just confirming that's right. And I guess that's kind of a challenge with all this, right? That's a huge data lag 7 years ago.
Yes, the measurements were done in 2018, but the data was interpolated based on population changes since then.
For the energy emissions factors, we did use the TDPUD and Liberty Utilities emissions factors for the inventory year because there had been enough time, those had been published. And was it just the energy emissions factors you were asking about, or did you have an interest in other sectors?
I mean, I think sort of overall, it's sort of an overarching question, and this will get into a little bit of a comment, but I think for future when we have reports like this, if we can document the calculations and the methodology, again, it's just for transparency to anyone who wants to read it, right? Like, what are the on-road mobile source GHG emissions, right? Like, are you using ARB's mobile source, or like, what are we actually using? Just so it's really transparent.
Sure. We did use the Air Resources Board on-road and off-road emissions factors for the transportation sector, and the waste characterization, I believe for solid waste, it uses the EPA WORM model that's built in to determine the methane emissions from landfill.
Cool. Thank you.
Councilmember Pallavi. Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yes, I do have a few. There's just some really interesting standouts here. I mean, clearly we have a pretty big dip in 2016. I'm assuming that was kind of the end of the recession, right? And then we started climbing back up as that staff's expectation there. And I had asked ahead of time about the population of those 3 data points. Do we have that?
Yes. Here, I put this on a slide. Yeah, so we're seeing a slight population increase over each inventory year.
Yeah, but not enough to explain the changes, right? So I think that's clearly activity related. There's a 222% increase in wastewater treatment. I mean, that's striking. I don't think we can attribute that to population, but.
Yeah, so there's a couple things there. One thing to note is wastewater is such a tiny portion of our total emissions, so a 222% increase didn't have a huge impact on our total emissions. But the reason for that increase was 2 main things. One, the largest increase there was in emissions from septic systems. And so we estimate the number of households on septic, and we use the same methodology to estimate that as done in previous inventories. So there might be a better way to estimate number of customers on septic. We saw quite a big increase in that number. So there might be some fine tuning there to figure out a better estimation tool. And then the other factor there was the increase in methanol used at the TTSA facility, and they saw quite a large increase in the volume, the gallons of wastewater treated over from 2008 to 2022. So that was likely the increase in, or the reason why they had to use additional chemicals for those are used in the anaerobic digestion process. But we're not experts on that process.
Yeah.
And again, it's such a small portion of our emissions.
Okay.
And I will note that facility treats wastewater not just for Truckee, but for a large portion of the Tahoe region. And because it is located within the town of Truckee boundaries, some of those emissions are attributed to us, even if they didn't come from wastewater coming from the town of Truckee, but they are emitted within our boundaries, so that not all of that wastewater volume is attributable to the town or our population.
Very good point, Erin. Thank you. These are the types of things I'm looking for to just kind of explain some of these nuances. So the other one is, I think we showed a lot of building increases from 2008 to 2023 within our agency, but there seemed to be a big increase in greenhouse gas emissions from 2016 to 2023, yet we only had 5 more employees. Do we have any theories of why that was such a big increase?
Yeah, so the total number of employees didn't increase a significant amount because we actually switched over. Our roads and snow division used to hire about 25 seasonal employees every year. So that was increasing that total number of employees. But a couple of years ago, they switched over to hiring a smaller number of full-time employees. And so the full-time employees, we're estimating are commuting 5 days a week versus seasonal employees. We actually get the data on the number of work days each year. So we're seeing an increase of employees commuting to work over 2008 to 2023, despite the total number of employees not increasing at such a high rate.
See, these are the nuances, right? I mean, there's so much detail in here. Okay, just a couple last ones. There's like this massive increase in, what is it, the medium and heavy duty trucks, to another 200% increase or something. What? And that was from 2008 to 2016, or?
Yeah, so we just we estimate the total VMT, and then the California Air Resources Board tools kind of break down estimates for the county on the vehicle types. So that is a calculation methodology that the Air Resources Board provides, and we don't know the details on that.
Maybe a little loose.
Yeah, yeah. So I don't have a great answer, but the methodology is from the Air Resources Board.
All right. Well, yeah, thank you. I just encourage explanation of these things whenever we can, because it does kind of like, oh, why would that happen? So thank you.
Same for me too. It'd be nice to know, to the extent you can, say one way or the other, what kind of observations you draw from the results. Along those lines, in the staff report, you show the old baseline, the updated baseline to reflect the longer distance, and it looks like the updated baseline suggests that long distance travel really swamps the VMTs. I mean, it suggests to me it's the people, I'm oversimplifying, but it's people traveling back and forth between Truckee and the Bay Areas. That's the large percentage of visitors we have. Is that what you think it might be, or?
Yeah, that is the change we're seeing in the baseline VMT versus the updated VMT, just because we weren't counting any of the trip links outside of Truckee. So that was what was added to the updated VMT, is all of those trips outside of our jurisdiction.
Okay, and that suggests to me, since we're getting credit for it, that maybe that'll be something we want to focus on more closely in the future, which is to say, how do we reduce private travel, private automotive travel between here and the Bay Area? Yes.
Follow up to that?
Mm-hmm.
Because I would just say it's any trips that originated or terminated in Truckee. So it could also be people driving to and from Tahoe City every day would count too. So I guess I would just say it's not necessarily just people from way outside the area. It could also be regional commute patterns as well.
Right. Okay. And then which data do you consider least reliable? Did you have concerns about along those lines? You know, particularly dealing with anomalies, as Councilmember Klofstad was investigating with you.
I mean, I would just emphasize that all of these are estimates. We are using different data available to estimate all of these emissions. So I wouldn't say all of them are, or any of them are precise. They're just the best available estimates that we have.
Okay. Finally, this is a relatively abbreviated report compared with the last study. What was the reason for that? Why weren't we getting as much detail as we did before?
I think I will say this is the first time we've conducted this in-house, so there is a little bit more of I guess, a curve setting up all the templates and all of the work that goes into conducting this inventory. And I will say going forward, I think we will be able to fine tune these things. And I think we've gotten good input tonight on things that we can add in future years. But I think we were trying to keep it really simple intentionally to get to the point. And now that we will be doing these municipal operation inventories annually, we want to make sure that we're being most efficient with our time.
Okay.
Now that we'll be doing them more regularly.
Okay. Were you getting the same body of data as previously, and where the abbreviation occurred is in the presentation to the council?
Yeah, the data sources should be the same as the previous inventory years, but like I said, previous inventories were conducted by a consultant, and so we don't have that raw data necessarily for all of the sectors. So I think that's something else that we can have more consistency with going forward. Now that we're setting up this precedent to do these in-house, we have a greater ability to make sure we're being consistent with our data sources.
Okay. Thank you. I think it's a great start. Anything else? Should we go ahead and accept the report?
Public comment?
Oh, I'm sorry. Public comment? Not over there. Mitch? No. Carmen? No. Okay. Okay, let's move on to deliberation. Should we accept the report?
I'll just sort of reiterate what I said earlier. I think it's really good that the transportation updates were made. Thank you so much for doing that. The data lag, always a challenge. So the extent that we can, have the most current data obviously makes it the most relevant. That's not always an option. We know that. And just reiterate that for any future reports, I just personally really like to see the detailed methodologies as part of the report, including citations of sources of emission factors, et cetera, just so we can, nerd out on all of this stuff with you a little bit as well. So thank you.
Can I make one quick comment?
Of course.
Just, Mayor, what you were asking about the VMT and, I was just bringing up regional. I know we're not talking policy today, but I think it's tying into the microtransit presentation earlier as we're thinking about moving forward now that we see transportation is our biggest GHG emission, thinking about that as we're looking forward to talking about funding transportation. Thank you.
Of course. Okay. And I share with Councilmember Henderson's interest in seeing the source information. At least a citation to the source. Thank you.
You have a lot of council members that want to geek out with you on this stuff, so bring it on.
We appreciate that. Thank you.
And I'll just say, I think it's good too because other jurisdictions do this as well, right? And so we can sort of see how other jurisdictions do theirs. We can make some comparisons. It just sort of helps all of us. Do you want me to make a motion?
All but one.
Right?
I think we're just going to accept it. But yeah.
We would appreciate a motion to accept the report.
I move that we accept the Town of Truckee 2022 Community-Wide Greenhouse Gas Inventory Report and the 2022 and 2023 Municipal Operations Greenhouse Gas Inventory Reports.
I will second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
We have one more item, 7.6. This is the weatherization program. Aaron and Carmen will present.
Hi, my name is Carmen. I'm a Sustainability Program Analyst here with Aaron Brewster, the Sustainability Program Manager, and we will be talking about the Truckee Weatherization Program. To provide background information, the town adopted a goal of reducing community-wide greenhouse gas emissions 80% by 2040. To outline a path to that goal, the town adopted a climate action plan, which included item 7A, Building Energy Retrofit Program, which calls for the development of a comprehensive retrofit program that includes building envelope improvements. Weatherization is the best first step in decarbonizing homes, particularly in Truckee's cold climate, because it both decreases energy costs and allows for right sizing of heating and cooling equipment. Weatherization can make homes more comfortable, as well as resilient to extreme temperatures. The Truckee Weatherization Program is a pilot program intended to fill in gaps in existing programs and address barriers faced by low-income households that prevent implementation of weatherization measures. These households are often unable to afford the upfront costs of these programs, even if some of these costs will ultimately be reimbursed by rebates, or have critical repair needs that are not covered by existing programs, making them ineligible to receive weatherization support. The development of the Truckee Weatherization Program has come a long way. In November 2023, Town Council authorized the use of up to $310,000 in funds for a weatherization pilot program in Truckee. Staff then issued a request for proposals in January 2024 for a qualified program administrator, but did not receive any proposals until February 2024, when the town received a proposal after making changes and reissuing the RFP. This resulted in Town Council approving a contract with Cindergarten Designs in June 2024. This leads us to today, with town staff providing recommendations to approve program eligible measures and not to exceed costs, and amend the contract with Cindergarten Designs. If approved, the goal is to launch the Truckee Weatherization Program during the summer of 2025. For program approach, there are 3 types of projects supported by the program based on the original criteria approved by the Town Council. The first project involves supporting applications for existing utility and federal weatherization programs for eligible households. Many Truckee residents are potentially eligible for these programs, yet few have applied. Town staff believe that by providing hands-on application support, participation in these established programs will significantly increase. The second project involves providing supplemental repair funds for 20 homes otherwise eligible for existing programs, but with critical repairs in excess of existing program cost limits that prevent them from receiving weatherization upgrades. The third program involves full no-cost weatherization upgrades for 20 households not eligible for existing programs. Through its application assistance component, the Truckee Weatherization Program is expected to facilitate weatherization upgrades for more than just the 40 homes receiving direct funding. By serving as a centralized hub, the program enables interested applicants to have a single point of contact, after which the program administrator manages the next steps, matching applicants with the most suitable programs and guiding them through the process. This streamlined approach is designed to maximize participation and impact within the community. The program administrator, Cindergarten Designs, will handle all components such as determining what upgrades are needed, determining the program budget, applying for existing incentive programs, hiring contractors, applying for permits, and overseeing implementation of upgrades. The Town Council approved the contract for designing the Truckee Weatherization Pilot Program with the following goals for full upgrades. reduce household energy use by 20 to 30% in participating homes, protect vulnerable and sensitive communities from the impacts of wildfire smoke, reduce indoor air pollutants by 75% or more, and the 99% reduction of radon. The purpose of the Truckee Weatherization Program is not necessarily to reduce the most greenhouse gas emissions, nor to weatherize the greatest number of homes, but to provide weatherization for those most in need. The Truckee Weatherization Program is an opportunity to address some of these barriers and allow low-income households to experience the comfort and energy efficiency that are often only accessible to those with higher income. This is a pilot program that would provide the opportunity to better understand gaps and barriers to inform future programs. As part of the original program approval and contract authorization, Council approved an income qualification threshold of 80% Nevada County AMI, which is calculated on household size in the middle column in Table 1. Existing no-cost weatherization programs, such as the Energy Savings Assistance, ESA program, offered by Southwest Gas and Liberty Utilities, have income qualification levels of up to 250% of federal poverty guidelines, which is calculated based on household size in the left column in Table 1. The intent of setting an 80% AMI income threshold for the Truckee Weatherization Program was to expand eligibility to additional households in Truckee that do not have incomes low enough to qualify for existing programs, but still face financial barriers to implementing weatherization upgrades. Cinder staff recommend adjusting the income qualification threshold to be 80% AMI or 250% of the federal poverty level, whichever is higher for each household size. These income limits are in bold in the right column in Table 1. Because this is a pilot program, funding 20 full upgrades and providing up to 20 additional homes with supplemental repair funds makes it likely that the program may be fully subscribed with these income limits. To ensure that low-income households have a chance to access the program, staff do not recommend further expanding the income threshold at this time. For proposed eligible measures and not to exceed costs, the Truckee Weatherization Program would be open to eligible Truckee households in single-family homes, which includes both detached and attached single-family homes such as townhouses, as well as mobile homes. Income qualified renters would be eligible to participate in the Truckee Weatherization Program with property owner approval if they directly pay energy bills. Projects will be prioritized based on the level of energy burden a home experiences in combination with the potential of energy savings based on the initial home assessment. This approach will prioritize those who may be struggling the most to pay their energy bills and stand the most likely to benefit from the greater energy efficiency and comfort that come with improved weatherization in a location with large changes in seasonal temperatures such as Truckee. To participate in the Truckee Weatherization Program, homes would need to be evaluated to assess their weatherization and critical repair needs and determine if they could benefit from the eligible measures included in this program. Site assessments will be conducted by Cinder Garden Designs in partnership with a local contractor. The proposed weatherization measures focus on sealing and insulating attics and crawl spaces. Additional proposed mechanical, electrical, and plumbing measures provide support for insulating hot water pipes, installation of a smart thermostat, and servicing of existing heating equipment. These measures were chosen because they are broadly applicable, are less disruptive to living spaces, and are cost-effective. While these measures are not inclusive of all potential weatherization upgrades, focusing on a narrower set of eligible measures may be more appropriate for a pilot program. Additional eligible measures for the program include indoor air quality measures such as radon testing and mitigation, and providing air purifiers and filters. Incorporating dark skies compliant fixtures would add very little cost and be easy to incorporate into the retrofit process. The proposed measures would also include critical repairs that would otherwise prevent the implementation of weatherization upgrades. This can include minor leaks in roofs or walls, minor mold or water damage remediation, or addition of paint or other sealants.
The proposed program budget is based on a not-to-exceed cost per home of $25,000 for homes receiving full weatherization upgrades plus critical repairs, and $10,000 for homes receiving only the supplemental repair funds. For the pilot program scope of 40 total homes, this results in a total maximum implementation budget of $700,000. We do anticipate actual costs for these projects coming in under these not-to-exceed amounts, and one of the goals of this pilot program is to develop better estimates of the actual costs needed for these types of upgrades in Truckee homes. And I do want to note that the Truckee Weatherization Program will also support even more homes outside of these 40 in applying to and receiving upgrades through existing weatherization programs offered by utilities and the Federal Department of Energy, which do not require any implementation funds from the town. Excuse me. The total cost of this program, including both program administration and implementation funding, is $1,003,000. This is less than the 5-year cost of $1.2 million included in the current approved CIP budget, but more of these costs would be spent in fiscal years 25, 26, and 26, 27 than originally anticipated. If council approves staff's recommendations, we will work with the program administrator, Kindergarten Designs, to finalize the application process and outreach materials and work towards the launch of this program in summer 2025. And with that, we're happy to take any questions you have on our recommendations. And I do want to note that Eli Mayer and JD Morales from Kindergarten Designs are also here if you have any questions for our program administrator.
Councilmember Pallavi?
2 quick ones. First, I was wondering who Kindergarten Designs was, so it's nice to see you both. Welcome, and thanks for surviving, thriving. My only question is, I'm assuming like first step is going to be income qualification, yes or no. That's going to be an easy one. We move on to yes, and then a sort of site assessment takes place. Site assessment is part of the administrative part of the budget, and so we're building in a 50% success rate on site assessments, or what kind of, like, I guess, I don't know if it's a success rate, I would call it, but in terms of the people who income qualify, and then you go have a site assessment done, do we have any idea how many will actually qualify versus you're like, oh man, there's more that needs to be done here, or not enough, or it's not part of the program?
Sure.
Walk me through that just a little bit.
Sure. So in addition to income qualification, the application will endeavor to ask enough supplemental questions to try to ascertain other as much as we can without setting foot inside the home, other factors that might determine eligibility for the existing programs as well. And that includes things like what the primary home heating fuel is, whether or not they have a wood stove in the house. Some programs won't treat homes. Some of the utility programs won't treat homes that have a fireplace or a wood-burning a wood stove. And so there's a number of other factors that could help us sort of answer some of those questions before setting foot in the house. And I think one of the things we mentioned in the staff report, our goal is certainly to, as much as possible, reduce the number of home assessments on homes that would not end up qualifying. And so I don't know, Eli, do you have anything to add to that? Perfect. So yeah, we don't have it's hard since this is a pilot program, and We propose this program because the existing weatherization programs haven't been particularly successful in doing those upgrades. We don't have a good sense of what that failure rate might be here. So that's one of the things we will be determining through this pilot.
And I saw you had there was a marketing section on this agenda item, right? I think you talked about how you're going to actually try to attract people into the program, and we're pretty confident that supply of applicants will be there.
Yeah, so one of the, way back in November 2023, when we first came to council with this proposal, one of the barriers to participation we noted is that the eligibility criteria for the 3 existing programs are all different. They're all a little bit different, and it's very complicated. And those programs do not do a ton of outreach in Truckee at all. And so part of the intention behind this program is to kind of create a single point of contact for that initial interest and to help households who may not have the time to kind of navigate all of this, figure out what they're eligible for, and then to fill in the gaps of those eligibility criteria with those fully funded upgrades from the town funds. So we certainly think there's been one project funded through the ESA programs in the past 5 years. We think there is definitely greater demand than that one project. The federal program's been a little bit more successful, but it was primarily at some of the senior apartments. So it hasn't focused very much on the single-family homes.
Well done. I like the technical assistance for sure, and being that one-stop shop. So thank you.
I'm sorry. Next person. Councilmember Romack. Councilmember Henderson.
Yes, sir. So just to confirm, as part of the comprehensive home assessment, that will, and maybe I should look over here, include a blower door test to quantify air leakage and building envelope. Amazing. For measures, I know windows aren't proposed. I understand why. They're not as cost effective as installation. But what about, have we considered even window inserts, thermal curtains for those who have like really, really old windows that we're concerned about?
Eli, do you want to give a bit more detail about how you narrowed down the eligible measures?
Sure. We spent a lot of time talking about windows and what we could do with windows, and working with our contractors, the strategies and what we could actually practically implement. I mean, you look at standard weatherization, they always say seal your windows and doors, but when we really got into the nuts and bolts of it, like you have operable windows, you can't just caulk them, and because then they don't open anymore. So there's a lot of steps, and incorporating storm windows didn't really seem practical. Putting plastic over windows makes it so you can't open your windows, and it only lasts a year. So we went through those different options and focused on working outside of the occupied spaces, because to mess with people's windows, you got to go into their living space, and it's kind of it's very invasive. And so we're trying to make this program easier to participate and not like going into people's bedrooms and so forth if we don't have to.
Yeah, no, I get that. Maybe there's an opportunity to at least provide recommendations to people if they want to do things with their windows, sort of, again, like thermal curtains, things like that, which can make a really big difference, like just drawing curtains at night. And I get it. I've worked in energy efficiency for 10 years, and I've worked on a lot of utility programs, so totally understand. Is a home going to be disqualified from participating if they have health or safety barriers that many utility programs require to be addressed before weatherization can occur?
Sure. So we have some funding in the critical repairs category that can address some of those. It's really going to depend on the severity of those health and safety considerations, and if they are something that can be practically and financially covered as part of this program. Certainly there would be, major structural issues would definitely be outside the scope. We are proposing a much higher amount of funding for those eligible repairs compared to what's available in the existing programs, because one of the things we heard with from those existing program operators when first scoping out this program was that that was often a barrier for them. They ran out of those funds too quickly, and that did prevent them from then going through weatherization upgrades. And I don't know, Eli, do you have anything to add?
No, I mean, that really, we're focusing on using the repairs, that aspect to deal with that, and setting the cap for the budget and trying to give a generous amount so we could handle those. But ultimately, each is going to be a case by case. We're going to look at them. Do we have the funds in each, and can we service the house or not? Just working within the structure that we created with the budget.
So they wouldn't be inherently disqualified from participation if there were moisture issues or asbestos or venting issues or things like that. It's just, would that max out the budget per house, and then we can't do energy efficiency, so then they wouldn't be able to participate.
Exactly.
And I would add that the intent of those critical repair funds is to address measures that are at least tangentially related to implementation of weatherization measures. So it's not necessarily going to address any health and safety issue that might exist in a home, but really what would prevent a weatherization upgrades from being implemented. So there may be some things that are just not necessarily expensive to address, but just outside of the scope of this program.
Do we have, do we have a list of those? Like what is included and what is excluded?
So we don't, for the critical repairs, we do not, when talking with existing program operators, they give examples of what that might be, but because it can be so different house to house, it's very difficult to come up with an exhaustive list. And so that would be made, as we've proposed, it's a case-by-case determination, and so the initial home assessment would see what repairs might be needed and make a proposal to town staff as to whether or not those are considered within the scope of this program, and we would be approving that repair budget.
Okay, okay, I might have a comment for deliberation, but I'm good on questions, thank you.
Vice Mayor Klostad.
Yes, thank you. I love the list of questions that you put in there that you're looking to answer. I'm looking forward to that. When would we expect some of the answers to those questions and some updates?
Sure. So if we are able to launch this program as we hope in summer of 2025, that would give us this full year's construction season or close to it to do some upgrades, and then next summer as well. And so as that second year of the program is wrapping up, that's when we would be able to do a more thorough analysis. But certainly, we will, with that first home assessment, we will start to get some of these data points. And if council would like to request a report back at a certain time, we can take that into consideration.
Thank you. And then I know we're going to match this or help direct people to other rebates and stuff if that's what they would qualify for. And I'm assuming that would include the Go Electric Truckee Tahoe program as well. Yeah. And then it sounds like you already have contractors that you're working with and they're local. And are you expecting to expand that in order to cover all of this work, or do you feel like you have a good source, a pool of contractors to work with locally?
We're planning on starting with one general contractor, specifically for this first summer as we figure out the details, because there's a lot of things that we expect that we're gonna learn as we jump into things. And so the scale of the program, the pilot with 20 projects, to get the learning curve, we're choosing to stick with one general contractor and minimize the number of subs, so that way we have repetition and we can learn from each. And then kind of the goal would be, after this, if the program proves successful, then we would look at expanding out to a broader set of contractors once we had a clear set of description of what they would be doing, because still there's a lot of things that we are going to be sorting out, learning in the first several months.
Thank you, Eli. That's it.
Do the utility Thank you. Do the utility provided programs pay upfront costs for materials?
So there's 2 energy savings assistance programs which provide no cost weatherization upgrades. They're offered by our 2 investor-owned utilities, Liberty Utilities and Southwest Gas, and they similar to this program, they complete the upgrades themselves. So it's not a reimbursement basis. They are actually going in, doing the assessment, and then completing the upgrades at no cost to the occupant. To participate in those programs, the energy supplied by that utility has to be your primary heating fuel source. So that does limit the applicability somewhat.
Okay, and have you asked whether they would provide their costs of improvements?
Eli, have you, I don't know if you've
Will Southwest
received
Gas or Liberty tell you how much they spend on an improvement?
I was really planning on building this program off of feedback from them, and I had a heck of a time getting any sort of input from those agencies. So we actually had to do a little bit of a pivot because that data wasn't available. They just weren't being receptive.
So what do we need to do? Get our congressman to talk to them or what?
I would say part of the challenge is that these programs, so Liberty Utilities, to our knowledge, has not completed any upgrades in Truckee through that program, and Southwest Gas has completed one.
Okay.
And so I don't know that, I mean, these programs are more regional throughout their territories. So I think if we're looking for local cost data, I don't know that they even have that.
Got it.
But that's kind of one of the many challenges in terms of
Thank you, Erin. Got it.
accelerating this implementation locally.
Good point. Good point. How were you able to determine that 1,475 households in Truckee are at under 80% AMI? How'd you pull that number?
So that number is originally from Census Bureau data. It was obtained through the low-income energy affordability data tool. So that's a tool that looks at energy burden. And so that's a chart that we exported from that. It's a Department of Energy website. That tool, unfortunately, is not currently accessible, but we did pull those numbers back in the original council report in November 2023.
Okay. I'm still trying to understand why sealing and insulation of ducts is not included as a measure. And the reason I'm still not understanding why is that was like the most efficient, cost-effective measure for climate zone 16 back in 2019 under the energy code in existence then.
Sure. I think Eli can provide some more insight into the practical challenges with those.
So going into this, I anticipated that was the first thing that I was going to go after because that everything that I read, the percentage, I'd read these just astronomical numbers at 30% duct losses. And as I got into it, we toured a house with the Sierra Business Council with the electrification contractor training and found out the actual practical costs of altering ducts is very difficult, and the contractors tend to just want to replace them. And so getting a qualified contractor to touch somebody's 30-year-old ducts is very difficult. And so the general recommendation is that you don't want to mess with these old systems. And so what we're trying to do is seal in the crawl spaces, so it actually any heat loss from the ducts is captured within the building. Thermal losses from insulation is also captured. And so by approaching that, we're exploring to see if we can achieve energy savings without the massive costs of altering the heating distribution system.
Okay.
But incidental repairs are absolutely, like if we find a disconnected duct, we're going to connect it. I mean, very simple things like that, but going in and systematically testing and sealing ducts seem to be outside of the kind of scope of what we could achieve.
Okay, and echoing Council Member Henderson, I can see where just recommending weather stripping and window sealing, there's a lot of simple things, and I'm going back 10 years, but I used to work with low-income tenants, and I went into a lot of homes where actually the tenants would have plastic taped up over their windows in the winter because it was so cold and their energy costs were so high, their heating costs. Their homes leaked. Anyway, it's still something to look at, I think. And then I don't understand why we're spending money on the exhaust duct work for kitchens and bathrooms. Given how dry our climate is, I don't see that as a humidity control.
I can address that a little bit. So one of the, when we were initially discussing program barriers with the existing weatherization programs, one of the things they noted that if you're sealing up the building envelope, you do have to provide ventilation. And one of the barriers in their programs is that they were not allowed to do any envelope sealing measures on a home that had a solid fuel stove if it didn't have a ventilation fan, if there were not exhaust fans in there. And not only from, wood stoves or fireplaces, but even just cooking in a kitchen, it does create quite a bit of particulate matter and other indoor air pollutants. And so if you're working on tightening up the building envelope, you do have to improve ventilation. And so that's, because that was pointed out as a program barrier, and the federal program includes those as an eligible measure specifically to address that. That was one of the reasons, just because it was brought up as a specific barrier by those existing programs.
They wouldn't consider opening windows. Coming back to windows again, you can't just open a window in a kitchen or a window in the bathroom?
I think in winter that would work against the energy efficiency goals. So, yeah.
And then if we want to reach as many homes as possible, why aren't we doing more homes that would qualify for the utility programs?
Sure. So the proposed breakdown is based on that original proposal we brought to council almost a year and a half ago now, and so that's really what we scoped out. The goal of this wasn't to achieve the weatherization upgrades in the greatest number of homes. It was to address the homes with the greatest need and face the greatest financial barriers. And so in looking at what the gaps were in those existing programs, even for those lowest income households, there are quite a few that just kind of fall between the eligibility criteria of those existing programs for one reason or another. And so that's why having those, half of those the homes be funded for those full upgrades was meant to fill in that gap, because if we don't provide that, they're not served by any of the other programs, and they just financially don't have the means to participate or to complete these weatherization upgrades in any other way. Because we were working with that originally approved framework, that's the contract we bid out. That's the sort of way we've structured and budgeted this program. And that's the conversations we had with those existing program operators. So I'm not sure, we would have to revisit that if we wanted to increase that number of homes served through that existing program, because that's just not a conversation we've had with those existing program providers. And I'm not sure if they would be able to or willing to participate in a larger program. So, and I'm not sure what the need would be. So we would have to check in with them, and we'd have to revisit our program scope.
Okay. And the last thing is, I'm concerned we're not doing enough to make sure we have before and after data to actually compare things. It strikes me that a condition of a project for doing a home would be that they agree we can get their energy usage from the public utility that serves them.
Sure. So we are looking to do that as require energy use disclosure as part of approving an application, and do our best to assess before and after energy usage. I will say, in talking with existing programs, none of the existing programs we talked to actually use measured data to assess the effectiveness of their upgrade programs. They all work off of estimations using a standardized methodology. And that's due to a lot of factors, including some that were brought up in the council questions, that changes in occupancy, changes in behavior, changes in weather can often overwhelm the efficiency gains from upgrades. But that doesn't mean that didn't still reduce energy use. And so one of the questions we are looking to answer with this program is how can we best assess the effectiveness of upgrade measures. And so we will be trying as much as we can to get measured energy use and kind of weigh that against the estimated energy use reductions and see how accurately we can affect this, but it will be impacted by other factors. And so that does make it a challenge.
Of course, I realize that. Thank you. Those are all my questions. Any public comment? Seeing none, we can go into deliberation. Who wants to start?
I'll start. I think we should move forward. Just a couple of things that I would offer. I would expect that we can or should be able to delineate those critical repair items up front in the program. I totally get wanting to provide flexibility, look at homes on a case-by-case basis. At the same time, health and safety measures that typically prevent people from getting weatherization measures are really, really well documented at this point. So I don't know why we couldn't rely on some of that to delineate that. It's not a hill I'm going to die on, especially 6.5 hours into a meeting, but I think it's really important to be able to communicate upfront to consumers, to be transparent to consumers and to be accountable to them. That's just my perspective. I also think that if there aren't sort of full other measures to include, then at least some of the recommendations coming out of the home assessment that consumers could do if they so choose to drive further comfort, affordability, et cetera. And then on the evaluation, yes, absolutely, like modeled versus measured savings, blower door test before and after, and consumer surveys and interviews, right? Like ask them about comfort, changes in comfort, changes in affordability of their bills, sort of all your typical process evaluation, energy efficiency stuff.
Councilmember Rumack.
That all sounds good to me, and I would, I'm comfortable with moving forward with this. And again, I think as always, programs evolve over time. So giving this, collecting data, understanding what's working, but I'm good moving forward.
Okay, Councilmember Pallavi. Vice Mayor Klofstad.
Thank you, staff. Thank you, Senator Gardens. Excited for this. But I think this is just kind of the first little sliver, right? And what we're really going to glean from this is the information that we're going to gather, because we really need to scale this, especially after looking at our greenhouse gas emissions inventory. We need to be going bigger, faster, broader, but we need to do it with good data and understanding what the outcomes are. So I'm really excited for this, but I'm really looking forward to some of that feedback. I would encourage staff to, even if it's just an email to us, giving us some feedback of some of the initial inventories and surveys. That would be really helpful for me in understanding kind of the direction that we're going. That, of course, folds into what we're trying to accomplish at the Climate Transformation Alliance. And ultimately, if we can show some success here, I would really like us to bring it to that group and hopefully try to expand its influence and potential from there. So thank you. And I'm in support of this recommendation.
I really appreciated the answer to the very last questions. About all the questions we are trying to answer. My concern is whether we'll be able to answer them, and I'm anxious about our having enough foresight that we're collecting the data that's right there available, like the post-implementation energy usage. And if a person's added to the household, you can adjust for it. But direct information, I think, is important. And it's just thinking it through. I agree with Vice Mayor Klofstad. This is like an initial effort, but it's $1 million. And when I looked at it, I thought it'd be about $5,000 a house, and here it is 5 times that. And it's just a really costly endeavor. Finally, my last point before saying I'm going to join my other council members in support of this is that when we were talking about equity, originally I thought this was a little additional goal, and the primary goal was still reducing greenhouse gases. And in terms of equity, I thought we were looking at the lowest earners, and my concern is about this other group that actually is better situated financially. And if we're trying to collect data and get experience, it seems like we should be doing more houses, maximizing the number of houses. But I heard your answer to my question, and I think we're stuck at 2020.
We're going to do
I'll
this
just
and
add-
more.
Yeah?
We're going to do this and more. It's just going to take
I'll
time.
just add for sort of expectation setting too, that deep energy efficiency retrofits like this, whole home retrofits, $30,000 to $40,000 a home is not atypical.
Okay. Any sense then what's the payback if we're just only talking about dollars and cents?
I mean, there's literature out there that shows every $1 invested in energy efficiency returns $2 to $3 in sort of non-energy benefits.
Over how
That's
long?
everything from comfort to less, absentee days at school to less missed worked days to, you can kind of go on and on.
And what's the time period?
I'd have to go back into the
Okay,
literature. I don't
yeah.
know offhand.
Decades? Okay. All right. Anyway, I guess we want to keep moving along.
Recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. I recommend that we approve program eligible measures and not to exceed costs for the Truckee Weatherization Program, and authorize the use of up to $700,000 in funds from CPC 1510 through 2026-27 for implementation of the eligible measures, and authorize the town manager to amend the contract with Cindergarten Designs for a total not to exceed of $1,003,000, which includes all those others.
Vice Mayor Klofstad, to clarify, did you mean that as a recommendation or as a motion?
Motion. Thank you. It's late, isn't it?
I'll second that motion.
Second
All
that
those
motion.
in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. I think I heard Dave say aye. You said aye, yeah. Okay, council reports, and then we're done.
I'll jump in and go quick. Go.
So I've had a lot of meetings, and so I kind of just want to provide an update on the resolution that we adopted, which of course made it into the SF Chronicle and a bunch of other media. But I wanted to share the other jurisdictions that have also adopted at this point. So City of Grass Valley and City of Nevada City both adopted, Town of Mammoth Lakes adopted, County of Nevada adopted, Tahoe Forest Hospital District adopted, Tahoe Truckee Sanitation Agency, Tahoe Truckee Unified School District, Truckee Downer Public Utility District, Truckee Fire Protection, Truckee Sanitary, and Truckee Tahoe Airport District have all adopted. The City of Portola has it agendized for tomorrow evening. I'm really excited that they will hopefully be joining in with us on that one. North Star Community Services District has moved it to their April 16th meeting. I think it is likely that North Tahoe and Olympic Valley Fire will adopt, but we have to, I have to reach back out to them and just follow up on agendizing it. Humboldt County Board of Supervisors is agendizing it. Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors is drafting a resolution as well. So we have a lot that have adopted. This is sort of our first round of advocacy. There are many others who are interested in adopting and just aren't going to agendize before we have our meeting with Representative Kiley next week. So there'll be sort of a second round of advocacy in Sacramento. And I'm really excited to report that every agency that has brought it forward has adopted. The only exception to that, unfortunately, was Truckee Donner Rec and Park District with 3 abstentions, which was a little unfortunate. But we have a lot of people who are adopting. And I think what was really neat, the City of Portola in their agenda, they specifically talked about joining in solidarity with other jurisdictions and agencies that are experiencing these staffing and funding cuts. So just thank you to everyone again for your support on that, and it's growing. We're going to keep growing it.
David?
Nothing to report, thanks.
I'll jump in. attended the TMA, I know you were at as well, and a few other presentations. Just Caltrans has been reporting a lot on a lot of the work that is going to be happening in North Lake Tahoe this summer. Upgrades to broadband, as well as repaving of 28 between Tahoe City and Kings Beach. But everybody should be prepared who are headed to the lake. There will be a lot of construction delays. Also, there is work planned to replace and put in the new Fanny Bridge this summer. And so that section of the roadway will be closed in August through November. But you can go around the other way. But just everybody should know there's a lot happening out there. Also wanted to mention, I mentioned it earlier, the Placer County Board of Supervisors approved the Launchpad program in Placer, which is the comparison to our new deed restriction for new housing development. I can make sure staff sends out the staff report on that because Placer County did hire BAE to do a study, and they found that 16% for a deed restriction was not enough to incentivize development. And so I think it's important for us to be aware of. And as we're thinking about the program, and that's why I made the comments earlier too, we want to make sure that this program works. So I think it would be valuable for all of us to take a look at that and understand if there's any changes we need to ours. And then lastly, attended the Truckee Chamber board meeting earlier this afternoon where they were just talking more about their business listening tour and results from that. That's it.
So a CTA governing partners meeting where we finalized the quarterly meeting, which is this Friday, April 11th. It's a little bit different time and place. It's from 2 to 4 at the North Tahoe Convention Center. And then happy hour will be directly after from 4 to 6 at Tahoe Backyard. I will be there. Councilmember Henderson, you're tentative? Okay, if you plan to not attend, let me know so I could try and get one of our other council members to join me on that. I also attended a very interesting meeting with Mountain Towns 2030 staff and several local representatives discussing 2 possible events here. I'll continue to bring updates to that. At this point, they're both just concepts, but one of them would be to bring the Mountain Towns event to Truckee, which would be a pretty big deal. The other one is kind of a smaller one-day regional event. And then lastly, I attended a webinar calling The New Economic Development is Green from Institute for Local Government. And it was really informative on all the ways that local governments are promoting economic development. Not typically my area of expertise, but I found it really interesting. And a lot of it has to do right now with Proposition 4 in the state of California, because that's basically going to be backfilling the federal funds that are being cut. So there's a lot of opportunities for that, and I thought it was really interesting.
Building on what Councilmember Romack talked about with the TNT TMA on the road work, right? Paving and broadband, and some of that broadband is supposed to go up Highway 89 all the way to Plumas County, except they need federal permits and no telling how long that will take. On TNT, the TNT's working to try and improve the North Lake Tahoe Express. We've talked about it here, about whether this is a good investment of the town's money because it's so expensive. Anyway, TNT TMA is really sensitive to that in trying to improve the revenue generation. Another thing is the federal government uses what's called a federal population formula in allocating highway funds, and for the Lake Tahoe area, they take into account tourism, and the state does not. So the federal government allocates funds based on a higher number of people, while the state says there's 55,000 people in the Lake Tahoe Basin. It's going to allocate based on that population. Federal government allocates assuming there's 145 people, which takes into account second homeowners and tourists. a letter is going to the Assembly asking the state Assembly to please adopt the federal population formula. TNT TMA also joined CTA, everyone voted in favor of it. There was one little caveat, which is no big deal. I attended the homelessness community engagement regarding the homeless action plan. There are about 50 people there. Shauna Doherty and Allison Schwedner did the presentation. It was well attended, and there was a lot of good input. Finally, I met with, did a Zoom with the Park City Mayor and Alfred in anticipation of a May 31 cities meeting here in Truckee. It'll be a 3-day affair with 1 day in Reno, 1 day on the North Shore, and 1 day in Truckee. And maybe that kind of thing ties in with what you're just talking about. Yeah, Alfred knows it a lot, and that's all I have to say. So, should we adjourn? What do you think? Okay, let's do that. We're adjourned.